Taking on gas, rapping.
Push you too cool, they can take.
All eyes on us. All eyes on us. Can you feel? We coming up.
1v1. First shot comes in, just peeks over that building. Gold shield, but oh my, knocked! These wingman shots, they are just destroying this team in front.
We should drop on this, Naughty.
Okay, jumping on the right.
Unlucky eliminated, Liquid eliminated, Cloud9 down to
my.
a 2, but also shredding with damage.
Oh my!
Team fight behind us. Fight this.
You're between everybody. You're dancing around the bombardment. You're trying to secure some of this KP, and you manage to get a knock.
Keep running.
I am.
Naughty, you can win this. Come in late, Naughty, come in late.
Vaxlon trying to do what he can with a Peacekeeper in hand. The new pickup for this team. He picks up one, but can he clutch what would be a 3v1 for 100 Thieves? The answer is no.
Cloud9 hanging out inside of this Nox gas at the same time. Great positioning as they're going to be able to play outside the zone.
Claim him up.
Oh, the PK shot! Vicky coming out insane!
Oh my god.
Dude.
Team Liquid, Casuals, Complexity, they all go down.
Right here, getting it back. Yo, baby.
Complexity Casuals, Team Liquid, 100 Thieves. Team Liquid now, though, down 2. It's up to Gildersons playing around the knockdown shield and the dome together.
Oh, Monsoon and the PK shots followed up by the Bull, keeping Complexity's hopes
moving.
and dreams alive. Welcome one and all to the Dropship. Today we're celebrating another day of incredible group play here in our North American ALGS Pro League. I am joined once again alongside Fallout and Vicky Kitty. Fallout, I'm starting with you. Today's lobby is ESA-less, it's TSM-less. Does this mean that this is the time for these teams to really show what they can do in Pro League under the bright lights?
Yeah, you know, no TSM, no ESA. The big dogs are taking a break here. They'll be playing tomorrow. But, hey, NRG is one of the biggest dogs with the biggest bite. And guess what? They'll be competing alongside the likes of Complexity, Torrent, Sentinels, and so many more. I'm beyond excited for the action here and be reunited with my casting duo, Vicky. How you doing, girl?
I'm doing good. I'm super excited to see how this day is going to bring forward teams like Sentinels. Are they going to have the redemption shot? We're going to have to see. But I like to see how some of these Challenger Circuit teams have also been popping off. Can they continue that today in day number 5?
I love it. And those Challenger Circuit teams could be some of the teams you may not know as well, but don't worry, they are on the main stage now. Speaking of main stages, let's take a look at who exactly will be in this lobby. John, I'm looking at Space Station, I'm looking at Ghost, I'm looking at NRG, I'm looking at Vicky's Sentinels here. This seems like, while we don't see those, as we talked about, ESA, TSM, big heavy hitter crazies, I will say that this is not an unscary lobby.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Space Station has been kind of quietly performing. 9th place overall, tied with Complexity and Atlanta Premier in the Pro League here. So that's obviously crucial because all 3 of those teams that are on the fringe of top 10 qualification are in this lobby. That is really, really important to keep an eye on. And then, of course, take a look all the way down on the bottom left of your screen, CLG. They have been performing with this new roster. Malice Mamba and Nano, the 2 newcomers, rising stars of the ALGS, in my opinion. They've been playing so incredibly well alongside Vatro. I'm excited to see what CLG can do in this lobby as well.
Absolutely. In fact, the last time I was here at ALGS 2 days ago, they came out swinging. Absolutely. Speaking of swinging, let's talk about where they're going to be swinging through, and that, of course, means our map schedule. Now, as we know, this Pro League is a double round robin format. We are in the first part of that double round robin. That has us in match 1 through 3 in Storm Point. We love to see the pros go a little different on this map. And then, of course, the old favorite, the old reliable World's Edge coming in matches 4 through 6. And then, hey, here's a fun fact. When we get to our next round, we switch them up. So we start in World's Edge and we go to Storm Point. Certainly something to keep in mind, Vicky. It's definitely a fun way to switch up the Pro League play.
Yeah, you talk about some early 50-50s potentially coming out on Storm Point. We don't really get that look on World's Edge, but what I do like to see on World's Edge is the adjustability and just being flexible with these compositions, and I like to see more of the crypto. We even saw a glimpse at a Watson and crypto, maybe some of that APAC inspiration just in the first game yesterday. Are we going to see that going to Storm Point now, or are we going to see that adjustment stay consistent throughout Storm Point and World's Edge?
Well, speaking of seeing, you can do ALGS like never before, and that means seeing from multiple angles and multiple teams. Okay, here's what you're going to do. If it's possible to go into this multiplayer, that's what you're looking at here. 2-4 split screen. Oh my gosh. If you're watching on the Twitch ALGS channel, just click on that command center below the Twitch channel player near our follow button, hint, hint, nudge, nudge, and choose which perspective you want to follow. Here's the thing, gang. You are going to be able to see your favorite players, your favorite teams, and here's the kicker, hear them as well. In-game audio is certainly a way to level up your viewership. Perhaps you could be a pro viewer by watching here this multi-view. Exactly. And honestly, Vicky, multi-view brings a whole new thing when it comes to team comps, when it comes to finding out the strat right from the players' mouths.
Yeah, when I get to watch as a spectator, I absolutely love using that multi-view feature just so that way I could get some advice for those IGL rotations, and it's really good to actually improve your own gameplay. So bless multi-view. I absolutely love it, and I know you guys would too.
Well, speaking of that, now it's time to find out who the lovely Fallout and Vicky might have in their multi-view, because it's time to find out our teams to watch. Fallout, my friend, start us off right. Who do you got in your sights?
How could you not put NRG as the #1 first and foremost team to watch in this lobby? Start off a little slow in NA Pro League, and you even saw Sweet tweeting and saying, look, we're not going to do well this week in week #1, and they didn't. But week 2, they came out swinging, dominating the lobby, first place over the likes of TSM in a stacked lobby. In my opinion, that was actually the most stacked lobby we've seen so far. So Sweet, Nathan, Rocker, they're going to come out firing again today.
Yeah, kind of the opposite of what we're seeing so far from Sentinels. The Pro League champs, third in the playoffs. They had a fantastic first week in the Split 1. Second team, though, to die yesterday for both Game 1 and 2. They picked things up Game 3 and 4, but then were inconsistent and went back to being one of the first squads to go out for both Game 5 and 6. It's almost like how curse him after they punched him out in scrims. I know that this team has a capability of just making the comeback. I want to see more of Sentinels.
And of course, last but not least, might be surprised to see Complexity in here, but why would you be? They dominated and ended yesterday's performance with a stamp, a win from Monsoon, clutching a 1v2 with the PK. They're obviously, of course, playing with Muffins now. Reptar announcing he's taking a break from competitive Apex, so the twin brother of Shiny and the McCarthy brothers are back. First time they've competed together since the Fnatic days, and soon after that. Of course, Monsoon, one of the arguably most entertaining players in the game, ridiculously talented, ability to IGL, do it all. I'm expecting Complexity to come out swinging today as well and pick up wherever they left off.
Coming out swinging for sure. He's got some incredible teams, some incredible players on those teams. But the questions are, will those teams come out on top? Will our analysts be right again? Only time will tell. But don't worry, that drama will unfold in just a few minutes. And here's my favorite, sort of my somewhat favorite, somewhat not favorite moment of our pre-show.
I know why it's not your favorite moment.
You know what? Either way, Fallout, we'll get to you in a second, because I'm speaking of analyst predictions, of course. And Fallout, your pick is a little more complex than the rest of the field. There, I said it.
You know what I'm saying? Listen, last time all y'all fools went with NRG, I was the sole person to pick ESA. They came out hot and made history. All right? We're manifesting that same energy from my boy Monsoon and the Complexity Squad, who kind of needs it against this lobby of NRG and so many top teams. And look, a wise person once told me, you got to risk it for the biscuit. I'm risking it all. I'm saying complexity is going to come a little hot today. It's a little bit of a bold prediction. I know, obviously with the likes of NRG and Sentinels and other in this lobby, but I got to go with NRG with complexity. Vicky, obviously you're picking the easy choice. You're playing a little safe.
The easy. You know what? I was about to compliment you, Fallout, because actually watching Monsoon pop off the way that he did yesterday, that's such a good choice, especially going against the crowd. But you know what? The week that I was looking at Energy, it was the first week, and we know how Energy is with week number ones. They usually fall behind. It's almost like they're doing it on purpose to test the waters, to see how much they can just be more laid back before they just go all in. And now I'm confident with my pick. Hopefully, I do not end up biting my own words.
Lulling us into a false sense of security, Vicky. I love it. Absolutely. And I will say this. I was just looking on our records here. They went up against TSM and came out on top the last time they were in a lobby here. So let's not tell anybody that NRG is not warmed up, ready to go at this point. And, Fallout, we're taking a look. As you mentioned, we've got a couple of other teams that could play spoiler as well. Who else you got on your roster here for this lobby in Group B versus D?
Yeah, and I'm making this prediction. I got a couple other teams circled. I got the Atlanta Premier, and you might, to take a look at that team, formerly known as Premier GG, rebranded to Atlanta Premier, and say, who? Wait, what? Against NRG and complexity and the like? But look, they're playing well so far. Really, really consistent. I think the pickup of Asura was a great pickup from the Pittsburgh Knights. He's helped kind of round out this roster, bringing his expertise, his passion. That's probably one word I'd use to define Asura. Obviously, that interview we had many pro leagues ago really showcased that passion. Nothing but respect for him. So I think Atlanta Premier is a team you have to keep a close eye out for. And then a lot of our teams that are coming obviously from the Challenger circuit. I'm excited to see if RCO Esports or LMK are literally vibing. A TDG or Start a Fight can perform here and make some noise on behalf of the Challenger circuit teams. Vicky, you got any other teams you're looking out for?
I'm looking at Space Station. You highlighted Atlanta Premier. They both usually land in Launchpad, and I know we highlighted those early 50-50s like we had seen with ESA and Sentinels yesterday. At least Sentinels doesn't have to worry about ESA. Usually LMK lands at the mill, but what are these 50-50s going to bring for us in the early game here?
So many questions, so little time. Gang, it's been so much fun breaking things down here in our pre-show, but I'm going to go ahead and hand it off. The party is in your hands, you two. Enjoy ourselves because, of course, that drama unfolds with match number 1 in just a moment. I'm going to take off for a little bit, but I'll be right back.
Thanks so much, Kate, and let's get it, Vicky. We are back. Ooh. Match number 1 around the corner, kicking off ALGS Saturday, baby. Not only can you enjoy some Pro League gameplay, but Challenger Circuit's also going on as well. Again, I've been saying it, I got to keep saying it, manifesting. Shout out to my boy Nick Merckx and everyone else competing in Challenger Circuit right now, trying to earn a spot in ALGS Championships alongside these Titans. But for now, it's all about match number 1, and it's all about Groups B versus D. You highlighted SSG. They're going to be still dropping Launchpad. I believe where we're going to see Atlanta Premier dropping is going to be Command Center. Not sure exactly where they'll be dropping, but again, big shout out to Minus Tempo from TSM. Coach TSM has been giving us some kind of good info and at least the notes that he's taking. So I don't think we'll see a 50-50 there. Where we may see a 50-50, though, is Oxygen and E8 over towards the wall. E8's been getting that uncontested, but now they're going to have some competition in Oxygen. This is the first time these two groups are matching up. And then we will see Start a Fight and Scary, the LATAM team coming from Mexico. They'll be competing in Fish and Gale, so I'm excited to see that 50-50 and how they decide to play it. Something tells me Fish and Gale, they'll split the loot kind of evenly. At the wall, I do think we're going to see some fights.
Yeah, most definitely. And those north circles could be really tricky for some of the rotations that some of our teams take. I know that we usually see TDG just yesterday. They usually land at checkpoint, but so does Energy. And Energy is going to be able to take that over. TDG wondering where they're going to adjust and land instead. Like you highlighted, actually, Charlotte Phoenix usually sharing the other side. Oxygen wondering going to go down. RCO Esports, another team, though, that also lands in that no-name spot north of Jurassic Park. So does Complexity. So a lot of these early potential 50-50s or just essentially booting some of these teams off for them to actually determine where they need to adjust, where they're going to end up landing. I'm excited, though, Follow. Game number 1, here we go. I'm so glad to be back on the mic with you. It's been a while, actually. It feels like it's been a while, but it's only been like a week.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to it, my friend. Should be a good one as we're dropping in to Storm Point. Apex fam out there tuning in this Saturday. What's up? Hope y'all are doing great. Give us your predictions. Let us know your thoughts. And you already know I'll come to chat. Make sure to kick it with y'all. And always good to engage with the community and kind of hear what your opinions are. We know that Vicky, myself, T-Squared, and the likes are not the only analysts in this scene. So we want to get your take as well. We're going to kick things off with RCO Esports in a bit of an early engagement here over towards Barometer.
Yeah, this is what we were wondering about. Those early 50-50s, but RCO, they have the high ground. They do have some of those pokes, but they are just going to opt to just loot the rest of this eastern side of Barometer instead. And as they figure out their rotations here, just wondering where the circle is going to pull, it looks like they're pretty blessed out here, not having to traverse through too much ground to actually get inside that circle.
Yep, the question is, can they find a beacon to get intel as to where the next ring is going to be going? But it does look like ring will be a south-central type ring. Meanwhile, jumping over Scary, we talked about the early engagement they'll be in. They're going to be fighting against Start a Fight, and it looks like already Ganjamin has taken a little bit of damage, and not a whole lot in the shield category. They weren't able to find any blue shields, so they're going to be pretty light in that category. And if I'm the Start a Fight squad, I'm actually think I might want to do exactly that and start a fight against them.
Yeah, Start a Fight, Scary. Those are the two squads that usually try to share that spot like we were talking about before. But looking at where this circle is going to be pulling all the way towards the east, Complexity are going to be having a great time there. You can see Space Station, another one of our squads that we were highlighting before. They also have the beacon right there in Launchpad. So they're going to have that information for that next circle, which is a great look for Space Station so they can plan their early rotation.
Yeah, I mean, look at this. The fact that Complexity has been able to get one of the best drop spots in the game, central map, which means they can early rotate, and they're able to do a split drop and get even more loot before anyone rotates, and Monsoon is quite literally center circle right now, is amazing. You see Shiny making his rotation through. His twin brother Muffins will be doing the same thing. They might find themselves a fight against W here, but it looks like they'll be safe. They'll get themselves the best position, which is going to be that building very center of this circle, and they are in a really, really good spot here, Vicky.
Already 3 squads inside that next circle. You were highlighting W.
Yep.
This is a team that likes to play the edge, but this time around just actually opting to go into that final circle position right behind Complexity. This is going to get heated real fast, though. You can see some teams outside of that circle taking their time as Energy is going to start making their next move, wondering if they want to take that north side of the circle as there is that beacon that's inside that first circle that they could utilize, or if they're just going to opt to just go directly into Cascades Falls.
Yeah, a couple other notes. You did see Charlotte Phoenix making their rotation. They do drop in Stormcatcher. They made their rotation down and are already in the next ring as well. So early rotate teams are going to be well positioned. And here's what's interesting about North America compared to EMEA. In NA, there's some teams that simply just play edge, and they play edge for the sake of playing edge. It doesn't matter if it's Stormpoint or World's Edge. It's their play style. They want to fight and play the edge of the ring, which means they want to take their 3v3s if they can, or sometimes even more than that. But on Stormpoint, playing edge isn't necessarily as advantageous as it is on World's Edge, because it's a lot easier to get third-party. There is not as many kind of cannons and valleys and mountains that you can split fights in. So in Stormpoint, positioning is even more important. That's why we've seen ESA dominate. They've been able to get the best position on the map for free on Stormpoint because every other team is kind of busy playing edge.
And to highlight further on that point, too, you see a lot of teams taking their time outside of the ring here on Stormpoint, way more than what you would expect on World's Edge. So sometimes playing the edge of the circle isn't as passive as you may think here on Stormpoint, because you have a lot of teams that try to prioritize those longer rotations. As we take a look at Charlotte Phoenix, they have the information of that next circle thanks to that beacon that is right there next to them. Space Station actually making those pings, maybe noting that they themselves want to go for that beacon, but Charlotte Phoenix has already taken up that real estate.
Yeah, so we might have an engagement here between CLT and SSG, and this actually is a fairly clean fight. We do know that the two teams that drop Fishing Gale, Scary, and Start a Fight are probably just southeast of them, so they have to be a little bit cautious of third party. But again, the fight for beacon control between these two teams will be interesting, with a couple additional teams possibly rotating here momentarily. But right now, advantage Charlotte Phoenix. Meanwhile, I'd love to flip the other side of the map and kind of catch some of our edge teams. The teams playing from C-Note Cave. CLG is the team that drops C-Note Cave in this lobby. Sentinels is another team I'd love to check in on as well, dropping the mill. They're going to have a much more chance to breathe this time around, Vicky, because they're not going to have a very angry and ego-filled or prideful ESA squad trying to shut them down.
Very true here. TDG, though, in those fights, making that rotation. I'm wondering if those quick rotations may have come from Energy here, but it's a Trident team, actually. They had utilized that Trident to get right here, and now the face breach have already been unlocked. As Girl's actually on the Ash, but having to be careful, you're stuck between two players.
Yeah, it's going to be a good ulti coming through from Girl. She has to pop off right now. She's going to find one, gets the single. Can't she get the double turns? Turns two. And, of course, the black hole's going to come through as well. Girl is popping off right now. Manages to get the Phoenix kit as well. Tanner slays the new addition of this team alongside Tony substituting in, making an impact as well. And it's going to be TDG over Oxygen. Wow, what a play from Girl.
Kubsky forced to just run away, but actually sees that there's another player heading that direction, did not like what they saw, and Kubsky is quite literally the definition of one right there with only that one shield bar just fully loaded as TGG could help restabilize. Great start for TGG though. I know this is a team that definitely played extremely passive during the Challenger circuit, and they're changing up their composition. Like you said, they have a sub coming in, as Tanner is going to be filling in for Durango right here, but they have a lot of loot to work off of, and they have a beacon right there in case they really want to go for that, but they also have the Ashe passive that they can really utilize.
Yeah, and a gold shield in the hands of Tony. They are playing with confidence right now. I love that they took that fight with confidence. The call from Girl to take it. We'll, of course, break that down here in a moment because we don't even have a chance to breathe. We got ourselves another fight between Start a Fight and one other. It might be, I'm not sure which team that is. That's right next to them. We actually just jumped with them, but I missed it. But it looks like they'll just be engaging in some long-range poke here. Things will slow down.
Yeah, Rocker just took out Oxygen, by the way, so that's Oxygen being the first team out of this lobby started fight. With that redeploy, though, Matt Pickett just trying to reposition the rest of their team, but they're getting shot at the same time. Abe's losing their shield, but hopefully they can get out in time, though. They're going to cause some ruckus, and they have that Valkyrie passive to note if any other squads are within the area.
Matt Pickett, one of the most underrated content creators, pro players, in my opinion, in the Apex scene. He's been kind of a staple, been performing at a high level for a long time with various teams, playing with Crummy and Aves here. And they will find themselves solid repositioning over towards Antenna. But I don't know the lay of the land right now, how many teams are nearby. Something tells me there's quite a few teams already positioned in Antenna, so they'll have to be very, very careful. Nerf is the team that drops here, but we do know that they rotated early from what we saw earlier.
Yeah, Start a Fight now are going to be able to loot up. Oh, I love that gold extended heavy mag right there. It is nice to note that the heavy purple extended mag is inside of the replicator, as Sentinels are the ones in the Trident. They are done with it. They're making these rotations. I know you and I love to highlight a lot of these rotations that Stormpoint provides on these Tridents, specifically what we had seen from CLG in the past, but Sentinels taking a page out of that book and also going long here, taking their time as they do make that rotation.
Yeah, that's right. And this is one of those teams I was mentioning that just loves to play Edge. It's kind of part of their core identity, and they do it on World's Edge. They do it here on Stormpoint as well. Let's actually jump into a listen-in, though, with Sentinels to hear what their thought process is on this rotation ride with the Trident.
On the crafter? Alright, go straight. Go up to the launch pad. Like, up to the pad right there. And we'll get off here. You ready for the... There might be people here. Alright.
We killed them on their way in, you know.
That's what I want to do.
I just peek over the side of this mountain. Oh, never mind. This guy's just hard looking.
My dumb. Oh, where'd our car go? It like rolled down the fucking hill. They're still camping.
I'm getting charge rifled from across the map.
What a shitter in this guy when he gets on the crafter. What?
Let's get in the car. Hold up. Let me see what they're doing. Yeah, let's get in the car. Let's go. Come down to me. Go all the way up here into gas.
You can go like up in the cave and shit.
Up here, yeah. And then we're gonna Valcall, and I'm gonna see if we can get the spot. And if we can't, we're just gonna come back. Should watch out for this compound right here. There's gonna be a team here for sure. Let's Valcall right here when we heal. Wait, there's nobody at this building.
Just walk up.
Yeah. I don't think there is, at least. I'm not seeing anybody.
I'm just saying.
Can be ready.
Yeah, they could be ready. I'm gonna wait for you guys.
I'm just grabbing all the meds in this building.
I'm lagging like a bitch.
Yeah, that shit is annoying.
Are you ready? No, not riding. Is there a top floor?
Nah, I think it's just the roof.
Damn, okay. How many syringes and shit do we have? I have one medkit and one syringe. And I'm on gold.
5 syringes, 2 medkits.
I'll give you, I'm gonna,
let me get one each.
Wait,
yeah, let me get one syringe each.
I have 3.
Drop down here.
Syringe here.
Coming on the hill. Northwest.
Yeah.
Right on this rock.
See the Gibby? Shoot the Gibby. Cracked him?
His way.
Crack the other one too.
I'm going around. I'm going far right to this rock.
All right, I'm gonna hold our back real quick because we could any second be getting ratted on just like we did. Like we could have pulled up with the car.
They Valkyrie thing?
You have to be
Yeah.
very careful.
30.
I think they're blue,
Are they-
blue, purple. Oh, they
Yeah,
might
they
be
are.
sending us. Are they ubing us?
Nope. Car going.
They had third circle beacon, I believe, at Stormcatcher.
Yeah, they just landed on the.
Good to get some perspective from the Sentinels roster. And of course, if you want to watch the Sentinels roster rather than follow along just with us, you could do so with multi-view. Watch your favorite teams, players' point of view, included in their comms. So make sure to check the multi-view feature by clicking the Command Center button right next to the follow button below the Twitch stream, only on the Twitch channel. Of course, as we jump on board with CLG, they do normally drop C Note Cave, another team that's playing very, very hard edge. They find themselves basically walking a similar path that Sentinels just walked here.
Yeah, what is this Trident chaos that we are witnessing right now? Two squads, CLG just looking away, seeing that come out of left field. They can't even take some shots because there's a dome around it, but Space Station, they're getting landed on right now. Wondering if they were booted off from that high ground that they were originally in right now as they see this team land right in front of them. So many redeploys, but look how many teams have taken shop inside this building. It's 3 teams that are sharing that real estate.
Oh my goodness, madness. And we do know that Sentinels is one of them, so we might see a huge matchup and fight between Sentinels and Space Station, who are vying for top 10 right now in Pro League standings here in just a moment. On board right now with Dropped, keeping a close eye on this team right behind them and nearby, and actually going to get a potential for a good amount of damage there to initiate. It's Atlanta Premier.
Wondering if that was AGG that we saw on the bottom. That's one of the teams, one of our 2 all-Mexican teams who have been running that crypto here. It's Dexterity actually on the bottom. And look at this. Davis Wave, he has the fuse. Almost looking like Zera out here from Furia, trying to test out the fuse here on Stormpoint. I love that diversity in those compositions. CAP all over to the side, sharing that building again with Space Station, but they're just going to be taking some of these raw shots to wait out where that next circle is going because they don't have the ability to scan that beacon. It's not like these teams are running the crypto to be able to utilize that beacon without having to overextend here. So they're just forced to hang out in this building to see where that circle is going to be pulling.
Yes, we do have 3 teams. SSG, who drops Launchpad. We have Dexterity, who drops Shipfall, and then Atlanta Premier, who drops Command Center, all converging on the same rotation. And this might be an interesting rotate for them. Of course, this is they will have a Valkyrie as an option for a late rotate if they do decide to play a little bit more passive and avoid this fight. But the fact that they are center circle and they actually have the next ring here, so good intel coming through from our production team, this is a great situation for these teams that have rotated early at a launch pad.
Oh man, this is going to be so tough. Once these later teams come in from outside the circle, where do you share this space? It's going to be so difficult with so many teams already taking the high ground. That high ground platform on top of Launchpad is going to be the god spot for a lot of these teams. You're going to be put into the line of sight of a lot of the rotating teams, and Space Station, they note that, but they don't have a defensive character to really block out these doors. You don't see the Cossack as often on Stormpoint here. You mostly see it on World's Edge, so they're just checking out their doors to make sure no other team is going to try to contest them.
Yeah, and you're spot on. It's Atlanta Premier that currently holds that god spot on the high ground here of Launchpad. Kudos to them and Space Station making that rotation. I wonder where Charlotte Phoenix is, because we know they were kind of on the far side of Launchpad, and I don't know if they hit that beacon, were able to get the intel, but we know CLT is nearby, and then I'm actually confused about Complexity as well, where they were able to rotate. But for now, we're going to hold that thought here, because it looks like CLG's Nano got a kill on Ghost Gaming. So one member of Ghost is down. We're on board a W right now, making a very difficult rotation, but they will have the artificial cover coming through from the Dome Shield on Gibraltar. They'll play a nice little low ground, but they're going to be getting gate kept here by a team right in front of them. They're getting sandwiched right now.
This is one of the teams that have to play this from the low ground because the building's already been taken up, so they're just trying to look in both corners, but it could be such a tight-knit spot to be in. The fuse is on the other side, though, so you have to be careful here as those knuckle clusters are going to be coming out. It's going to be Dexterity who's on the other side right there. But W, yeah, just waiting out. We saw on the feed, though, Ghost in some trouble as 6 was taken down. CLG popping off out here already with that 2KP. TDG, we saw them earlier, absolutely going crazy, taking care of Oxygen Esports. I'd like to see how much slower the gameplay has been, though, as a lot of these teams are still rotating from outside the circle. CLG, though, have been ruthless, still pinging so many other players from other teams.
And they could potentially, if they got more damage here, they could potentially take this fight if they were able to get at least a knock, because there's obviously a few teams nearby that, but they could get those 3 KP and then work their way back into ring with the Gibraltar Dome Shield. It looks like they're wisely going to just take a minute to reset. It's actually going to be an Ash right in front of one. It's complete madness right now. Absolute warfare here, as it's going to be a Gibraltar that goes down early, start a fight, eliminated. They're the second team out.
Oh, Atlanta Premier also finding some knocks himself. So has Space Station Gaming, though, as a fine Ganj man. Nizel and CLG are hugging this corner. I like this spot because they're out of the line of sight of a lot of other teams. But once this circle closes, they know that circle is going to be by their backs here. So they're just going to be able to play this as some natural LOS that they can hide away from some of these teams. And they're taking their time, too. I love the way that CLG's been playing as a redeploy is happening right in front of their face.
Yeah, a couple late Valk ults coming through. Sentinel's actually one of them. And of course, the ultimate defense bombardment's going to come down from Gibraltar. Lou's going to get down to about 50 to 100 total HP, but luckily has the gold shield. Going to Lou back up. E8 finds himself in a fight, though. Nice PK cracks. Going to get great damage in, but the Gibraltar shield's going to be enough to keep him alive for now. Golden gets taken out, and E8 is eliminated. Looks like LMK might follow.
That bombardment was absolutely huge right there, clearing not only so much space, but also helping take care of Elevate right here. As Torrent are the ones making their way through. Rambo having to be careful, doesn't have much of a shield to work with, but Sentinels are dancing around this dome. They have the redeploy, but they won't even have to use it as they clear up so many of these squads. The Bangalore gets taken out. That's Torrent that get taken out of the lobby.
Crust with the flatline, picks up 2, but guess who's nearby? It's NRG. They hear the fight. They want a third party and clean this up, and they're going to do exactly that. This is massive. NRG's going to be rewarded with so much loot. The shield swaps, solid positioning from them, and they, of course, are going to see the defensive bombardment come through and skirt their way out, wait for that to subside, and then go right back in for the loot. Senox is able to barely survive, but nice job by NRG coming in and cleaning up.
Solid positioning and solid timing right there for that fight. Yeah, and you can see the Spitfire in the hands of Sweet. That is such a terrifying sight, but they're going to be able to loot up nice, and they're going to be able to hang out on this north part of the circle. We see a crypto drone wandering around, wondering if that's AGG somewhere about, but NRG are going to be able to utilize this rock to get out of the line of sight of those squads who are already situated inside those buildings here.
And Vicky, that's kind of like, as a caster, low-key heartbreaking. Can I tell you why?
But yes.
Sentinels and what Crust just did to stay alive when they had no business winning that fight. Sentinels. All right, Torrent's coming through with the third party. Had the initial damage. Sentinels was weak, and this man Crust pops off at the flat line and doesn't get rewarded. He gets rewarded with the third party coming through from NRG, coming in to clean things up. Very, very depressing if you're a Sentinels fan. But hey, good job from NRG capitalizing on the opportunity. Disgusting play from Crust right there. That was almost as nasty as Girls 1v2 we saw earlier.
Yeah, can I return this Christmas gift? I don't like this. Instead, you know, Energy is the one that's rewarded here with a gift right in front of them. I mean, look at this. They have a care package, a G7. So you're going to tell me right now, Energy is going to be rocking the Spitfire and potentially a G7 on top of that? I mean, that's almost like what we actually saw yesterday with ESA. ESA had a very similar weapon loadout if they could cover multiple angles, but it doesn't look like they're actually just going to commit to that right now. They do see a team right in front of them. They don't want to give up this position either.
Yeah, they check out their Christmas stocking, and there's nothing but coal in there. It's a G7 Scout. You know what I'm saying? They're thinking they're getting blessed. They're thinking they're getting a Christmas gift here, and they get themselves nothing but a G7 Scout, which looks like they're not going to take here in this late game. Obviously, Circle getting smaller and smaller. G7 Scout not going to be super viable in this late game. On board is Sweet, trying to get some damage in if he can. Still rocking that Spitty. We've seen him pop off with it quite a bit. Let's go ahead and jump right into a listen-in, though, with NRG and hear what the madness is like.
No wreck. Huh?
Wait, there's a team on the hard right. I'm gonna look at
Yeah,
that.
they are. I'm trying to look at that, but I'm just getting shot at.
Can someone look at our left too?
Yeah, I'll hold the left. I'll hold the left. I'll hold the left.
Beam down on him. Oh my god. Like 220 damage on that team on the right.
I'm looking. Ball cracked.
I have Valkyrie in 2 seconds. In 2 seconds.
Yeah, I'm nading spamming them now.
Valkyring it.
Cracked 2, cracked all 3.
Flash, all
cracked all 3, cracked all 3.
I'll ult him after.
Yeah, that's a great ult, great ult. Keep watching
I need to grab
we don't get
ammo.
around the building.
Yeah, they're just chilling on the building right now.
We need to kill this team on the right. That's our play. We are taking that spot.
I ulted.
Yeah, get ready to TP on them if we get knocks. Break that. I broke it. I'm out of bats almost.
Hitting them.
Here.
Cracking them.
Nice, get ready. Group up, get ready to dash TP. Ready on me, already on me. I'm doing it short. Try to save your buff if possible, Rocker. On me now, on the string. Shit on. All that. Wait here.
There's swaps if you need them.
Kevin aids.
There was a team. There's still a team in front of us. Holding the open right here on the left.
I think they're a duo. I think there might be a duo.
Yeah, they might. The little bit that died earlier might be their teammate.
I'm dropping my only bat. I have a gold now.
They're dropping a bat.
Okay, what's safest to walk in here? Just in the middle? The left rocks aren't in. I think we just walk in on the left and we just play.
I think it's a duo, maybe. I think
it is. I'm pretty sure one of them died.
I have 2 nades in Valkyrie.
I'm walking up right now.
Wait, one cell. I'm gonna queue it.
Where are they?
Right here on the left, on the lower head glitch. I'm Valkyring it for you.
Like on the box or the stairs?
Right here on in the corner.
The box, they're gonna scramble.
I'm walking up.
Crack them both, 100. Both 100, Nate, kill them.
Kill one. It's 3 man. 1 HP on Ash.
Ash is
Kill
one.
two.
Come back.
Team
Fine,
team
Ash.
team
Duo.
I'm reloading.
Not bubbling,
Bubble rocker, bubble here.
Yeah. Bubble that.
I armor swap that.
We need to kill this team. I threw up downs on their
Ash is one.
Crack them all.
Last guy. Nice.
Back to me in turn.
Okay.
I'm Phoenix
back.
kidding. I don't have any big kills.
I'm popping him back.
Can you guys shoot while I hold?
I'm dropping back here.
Okay.
I'm gonna hold in a second. 126 on the right.
Just hold. Look left for KP on both sides. Guy, right, left side. Can we kill this rocker for KP?
Yes.
One Ash. Almost cracked.
Cracked him 88. He's 1 HP.
Got him.
Nice.
Back up now. Get heals and back up. We don't want to over push and get flanked.
Just look
No,
right.
Nate, you can stay up there. Nate, you can stay
Yeah.
up there. Rocker, get up there with them right now. I'm gonna play down low. You guys are both playing on the head glitch.
Careful up top, Nate. Careful up top.
I'm gonna watch your guys.
130 on top.
I killed one here. Right here.
To my right.
Yeah,
I'm
I need to
fine,
fold
though,
on and pop it back.
Yeah, careful the team above.
Popping it back.
Okay, later in this game, boys, we're walking up on.
NRG! The NRG way! Fallout, what the heck did we just witness? The grenade tosses, the air grenades! They are so on point with these follow-ups!
Vicky, if you look up perfect Apex Legends in the dictionary, you'll see that clip. What we just saw, the entire listen, and NRG playing so incredibly well, but we'll see if Charlotte Phoenix, with Ultimate High right now, can try and get some KP here and maybe sneak away a victory. But the way NRG's playing, I don't think it's going to happen. They have such good loot, so many boxes to shield swap from. NRG was absolutely blessed, but played it to perfection. Sweet turning the corner with that Spitfire, salvating for nothing but kills. But for now, we're going to jump on board with Unlucky. It's Casellos, Kodagami, and Senpai finding themselves with a black hole nearby. Good shots coming through with the Mastiff. He cracks for 52, and it looks like it will be Unlucky getting a little lucky here in this 3v3 fight.
Oh, Unlucky though. Do they have time to get Senpai back up? They are going to be able to. CLG over to the other side. Just Mamba playing this as a solo, just sharing this real estate with energy off to the left. This is going to be so scary. We saw Charlotte Phoenix. They're in the God spot, but right now with the way that energy's playing, they could definitely just swipe this up if they manage to get Rocker back in. See Nathan now trying to go for a reposition as Sweet's going to be able to get that res, just utilizing that as some makeshift time. But you see Nathan now trying to give him some of that backup. He's got the deploy, but he just needs to get this knock.
I love the playmaking from Nathan, but it's not going to be enough. He's last alive, and they will get taken out 4th place for NRG, but the amount of KP that they picked up is immaculate. On board now with Space Station, Denial, and dropped. Last 2 alive. The black hole's perfect. You see the Jimmy trying to run away, but cannot due to the pressure, and it's all up to drop tier as Gibraltar. Let's see what he can do in this fight. 15 points, 3 squads remain. It's going to be Complexity. Complexity is here. Drops down to 2 HP. He gets taken out, and Complexity profits. It's COL versus Unlucky.
Unlucky here, they're making waves and they're trying to do it again like they did just yesterday right now. Casellos has been popping off and they have the high ground. They have the advantage here. They're going to be able to take their time. You can see how much KP this entire squad already has. 6 kills, and if they take this dub, that's going to be an additional 12 points for them.
Plus, they have shield swaps for days. Here comes Complexity trying to see if they can shut down this team. They need some Sky Nades. They need to heal up ASAP. If anyone's going to do it, it's going to be Monsoon. He connects for 1, gets the 2nd shot, but it's not enough. Unlucky will be your champion of game number 1. Vicky, that was the best display of Storm Point, the best endgame I have ever seen.
And one of the best listen-ins that I have been able to tune into, listening to Energy make their calls, make their rotations, hear out their plans. You and I were talking about it while we were listening in. What could their next game plan be? Yeah, Charlotte Phoenix had the high ground on top of that platform where the beacon is, but we knew that that circle was going to pull away from that platform, more towards that right side by the crates that Energy was just taking that space from. But what a performance that all those top 4 squads were able to do, and with so much KP at that at the same time. But Unlucky is the team to take game number 1.
Look at the kills, 11 for NRG. They get 16 points total, so they'll be in 2nd place overall behind Unlucky, who got 9 kills in 1st place themselves. Complexity silently made it. I was actually wondering when we were in the mid game there, I'm like, where the hell is Complexity? They were the first to rotate. They were center circle, and they actually rotated early. We didn't see how they rotated, but they found themselves one of the best positions. Didn't get a lot of kills at the end, but made it to 2nd place and took home 13 points. Space Station game with a solid 7-7 for 14 points overall, as well as CLG picking up quite a bit of points alongside Charlotte Phoenix and Sentinels getting the KP to get it done, Becky.
11 kills for Energy. Are you kidding me? What a way to make a statement. Yeah, you get 4th place, but that's so much KP. That's so much points already being able to build up for Energy. RCO Esports out here, though. They're going to be falling through in 11th place, but they secured 5 kills. Really good look here for RCO Esports, one of our Challenger Circuit teams as well. Takes those really good placement points here, Fallout, to be able to make the comeback. But looking how unlucky it was able to do there, having to play that position was so scary. A lot of these teams, actually, in that late circle, were playing very passive, trying to play maybe more confident, but it seemed more scared in comparison to what we were hearing from Energy.
Kodagami, Senpai, and Casellas. Kodagami was the last name of the first girl I ever dated, by the way. So this is how you just know. This is how you just know there's some good juju here. You know, some good vibes. But popping off here overall, about 1,000 damage each. Really, really solid game from Unlucky. That is, the three of them have been competing in ALGS for a very, very long time. It's good to see them finally making their debut in Pro League, at least, and having a chance to compete alongside the big ones. But what was really interesting there is Atlanta Premier in the leaderboards, Vicky. They did not do a whole lot. I'm going to call a spade here. I'm going to say it like it is. They got absolutely embarrassed in that 3v3 fight against NRG. It was insane what NRG did to them.
Absolutely. The follow-ups, again, I have to highlight, was insane. I also want to just put a spotlight to Unlucky, because Unlucky, just yesterday, they were doing so well. I believe overall they ended in 6th place in the same lobby as 100 Thieves, who were popping off that day. ESA, of course, also as consistent as ever. They finished in overall 6th place, and they were unable to win a game in that lobby. Now they win game number 1 here on a different day, and you can only imagine what is Unlucky thinking right now? What are these adjustments that they were able to bring into a new day?
Yeah, and they do drop North Pad, where they, I think, were originally going to be contested with Ghost, but I think either they or Ghost switched their drop spots. I'm not sure where Unlucky dropped. We'll, of course, take a look at the overhead map here in a couple games to tell you and break down exactly where they're going to be dropping. But I'm not sure where their drop spot was. I'll be interested to see next game, and maybe we can start off with them to see where they're dropping and why they're able to find so much success on that rotation. But kudos to them. They found a great spot. They performed very, very well. And that tunnel they were fighting in, they won that first fight when we switched to them, is actually one of my favorite spots on Storm Point. Shout out to the level designer there. I love simple designs. The 3 boxes means you can play Ring Around the Rosie, some good cover in those fights, and it's a fun place to fight. Unlucky, obviously, was the benefactor of exactly that. But hey, that's going to be it for game number 1, a high-octane first game to kick off ALGS Saturday. Hope you're enjoying it at home. When we come back, we'll have game number 2, Gaskin and Rain Day, right after this.
Monster Energy, the official Energy Legends Global Series.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to your ALGS Match Day 5. We are live with a casting duo that has not been around, well, I guess as long as Stormpoint, basically, Dan. We've had to wait until they added a new map to allow us to talk about it, but it's a pleasure to be here with you, brother. I know you've been casting a lot as well over the last couple of days with Mark and Onset, and just getting into it after Game 1, I mean, we're seeing teams play, even though it's a new map, at an incredibly high level.
Yeah, it's amazing to see how the teams have transitioned to Stormpoint and how they've developed their strategies, realizing which kind of places they need to play, what are the ideal drop spots, how you want to approach endgame circles. And that NRG listening and the way they played that was amazing. Really just capitalizing on certain areas, on teams just cowering in corners. But yeah, Rain Day, it's a pleasure to cast alongside you. We had some issues when it should have happened in previous tournaments where I had issues. I was ill, then the internet went out, and God knows what could have happened. So hopefully, fingers crossed, nothing happens today.
I mean, it's like, the next thing is you would have gotten evicted from your apartment today, and then somehow, we got to push it back again. No, thank God it actually happened, and Dan is safe. He has paid his rent on time, thanks to all of the shows that he constantly does. My man casting all over the place, but it's great to settle down in here, man. I kind of want to hit a theme first going into it. Obviously, NRG, that gave us one of the best listen-ins I think we've seen. But as a kind of a story of NRG, a slow start and a build, have they finally hit their pace now?
Yeah, I mean, when we spoke to Sweet in an interview, not yesterday, but the day before, got to try and get my days right now as this week just merges into one. He was saying that, week 1, they weren't going to be that great. They hadn't played that much Apex. They were off having fun on Elden Ring or whatever you're going to play nowadays. But when they started playing again, when they started practicing, they're feeling on top of the world right now. You can hear it in their communications. They're on the same page. They know exactly how they want to play. And sure, they only got 16 points, but I say that because they still managed to finish second with Unlucky getting, of course, that first place as well as the points they were able to pick up from KP. So I think the Energy are back. I think that we have definitely got to put some respect on their name once more. There was a lot of question marks over their head after week 1. Are they going to be ever competing and playing at the same level that they once did? And I think they've answered those skeptics now, and we'll see what they can do here in match day number 5.
And we are here looking at Game 2 coming up in just a moment. These are your leaderboards for Game 1. Obviously, SSG, NRG, doing a great job up top. We see Atlanta Premier team we've been talking about, putting themselves in good positions. We've seen TDG, the likes of Girl, gone caster to pro, playing with Tanner the Legend and Tony. Tanner Slays. It's been great to see some of these new names show up and really make an impact in the pro scene already. And it tends to be that aggressiveness is kind of their theme, Dan, instead of maybe some of the most passive play you might expect from somebody new in such a crazy environment.
Yeah, calculated aggressiveness, doing it at the right time when you notice that there is a team that is weak and you can take that spot off of them. That was the biggest takeaway I had from NRG's listen-ins. There's a team over there, we can take that spot, they are vulnerable, and once we've taken that spot, we also get all those resources. We can work with the crates that are going to be dropping once we kill them, so this is where you need to find aggression. It was something I was saying yesterday about ESA and why they had so much success, is the way that they prioritized fights, but also backed out of certain engagements that they didn't need to take, and that happened with Sentinels. Sentinels against ESA yesterday was a big matchup that we knew was potentially going to happen, but now Sentinels are a little bit more comfortable here on Stormpoint because they don't have that 50-50 drop. They are just going to be able to take the mill for themselves, and I'm expecting to see some big pop-off games. But this was the fight I was initially talking about from NRG, pushing that 3 who were uncomfortable, hiding behind those pills, taking that position off them, and then also getting the loot.
And it was calculated, too, because we saw, with the Ash, the potential to dive on comps that are low. It's extremely exponential versus what it's been before this character was released in Apex. But it was also understanding that Ultimate was ready, but waiting and trying to conserve. We're going to play aggressive, but on my swing. We're going to wait, even though I have 75% health, and we clearly have knocked them down to no shields, and probably one about to go down. I'm going to get that last shield cell off, then we're going to do it. That ability to kind of walk the tightrope, right, of what needs to happen, but also what doesn't need to happen that could risk too much is what I like NRG heading towards. In fact, the thing to me that I'm noticing the most, Dan, is listening in. When I watched them in match day 2, the listen-ins were silent. It was 2 of the most notable listen-ins I think we've had. It was complete silence and then completely frantic and yet poised conversation. And so it seems to be that is also an energy shift for NRG.
Yeah, they know what kind of communication they need to be putting out there and when, right? It's never pointless comms. It's never just shouting, cracked, one shot, cracked. That's all of my teammates I've ever teamed with in any video game, I think. And yes, that is calling out Onset because that's how he communicates to me. But no, just small talk is so important in FPS titles. You've got to be communicating to your team where you're going, what you're thinking, what you're looking at, where you're going to be pushing. And as long as you don't flood those comms with, as I say, the pointless one-shot calls, then you are going to be feeling a lot better as a team in how you approach any sort of team fight. And NRG is a great example of that. Many other teams also do similar things in the ALGS. And remember, you guys, if you want to listen to comms from other teams, you can do so with the multi-view. Just click the command center and you can get involved on that front, and you can get a deep dive into how some of these teams communicate.
Just loading up game 2, about to start in a moment. Rainday and Gaskin on the call, waiting for things to get settled into the lobby. Then we're going to dive right in for all you patiently waiting. But we have a little time to kind of settle in and talk. And you know what, Dan? I mean, listen, it's kind of like the players knew, all right, Rainday, Gaskin, it's their first time casting. They need to catch up. They need to catch up. We need to talk about some things. We need to relax, get into the rhythm. So, you know, in many ways, they're doing this for us. But I've always been fascinated by the diversity that has been coming through in this season. The amount of characters we're seeing, and I'm watching Twitch chat and I'm watching the reaction. This is the most not only variable legend picks that we've seen over the course of a singular Apex Legends split with Loba, Horizon, Fuse, Ash, Wraith still coming into some lobbies. But it's also, I think, the most interesting. And how have you seen that play out, too? Because there's been some favorable legends at the start. Seems like Ash has been completely cemented in it with the Valk, mostly Jibby combo. But there's still the Horizons out there. How are you kind of dissecting that in your own terms?
Yeah, I think because of the verticality on Stormpoint, that's why we've seen such a diverse meta, especially in comparison to World's Edge, and I love it. I love seeing different legends being used and certain players getting the ability to outplay another just using vertical movement, like through Horizon, for example. ESA really prioritizing Horizon on their picks, and boy, do they look good because of that. And it trickles down as well. It's not just competitive Apex, but it also trickles down to the more casual Apex. You'll start to see some of these legends being used because people see their favorite players being played in the ALGS, and they're saying, all right, well, if they're playing a Caustic, I'm going to try a Caustic. And yes, it's your fault, competitive players, that I have to go up against Caustics every single time in matchmaking. But, you know, Caustic's found his place as well, especially in World's Edge. We're seeing how important he is in some of these endgame circles, but I think that things are going to constantly shift and develop, even though, you know, there's always going to be the approach of we want to keep this game fun for everyone, and it's not just competitive, it's important for the casual environment as well. Naturally, we'll see nerfs, we'll see buffs, we'll see new legends come into the fray, we'll see legends dip out. Maybe one day we'll see no Gibraltar, but for now, it's all Gibraltar.
Yeah, and that's really, I think, the pinnacle. We haven't seen the shift in the staple legend, maybe the keystone of the keystone log that might let the whole dam start flowing down again with quick pace. And with quick pace, you see the drop ship coming up, ladies and gentlemen. Match 2 is getting underway on Stormpoint. We've got 3. And we got 3 on World's Edge in the day. And it's going to be up to these teams to separate themselves. So far, we've seen a lot of play from SSG and NRG. We've seen some incredible play from Unlucky as well, taking the first game. Can they do it again? Will we see a variety of legends? DXT running the Fuse. How will that work out? Will it make the impact that we're looking for? Well, we'll have to find out here because there's an early impact. And it's Aves on the Mozambique, not the weapon that you would want right now, but Crummy on the Ash has a chance to try to pick it off. And Crummy will go down. It's scary, cleaning up the 50-50. That's never how you want to start. Well, at least if you're on the losing team's perspective.
Well, they're named Start a Fight, and perhaps they did start a fight, but unfortunately will be the first team to be eliminated out of this lobby, and as you say, that's not where you want to go. Unlucky already making a quick movement as well here. Perhaps they are recognizing someone else is in the vicinity, or just trying to take advantage of extra loot that is available to them, really spreading themselves out across the map here in Stormpoint. Just touching on Unlucky, I think we heard this from Vicky as well as the game ended. They had an amazing day yesterday, even though they finished around 5th. When you look at the lobby that was involved in some of the games they were able to pull out, I'm not surprised that they come into today filled with confidence and they're able to pull out that victory. And I think they are going to be a squad we have to keep an eye on for the rest of this season.
Well, it's a thing like, how about Duplex talking about what are you going to do, you know, after ESA, you know, congratulations, you know, go look at tape. And that's the difference. When you do well, it's not about slowing down, accepting it. It's about moving into the next level, and it seems like they've definitely looked at what they did well and are applying it today. Winning game 1, we have a chance to check out the drop spots here. It's going to be a south circle on the southeastern side. Fish farms, Gale Station, launch pad, all involved. And that is going to mean, for teams like NRG, a lot of room to cover. But it's also going to mean that teams like Complexity, who, Fallout has picked to be kind of the new star heading into today with the roster swaps, to have a good chance, again, at getting into a good spot and having an impact in that final circle.
As we've learned through the weeks of Storm Point that we've been commentating over and seeing these players play, these circles are a little bit more predictable than what you would see in World's Edge. It does seem like there is a bit more of a pattern where it kind of goes into that deep pocket. So we are going to be heading towards fish farms, you'd have to imagine. Maybe we'll see some teams bank on going in Gale. Just if they're too late to get into the buildings in fish farms, then you go for the closest POI or the closest building that you can find. I would not be surprised if we see a lot of Valcolts being used in the early to mid game. As I say that right on cue, Complexity are already making their move.
Early Valcolt for sure. You're going to see him in the next 20 seconds or so. That's basically when they line up in terms of the ultimate charge rate. And big deal for her, having that mobility. Trident's huge part of this game. One of the differences between Storm Point and, of course, World's Edge and Complexity, no stranger to it. Definitely a strategy here is also they're getting pinged away. Monsoon only on a white, has to be careful. They're actually going to dome up that Trident just to make their escape safe.
Very important that they quickly get to these buildings as well. They are prioritizing the deep pocket that I was talking about, getting in early, and they know full well you don't want to be caught out in no man's land when you are in one of those Tridents. I've seen some very unfortunate things happen to those teams who leave themselves in those positions and just get drilled in the side over and over by teams. But Complexity, they've got to their desired building nice and early. They may even decide to move a little bit further if there is another building they could occupy, but as we can see, lots of teams making this move.
All Glory Gaming also with a crypto. Didn't look like they had the best resources there, especially Monsoon on the white. He's going to have to farm that up quite a bit. Crypto ultimates could start to wreak havoc on their game plan, especially resource denial. But Jaguares holding his side. They've got the Trident to play a little bit of cover, maybe realizing this was a little too dangerous of a spot. It certainly was. Jaguares, they see Complexity and they don't see anything else after that. Nice down and a good fight from aggressive play by COL.
They got absolutely obliterated. I hate to laugh, but it's one of those where they just got stuck between a rock and a trident, and unfortunately they were not able to move whatsoever. Atlanta Premier, another team who's been able to move early here. They have been pinged, so they have been given their position away, and Crook is going to have a lot of responsibility, with this charge rifle, just kind of beaming everyone who walks within a vicinity here down towards Fish. A lot of the teams who were kind of far out that you were speaking of as well, those who are going to have to move quite far across this map rain day, I would imagine they won't go for one of these buildings. They're more likely to play edge at this point, so we might see some scuffles on the edge of this circle as it comes in the next 3 minutes.
And DXT as well, what a powerful team to be in such a powerful spot, because the Fuse is essentially unlimited grenade pressure, unlimited. And it's one of those things that I love, especially in wide open circle areas where Fish farm, but they also have these wide open lake areas where supposedly fishing is supposed to be done maybe on a more casual day rather than when everyone's trying to take each other out here in match 2. But it's definitely beneficial to even trap some of those teams. Gibraltar bubbling, Fuse ultimate on top of that, keep them exactly where they are, keep the pressure alive, and I think that's something that resource-wise for these early rotation teams they're going to have to deal with, especially Complexity already in there.
Yeah, it's another legend that can, come into the fray, and there's these niche moments where they can actually win a game. And certainly Fuse is very annoying to play against in certain scenarios, but there will be some teams who argue you'd rather have a different legend in that environment. So it's all about preference. At the end of the day, we kind of have a decent pool now of legends to use, but CLG, they made their move, they used the Trident, they found a little bit of cover, and it looks like they're happy to work with this so far, but there are teams staring them down.
Yeah, with a charge rifle, not in hand. Malice Mamba, we've seen him use it quite a bit. Long distance pressure is not going to be available to him. He's got the gold shield. That's at least a bit of respite, but they're getting Gibraltar defensive bombardmented here. It is not looking good. CLG under immense pressure. They're going to lose Vatro. Nano, he's not alive, or he won't be for now. Mamba, he's got the gold shield, so he's the only one surviving this onslaught. He's going to make it out, but can he get the revive? Is it another defensive bombardment? Oh my goodness. Dan, they were clearly wanted out of the lobby by a couple of teams.
And this was my worry. This was why I was saying those teams who are a little bit further out the circle probably won't try and get in fish farms at this point. They won't even try and get into the center of the circle and should play edge, because that's going to happen. All these priority positions would have already been taken because it's such an easy early rotate when we see circles like this. They probably thought they had enough cover there, to be honest, and maybe weren't expecting the team on the cliff side. I think that was the real thorn in their side, because not only were they being looked at by the buildings, but then there was an angle that was up above them. A frustrating scenario, that's for sure, but maybe a lesson learned for them. But that is going to be an early exit, and we're already down to 17 squads. As teams like NRG, the late movers, they still have a lot of room to work with here. They've still got a lot of time as well, just to sit on edge, wait, assess the competition, and decide where they want to go.
Interesting with Storm Point and the way we looked at last circle. They were at about round 4 or about round 3 with 19 squads remaining. And 10 of them were outside of the circle. 9 were playing inside that final zone. And it's just such an interesting dynamic to see the differences in North America, in EMEA, up here on Barometer. Synox and the rest of Sentinels feeling comfortable. E8 still in zone as well. Talk about playing edge. We've seen this a lot, Dan. Just an incredible almost increase. I'd say it feels 25% of an increase in teams willing to stay out in those farther zones for longer on a map like this.
Well, people are realizing the importance of just getting a couple of points via placement, right? Get into top 15, secure yourself 1 free point, essentially, just by staying in the zone for a little bit longer. Sure, it might not be a strategy that will win you a game, because you're probably going to lose out on those quote-unquote god spots, but you are going to find a little bit of consistency by constantly getting to the latter stages, whether that be top 15, top 10, and it's about what you do from there. So, because you have enough meds now, because there is a good loot pool on this map, you can survive in that red, you can play this way, and as you say, it has just increased heavily throughout the ALGS.
And you got to be in the right spot to get lucky, right? So at least if you're in the top 15, you got a chance. You're in the top 10, you got a bigger chance. So trying to at least survive, let some of these teams who maybe aren't the same type of 3v3 fighting squads as Sentinels or Complexity have a better chance to get the job done and maybe get a little lucky heading towards the back end of the game. It's 2 rounds almost finished here, about 2 minutes to go before we hit round 3. 17 squads still up. We've got a southern circle and fish farm, so you can notice the map here is still a lot of teams moving, playing edge, but it's still quite big. Early rotations has been the name of this circle more so than in match 1. OXG just sitting on the triple take here and holding ground.
And just to go back briefly to the kind of increase in people playing in the red zone, I think we see it more on World's Edge as well, because with some of the unpredictable shifts we've seen in final circles, people would rather let others go for those priority positions early and get it wrong, and then play naturally into the final circle, which actually forces some of those teams who are early rotating to get out of their hidey holes, and then you have an almost even playing field by that point. So it's a risk either way. You either wait for that final circle outside and on edge and you have to risk yourself getting in, or you play the early game by getting into a priority position, so you think, and then have that circle pull away from you, and that's a risk because sometimes you can be punished. However, here on Storm Point, as I said and alluded to earlier, it's a little bit more predictable. That's why we've seen so many early rotations, and that's why we're not seeing that many fights at the moment, because we did see so many early movers. But with 1 minute left until Ring 2 starts to close, we are going to see more teams be forced closer to one another.
And that's kind of the rub. The early movers, if they move early enough, they get into the right spot. But Sentinels, they're starting to get close. They're taking an eye on the skyward dive just to see where teams are located. They find hopefully a bit of respite, but I don't know if they know exactly where they're diving into. There are a lot, and I mean a lot of teams in this area. You could already tell from the fire, trying to find a spot to land. They may have to get aggressive here, Dan.
Yeah, this is not looking fun whatsoever, and that's where you need the bubble to come down, and you've got to fight your way out of this situation. Sentinels know they need to take an engagement, but here comes the Fuse ultimate, but they're out of there.
Yeah, phase breach to get away. They're doing everything, and Synox, look at that. He's going to go down. They might just have to lose him, abandon Synox here, and try to pressure the team inside enough so that they do not push. But Cross taking a full arc star there. They know his shield's just gotten broken. This is not looking good. They're out of resources here as well. They've got a missile swarm, but that's not enough pressure, and it's just going to be Cross again with the gold shield, just like we saw with CLG, surviving that onslaught enough to maybe say, hey, AP, Crook, Asura, it's not worth it. Now they get banged. Asura, he's in trouble, so that might have just been Lou and Crust saving grace there to survive.
surrounded by 3 other teams, and for those teams it was quite literally shooting fish in a barrel. They were taking a little bath, they were getting grenaded, they were getting shots left, right and centre. It was almost like a Batman movie with a whiz bang and a pop. But they do just about survive, and they can now refocus on where they go. They could just hold out and hope no one pushes them, and because there are so many teams in the vicinity, likelihood is no one's going to try and capitalise on that free KP, because it is not worth it to put yourself in a situation where you can then be drilled by someone else nearby.
Oh no, and look at, I mean, just look at the damage that they've been able to farm up as well. Sung only 8 on that charge rifle, but you can guarantee he's been utilizing that so well for the rest of his team to make sure they're all 3 on purples. Again, one of the early rotators, including Complexity here. They have controlled the lobby, and they are rocking the only fuse in this lobby, and that pressure is just never ending. So Sentinels, they got into a lot. Maybe a mobile respawn beacon. They do have the banner, so it could still be happening. But look at this. Team approaching on the side. It's a bubble fight. They're going to have to get involved. And this is just EXT trying to play a little bit of spoiler here and pick up some KP. And with the fuse, you expect they're definitely going to do some damage. And that's just, I think, Asura, who might have been trying to go ahead and see if Sentinels were still there, forced back. And Asura is going to go down by Ganjamin in the process to a charge rifle.
Yeah, they were having a little sneak peek, weren't they? Having a sniff around. Not only just for the free KP, but also I think they're a little bit worried about these players of Sentinels, because they could be the biggest threat to them as a team of 2 who have to do something at some point. They might do something a little bit risque, you know, and they might end up pushing this building. So if they can eliminate them out of the factor and out of the equation, then sure, you get the job done early. But Atlanta Premier also down to 2 now, have not been able to get the banner back of Asura, so that's not really worked out for them. And Sentinels, they did get the banner, but I'm not sure they're going to find anywhere to pick them back up.
And this is what you were talking about, right? Just the need to intentionally have to weigh your odds on the value of getting aggressive here or playing it safe. And these teams, they have been playing it safe entirely. That one moment Atlanta Premier decide, all right, let's just bubble out there, let's go check in. They lose 1. And so this is looking tougher and tougher. NRG, will they make the same mistake? Skyward dive all the way down. Seems like they're going to land a little bit farther outside. And I've seen Sweet love to make calls like this, where even on the horizon, playing these wide edges that look like they're completely exposed, Gaskin, and they are, but in the same way that all of this space, all of these rocks, they somehow are able to navigate the pressure that comes on, and at least 3 teams aren't shooting at them from here.
Yeah, look how he's frantically looking around to try and scout out who is nearby and what's nearby, as Lou's going to be making his way over to see if he can get something a little bit different, and it's going to be a respawn beacon as far as what I could tell. So maybe they are going to try and get Senox back in here, and it's not going to be a fun arrival for Senox. There is going to be definitely a welcoming party waiting for him, but I'm not sure they're going to have champagne.
Yeah, I don't think there's going to be a limo driver with his name on it. I think it's going to be a little bit different. But you know what? You can only expect that things are going to get a little more hectic, and maybe through the chaos, they can find a sliver of hope, a distraction, a chance, opportunity to get back to a full 3. Sentinels surely would love that. AP don't look to be in the same position. They've got to deliver to Beacon, so they do have the chance to get Asura back up. Round 3 starting to close in about 10 seconds. 17 squads still remaining, but it is getting tight in here, and you can tell that the heat is raising.
They can't really find a place to put down this beacon as well. You can see that Senox is ready to be deployed back in, but Lou has been trying to find a spot to put it down, but there's not really been anywhere comfortable. He's going to have to wait for the next bubble now, so another 24 seconds before that opportunity will arise. But at least he's been able to pick up some resources to maybe drop to Xenox if he does come back into the equation. There is the respawn beacon there and waiting, but actually it's going to be AP, go for it, and Sentinel say, no thank you, let's stop that one.
It could have been a 2v2 here. He's just going to bat. What a safe play. Sentinels going for the long version of this one. Let's see if they can pull it off. We'll listen in.
They don't push you.
Yep.
Push him. We gotta fight. Back KB. Below.
Pop him back. Try and fly out. Kill him, you gotta kill him. I got Adam down too. Nice, good shit, get inside.
Rising.
Yep.
I fucking go.
Good fucking job, Crust. You just 2v1 them.
Batting.
I'm getting with this guy.
Just come inside. Holy fuck.
I'm jumping.
You're so good, Crust.
I can't lose this buddy. I got it.
Let's go!
Good shit.
Fucking good.
We actually just shitter luck, no cap.
No, we did. What we need to do for now on is we need to go all the way out here and Valkyrie from there.
How long on Bob? I need to loot my buddy.
I have Bob. Ready?
I need to kind of loot too.
Building's open, right?
Yeah, it's open now.
Yeah, it is. Should we play the building? Because no one's gonna take the holes.
Yeah, probably.
All right, yeah, play the building.
Yeah, let's see.
Where are the other bodies? I have 0 meds. They took all my
Should be
meds.
just the 2 in the open.
Oh my God, Cross, you're so fucking good.
we finally got the plot armor we've been talking about.
Yeah, actually.
I just need cells though.
Here.
There's a team playing in the holes over here. They have to rotate on it.
All right, yeah, focus the fuck up.
I'm gonna hold far side northwest. That's on zone. Do we have a lot of nades? Anyone have a lot of nades?
I have 1 molly.
I have 1 of each right now, except thermite.
Just keep them. That's fine. Team far northeast has to run into us.
Well, they have conquered and done the unthinkable. They fought for the respawn beacon. They lost Lou. And what do you know? Crust comes back with the 1v2 for the back-to-back game. Incredible plays, and his teammates know that as well.
Yeah, I'm glad there was a listening, because I probably would have said similar things and got fired, so I didn't have to. They said it for me. What an amazing play. 1 versus 2. It doesn't happen very often, but when it does, it's always spectacular, regardless of which POV you're involved with. W are also very close by to NRG at this moment. They know that. Both teams know that. They're posturing up at one another, puffing out their chest a little bit, saying, no, I dare you to push. No, I dare you to push. And actually, that's what happens. NRG says, all right, yeah, you've got the bigger chest. We're out.
And you know what? They had the horizon as well, which was just easy high ground for the team, and they didn't want to get pushed from up top because that huge rock would have been tough. They would have had to climb it with the Ash being the chosen character for Sweet, the IGL of NRG. Having a chance with 4 kills to their name, 11 squads left, still getting shot at, and Sentinels feeling so good in their position. Now a full 3-man. Spotting out the early rotators, getting ready for this Valkyrie ultimate, trying to find enough damage, and they do. They knock the Valk. They get Force what? They get Demi, and that is just terrible. Oh my goodness. Sentinels adding another KP and destroying the hopes of a Valk team who desperately wanted to find another place to play.
At the end of the season, I want a montage of when Valk ults go wrong, and I want some really depressing music alongside it as well. I hope that can be something that we can feature, because honestly, that was just painful to watch. But Sentinels, after their miraculous play, they're now in one of the best positions for that previous circle, but with where the circle is currently moving, they're going to have to make their way ever so slightly south, and that is not going to be an easy thing to do. But they're going to have to work together. If they can get out of the situation they were in before, then I'm sure they're going to be able to find a way to do this as well.
Oh, NRG under trouble and under fire, and they're going to go down just like that. No questions asked. New kill leader is Scary. They started off with a scary fight against Start a Fight, and they won that one pretty simple. So you expect that they're going to continue that momentum. Wow. Sentinels could be the one team, though, to start aggressing, get back at that, especially fighting in the building. They're trying to poach here. Lou on the flat line. He's going to get a couple. And this is great from Sentinels. They could swing this together. 2 gold shields and an Evo. Lou picking up more kills as well, just hiding in this corner. So much damage going on. It's now 8 kills for Sentinel. That's 9 for Sentinels. What a play from Lou to get the damage off.
Honestly, amazing positioning there from Sentinels. The fact they were able to so comfortably walk up and then play that red so well that the other team had no idea they'd be coming from that stairwell. They pick up extra KP, and they should be able to take this building if they play this next fight correctly as well. And this is probably the best building to have right now, with 10 seconds before round 5 closes, and everyone's going to be swarming from the northern side of the seawater. And Sentinels, if they can kill these other players, should just be able to watch on and pick up KP.
Watch your toes, big boy. Crust sees him, and he fires a couple of flatline shots in there to make sure it's known across the lobby. This is my staircase. Do not come up. 6 squads left. You want to watch all 6? Check out Multiview. It's live in the Apex Legends Global Series. Watch your favorite team's perspectives in these moments and see how everyone chooses to take these fights. Meanwhile, Scary on top of the building, Dan. They're looking pretty good. Sentinels holding right underneath. And it looks like Crust could be looking to maybe peek and poke this one, and there could be a fight immensely coming.
Well, Torrent are going to struggle with where they are. Complexity are also making the move, and RCO very close to Torrent. That's going to be an engagement 100% is going to go down. 6 squads remaining, and it's very difficult for those who are on the northern side, but Complexity have just about wormed their way into this circle and actually have amazing angles on the likes of Torrent, so they could really be a thorn in the side to those squads.
Yeah, nobody could push them either. It's just such wide open space. You have to Ash ult to get there, and I don't know if anyone's trying to use that, especially since Complexity is the only team on that side. So there may be a team with foresight trying to just take the damage, take the spot, go for the risky 3v3, because then you might be the only team that doesn't have to force a fight until the circle completely closes. It's EA as well, sitting inside. some of these holes, as we like to call them, Sentinels, still fighting with up top a team, pressuring them. That's scary. And it's Complexity all alone on this backside of the rock, Dan. This is looking very good for them.
And even though there was a lot of predictions from all of us saying that NRG were going to have a very successful week as they did prior, when we look at the likes of Sentinels, the likes of Complexity, when they are comfortable, when they are firing, they are both terrifying squads, and they, at the moment, are both tied on 22 points. So this is going to be really who can pick up the most KP in this final circle, and who can be the last to enter the fight at the same time. When we get to that last circle and it finally starts to close and all teams have to retreat out of the buildings that are covering them, it's going to be very difficult to not take fire from another squad, so you have to time it to perfection.
RCO make the first move. They take the middle, and that allows Complexity to have an easy line of sight, but they're going to have to get forced out because of the pressure from the missile swarm. Monsoon just trying to duck and dive. Sentinel still in the building. What a play from them. The incredible revive. The 1v2 from Crux. Will this unbelievable play early game end up in a win late game? Sentinel's surely looking like the strongest squad here, but it's still scary on top of them, who have a chance to rotate probably last out of these teams who have to push towards the zone. But Complexity on the other side, Dan, still looking like they have angles on most of these teams here if they try to press.
Yeah, a few big factors. Sentinels have got the Ash ult. They can just Ash ult out of that building, but we've also got a Horizon above them. That black hole could really come into play with this final circle. Bubbles starting to drop and bombardments, and here we go.
Oh, that's the Horizon. Synox, they find the characters in the sky so well, don't they? And the Valkyries, the Horizons, they know it. Don't go up if you want to come down with Sentinels around town. Synox with a beautiful shot from the R301. It's time to Ash ult, baby. What do we got? They're going to run into Complexity here, swinging. And oh, are they going to land a haymaker? They certainly look like they are. Synox doesn't want to lose this one. Complexity down. It's Sentinels to finish this one off. What an amazing game from them. Can they clean up game 2? Armor swap from Synox. It's time for the 1v2, but I don't know. It's just crust, Dan. It seems like he's going to have to pull off more heroics, and he does not. E8 takes Sentinels down, but what a play from both teams to get into that position to end game 2.
We speak about the importance of Legends right before we got into the game, and without an Ash, that would have definitely not happened. Without a Horizon, we wouldn't have seen so much carnage as well. Everything played a perfect part to what was a very exciting last circle, but it was EA who had the least amount of kills out of the 5 teams that were in that final circle, but they were just about to get into that fight at the right time, right? They kept their distance, they watched from afar, and they said, okay, we'll get involved now. We didn't need the kills. Let's take the 12 points for the victory. They made it difficult for themselves at the end, a couple of difficult positions that they found themselves in going up against a very aggressive and scary Sentinels roster, but a very exciting last circle for sure. As we look across at the kills and the points, it's Sentinels who actually come out on top despite the fact they came second, but EA will be delighted with the placement points they were able to pick up.
Yeah, and both of those teams, Scary and Sentinels, doing a great job of picking up KP. 13 kills, actually the top of the game, go to Scary. And that Horizon tactical at the end, the gravity lift didn't quite work out for them. I think maybe they didn't expect so much cover fire coming from Sentinels from inside the building, and they thought that might delay and allow them a little chance to jump on a team like Complexity, who were behind the rock. But congrats to E8 for definitely putting on a performance that will put them in a place to contend in this tournament today. 18 points, nothing to scoff at. Complexity still doing well. I think they did a lot with what they had. But you're looking at TDG as well, and Atlanta Premier teams we were looking at, unlucky, 0 points. So a lot of shifts in the lobby this time.
And if we track back, the fact that Sentinels have just managed to top that lobby when it comes to kills and placement points after they were almost down and out. There was one point where I thought it was going to be done. They dived on in, they managed to find a little bathtub, the tiniest bits of water that they could hide in, and managed to then get the third back up, win the engagement, get to the end game. Ash was everything for them, and that's why it's so important that we have some legend selection differences when we come over to Storm Point. I love the addition of it. I love that we're seeing these players have to show some initiative with playing these final circles, and Sentinels, it looks like they are back here to show what they're made of. But they were not the winning team when it came to the actual placements. It was E8 who will be your featured squad as the champions here. They played it very successfully. They were in the right place at the right time, and they'll be delighted with those 12 points.
It's a callback to what we mentioned earlier, that if you get yourself in the position you can get a little lucky. And it's not to say that this is luck, but with a team who maybe got half the kills as the top 2 and 3 teams in this lobby, they were positionally prepared to take advantage of a win. And so these teams coming in to these lobbies, having to do anything and everything to survive, that's the name of the BR, baby. That's why Apex is so exciting to watch, because anybody can take it, and it looks like E8 starting what could be a momentous turn into the rest of the day. One more game of Storm Point to come, but that's a great start in Game 2.
It really is, and now we set ourselves up for a Game 3 where Sentinels will be feeling themselves like they would have been a bit dejected, I think, after yesterday where they were contested by ESA, but now that ESA are not in this lobby, they don't have to worry about them. They've got the mill to themselves. It seems like they know how they want to approach these games, and they find themselves right at the top of our leaderboard after match number 2. NRG not far behind them, despite getting eliminated a little bit earlier, so that shows how important it was that NRG found some points in match number 1. And Complexity, Unlucky, Scary, E8, Space Station, they're all very much close nearby, as we've got 8 teams in the runnings for first place at the moment, but I still, of course, with 4 games left, will not count out anyone.
Nope. A Fish Farms final circle in match number 2, and we can see that these matches tend to look a lot differently than World's Edge. I know many people are watching this, excited about it, tweeting hashtag ALGS about the introduction to Storm Point. Well, you can see why we're so excited as casters as well. These end circles are different. We're discovering different places to play, different ways that work, and some of these buildings look like they're going to be the premier spot. They're not. Sometimes in the open, in those little holes like we saw with Sentinels, that gets you the advantage from having to come out into a building like we saw with Asura, who, of course, AP weren't able to get that one done. Incredible game from Sentinels. Of course, E8 with the win in match number 2. It's Rain and Gaskin. We'll be back in Game 4 on World's Edge, but let's throw it a break before we get our final Game 3 on Storm Point.
Lenovo Legion. Gaming PCs that are stylish on the outside and savage on the inside. Lenovo Legion is the official PC and monitor of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, everybody, to ALGS Saturday. It's North American Pro League. I'm Fallout, joined alongside Vicky Kitty as we get ready for our last game on Storm Point. It's map number 3. And, of course, if you missed it earlier, next week, once we hit our second half of the Pro League, we're actually going to flip. So we're going to start with 3 World's Edge games and then 3 Storm Point games. But for now, it's Storm Point times 3, then World's Edge times 3, as we've been enjoying probably two of the best Storm Point games I've watched so far, Vicky. I don't know if you'd agree with that.
Oh, absolutely. I love this integration of Storm Point here in the Pro League. I mean, just looking at the way that these teams adapt with their rotations, their POIs, and also the team compositions, where we get to see a lot more vertical usage of the Horizon, of the Ashe, of the Valk in general. It's just such a fantastic thing to look at, but also the comms that we get to hear from these listen-ins have been so on point.
Yeah, that's a great point. You know, the need for instant verticality is not necessarily as important, you know, because the map is so kind of widespread. There's these long hills on World's Edge, but in Storm Point, super important that you could use a Horizon Q and lift, or you can use an Ashe ultimate to immediately get high ground and gain vantage points, and you see that come to fruition. Meanwhile, on games like our maps like World's Edge, we're seeing a lot of caustic, we're seeing some crypto in play, a little bit of a different team comp overall. What I'm really interested for is when EMEA starts back up, which we know is going to be happening soon, because we know that team comps and really overall meta is a little bit different in EMEA. We saw a lot more crypto play in EMEA last in Split 1 at least, so I'm excited to see what their rendition of Storm Point is going to be.
Yeah, I feel like EMEA kind of paves the road for a lot of these other regions when it comes to the team comps that we see really work out. But going on to our final game on Storm Point, Follow, it's been such a good, so far a really good day of high-octane matches. Looking at Game 1, looking at Game 2 with E8 taking that win with 6 kills, but we need to highlight Sentinels with 12 kills, even though they fell in second place. They heard us talking about them in the pre-show, and they are coming out, and they are really putting in the work.
Yeah, now that they don't have ESA breathing down their necks nonstop over in Mill, they can land safely. It's a little bit of a different story. Sentinels is showing up here on Storm Point. Whereas yesterday, they couldn't really get anything going on Storm Point. It was all World's Edge that they were able to get any type of points. But meanwhile, Scary's been finding themselves in this early fight as well, and it's going to be a nice start. They're playing with such confidence. This Scary team had such a pop-off last game, and they're going to pick up right where they left off against SAF. Start a fight. Scary absolutely dominates. It was easy.
Start a fight. I think you need to start figuring out what you got to do here on Storm Point. Although you don't have to worry about it in the next game, as we are going on to World's Edge. You could get a bit of a breather, but it's just been dominant so far for Scary. As we take a look at Unlucky, this is the team that won game number 1 with 9 kills here. They're looking to continue that up with their momentum. Looking at the overall leaderboards here, Unlucky, another one of those teams here that have really been consistent even from yesterday.
Yeah, our winners from game number 1, Scary, top performer from game number 2. This time, Unlucky, dropping Lightning Rod to the far, far northeast side of the map. Typically, they drop North Pad, but because Ghost Gaming is in this lobby, they just said, hey, we don't want that madness. That 50-50 fight is not going to work out for either team. So let's instead find the open POI, and it happened to be Lightning Rod. And obviously, before some updates and changes to Storm Point, you couldn't always get to Lightning Rod guaranteed based on where the drop ship flew across. But big kudos to the Respawn team for fixing some of the drop ship points and paths and making it so you can always access that Lightning Rod position in the northeast, and that's why teams like Unlucky can play it.
And I love how we were just talking about this, Follow. What's unfortunate is that the viewers didn't hear us, but we were just talking about how we've seen already 2 Eastern circles. How fantastic would it be if we see a circle pulling all the way to the west, specifically my favorite circle, which is Cenote Cave, and CLG are going to have a field day, since this is exactly where they land, and they already have the beacon control, so they know where that circle is going to be pulling.
Vicky, did you just blow my mind by pronouncing Cenote Cave? Is that how you pronounce? Am I the white guy that's been saying Cenote Cave this whole time?
You know, you're not the first one though. It's okay. It's okay.
Oh my
I actually got to
gosh.
visit a cenote in real life. It was beautiful, beautiful experience right there in Mexico. I got to visit Merida. But you know what? This is where it's pulling, and CLG are gonna find themselves in an altercation roll suit with RCO right on their 6, trying to join in for the party.
I absolutely love that rotation on the far left of your screen that Sentinels is taking from Mill. They're going to hit that Trident for free, which is basically a guaranteed Trident that you get if you drop Mill, and they're going to hit a far, far west or southwest rotation. But look at this. It's going to be CLG that actually knows their number, sees them doing it, and tries to intercept, but a little too slow, a little too late. We might see an early fight here, but something tells me these 2 teams are just going to find themselves some real estate, some positioning, and post up. But Sentinels finds another team.
Sentinels, but they're in a really good spot right here, at least. They know where that circle's also going to be pulling. Love how quickly they were able to rotate here, and they have full purple evos too, so they can already get started with a fight. They got the phase breach, and that's exactly what they're going to do. They're going to be able to dive in.
Oh my gosh, the aggression picking up right where they left off from Sentinels. It looks like they're going to actually clear this building and should be just chilling. So they're going to actually say, you know what, I want this exact spot because we're one of the first teams to rotate. We get rewarded with one of the best positions in Cenote. Okay, I'm still, yeah, bro, I'm still mind blown.
Yes.
I can't believe that.
Yeah.
Cenote
you literally nailed it right there. It was perfect.
Oh, I appreciate you. But still, I can't believe I've been mispronouncing it. I've been saying, you know, me and the rest of the Apex team have been saying Cenote Cave this whole time, and this girl Vicky's just educating us. This is fantastic. I feel like I'm more cultural at this point.
It's beautiful. I also love this part of the map too, because you could just go in for those wide rotates, especially with the Tridents, as you can see right here, NRG, or they're going to be able to clear out that building. And looking at where we see that squad just kind of relocate. Dexterity, though, with that break already on the Gibby. You see the team already on the high ground. It's actually going to be RCO Esports as Holiday has to reset real quick with the shield.
You know, I'm really, really loving how pro teams are kind of adapting and learning. And by the way, my man's running up vertical walls right now, which is something that's the southwest side of the map. You can run up mountains that you wouldn't normally think you could run up, which I actually like the fact that they make it a little more accessible. But I was going to say, I love how in real time we get to watch teams adapt and learn how to play Stormpoint. Notice how much faster teams are rotating than they were yesterday or match 1 or match day 2 of the Pro League. Teams were playing so slow to rotate, and I think teams are starting to realize early rotations on Stormpoint are crucial. Playing Edge not as viable as it is on World's Edge. Perhaps it's in the name, and I like this early rotate here from RCO and others.
That's such a good point there, too, because you could see Sentinels taking control over that building that we just previously saw them take over. Is this very same building that TGG had taken up in day number 1, and we saw the circle pull right outside the fence of that house. So already these teams making those predictions, just solidifying their position into these late circles is a great look as RCO have such a good spot right here, overlooking a lot from the high ground, looking at where a lot of these teams want to rotate if they decide to rotate long through the edge of the circle.
Yeah, we talk about God spot all the time, right? I mean, quite literally in the heavens right now, in the clouds. Amongst the clouds right now is RCO looking down at everybody else with quite the vision. Meanwhile, Sweet Dreams and NRG dropping checkpoint. Again, they dropped northern, at least the slightly northern side of the map, more fairly central, and still rotated this fast and have already found themselves kind of prime positioning. So here's what you can expect. Everyone watching right now, it's going to be a much slower game number 3 than we saw in the first few games. Cenote Cave finishes typically result in slower play games because there's so much real estate. There's so many areas you could kind of position or hold on to with success. But keep in mind, these edge teams might find themselves in some fights or just kind of clean up the loot along the way.
You've aced that word already, Follow. Super quick to adapt here. Just like how a lot of these teams have already been super quick to adapt. EA now are going to be able to make this rotate over. They have the replicator right there. Potentially have the beacon. I believe I saw it on the minimap, but it was blocked off by the replicator a little bit as Unlucky also make the rotation with the redeploy. You talk about how so many of these teams already are in that next circle. It makes you wonder which of these teams are already going to get circle kept in the middle of these redeploy rotations.
In case anyone was wondering, courtesy of Bing. Cenote is a natural pit or sinkhole resulting from the collapse of limestone bedrock that exposes groundwater. So we're going to go back to defining things here in a moment because it looks like LNK find themselves in a fight already. Some little bit of poke here and there, but again, I don't think these teams are getting all in because they will get third-partied right after. Complexity put in a pretty dangerous spot.
Yeah, Complexity being here puts them in a pretty tough position because they could opt to rotate long if necessary, but they do know that they are getting pinged by that other team on the other side. CLG actually taking control over that building right next to Sentinels. Oxygen, another one of those teams who have taken up that real estate. It's going to be super important as the circle closes in because I feel like in this circle in particular, Fallout, you see a lot of teams get call out of rotation because there's a lot more open area beyond these natural rock masses.
Yeah, again, not to be redundant, but you know, kind of have to keep emphasizing because we're seeing it. Another really early rotation from Complexity, but because they had to work their way from kind of the northeast side of the map, they didn't get the prime positioning they would have wanted. So not the best spot for Complexity. Meanwhile, Atlanta Premier find themselves in a fight near the connector to Cenote Cave, over from Barometer. Charlotte Phoenix nearby though.
Yeah, Charlotte Phoenix also with the gold backpack onto Stink here as he makes the rotation. And right behind Bowser. I like this spot here too because they could also utilize the natural high ground cover that the hill provides to overlook any of the other squads that do want to make their rotation right behind them. But they don't want to be overly exposed because we do know already how many teams have already taken up some of these buildings up ahead.
Yep, and they're actually going to find Atlanta Premier on the rotation. So we got a battle of Charlotte versus Atlanta here. It feels like this is an NBA match, let alone Apex Legends. Let's see who ends up on top. Charlotte stand or Atlanta stand. Looks like Stink with the drop the dome shield, going to find some position. They actually are able to find themselves a building to post up in, for now at least.
Good spot for them, and they could continuously keep pressuring Atlanta Premier in this bunker, as they are going to have to move forward eventually. We do see this circle a lot of times just pull all the way up, but they do have the spiders, and with this, with that last update and this new season, we do know that the loot from both the Prowlers and the spiders are much better here, so at least Premier could walk away with some of that extra loot if necessary.
That's right. We get to watch. We don't get to watch a whole lot of PvE necessarily in Apex, but for the first time, we get to watch some people clean up some spiders and see what loot they're going to get as a result, which personally, I was a huge fan of the addition of AI in this map. At first, I was like, I'm not sure how I feel about that, but not too OP, not too powerful. Obviously, the recent nerfs have helped, and it really is just great for quality of life, ability to get loot, and it just kind of adds an additional dimension. So I was actually a really big fan of that. Again, at first reading it, not so much, but it's really a refreshing change.
Yeah, I feel like everybody was on a very similar boat as E8 is taking their time, not only with the replicators, but we see this strategy a lot with these teams where they stay outside the circle so that way they could get that replicator, replicate more Evo Shield charge before they decide to push in. We also got to see where that circle is going to be pulling all the way to the west outside of Cenote Cave almost, so it's going to get crazy real fast here once those teams have to funnel their way outside of those buildings for that next circle.
That's right. Making use of the replicator to loot up E8 on a very slow and late rotation. They're, of course, coming from the wall, which is where they drop on the far north side of the map. Let's go ahead and jump into a listen-in, though, with E8 and see how they rotate.
Yeah.
It's not there.
Yeah, because the animation is not there.
Fire. Alright, just pull up then, I guess.
Flatline Mastiff, both.
A team just flew from Mill.
That's good, that's good.
They were getting shot at.
Not good for them. Good for us, though. Golden, yeah.
Yeah.
Extra bad.
There's a Phoenix kit and a syringe over here.
I still haven't either.
Okay. An extra med kit, Golden.
Yep.
You're just gonna have to walk it in.
Yeah. I think we want to. On the wide though.
How far are you from red?
I'm 200 or 300.
200.
Okay.
Start cutting right.
Yeah. No one's at my ping, but it's not in. I'm worried about if there's a team here. If there is, we have enough meds to just sit out and wait till they leave. They shouldn't be holding it for that long after ring closes. And if not, we could just Valcolt to something. There's a dead box in mill. We should scan this body, Golden.
It's not a body, I don't think.
Think it's a prowler? Yeah. Rah. That's his name.
Yeah, I was gonna say I have no fighting was over here.
No one's on top of that. They're on that one. Okay. Let's keep going wide.
Getting shot at. Yeah.
You are?
Yeah, from far left.
Heads up, check out this way.
Vicky, I'm just going to say it. If E8 was not signed by E8, I would demand that they change their team name to the Loot Goblins and nothing else.
The replicator huggers too. I love that's their game plan. Meanwhile, Dexterity
Storm
sunk in
chasers,
some trouble. Yeah, oh my, that's actually perfect. And that's usually their game plan too. We see that very commonly on Stormpoint for a reason, because they could take their time. And we were highlighting that earlier on, and so was Rain and Gaskin in that last game. But Dexterity down 2 members, just up to Sung, being on this Valk. We usually see Sung on the Caustic when we move on to World's Edge. But looking at Wave, who is on that fuse, not working out in the way that they may want, as Torrent now also in a fight for the building that they're going to have to leave soon as the circle's pulling away from them.
Yeah, and Torrent, really slow performance and slow start for them. You know there's high expectations for this team. Picking up Rambo in place of Hill, thought that'd be kind of the missing piece, and they performed well. I think they're in 14th or 16th overall in Pro League standings. They're kind of on the cusp. They need a big day today, so I'm glad we're catching up with them here. And this is a team that I've had a lot of respect for a long time. RKN, I think one of the most underrated IGLs in my opinion. And Reese obviously also kind of co-IGL. Excited to see what they can do. Ghost Gaming, another team with high expectations, hasn't performed yet either, but they find themselves with an opportunity here.
Here we go, they are on the high ground, and this 6 is on the bang, but we see a crack already with the wingman here. Impulse trying to get a nice little angle onto the high ground. We talked about how important it is, especially here in Sonoma, but Oxygen, both members without a shield as Protectful being on the low, but manages to get away, but there's already a squad in here.
Oh boy, and they're so damaged as well. Protectful are just running with their tail between their legs right now, straight into death. As it looks like Protectful will get taken out. Oxygen not having fun today, that's for sure. All Glory Gaming, one of our teams from Mexico and LATAM. They get a nice little crack and have some good positioning. Look at this zone, and this is why you saw Sentinels and Complexity and so many others hug the far southwest, is they knew this zone would pull so far. This is the furthest southwest zone you could get on this map, and it is an absolute bloodbath now in this rotation. Still 19 squads alive, though.
Yeah, good start here for AGG, though, to already take up this building as they continue on the pressure onto the squad that's right outside their doors. But with Pro being on the crypto, probably the only crypto that we've seen so far in this lobby, they're going to be able to build up that EMP and be pests for the other squads that are trying to rotate into that circle.
I love that we're checking back in on the journey of E8. It's like the Hobbit here with what they're going through right now. Frodo Baggins, what you got? As they, of course, are still alive and doing well. So we'll keep checking back with that E8 squad. Meanwhile, Unlucky, our champions from game number 2. We'll see what they can do. Sorry, game number 1. We'll see what they can do. It's going to be difficult, though, because they have a max rotation to make.
Oh yeah, but they're trying to take onto the high ground right here. They see that squad that already has the height advantage. There's 2 Tridents up on the high ground here. Where is our Uber driver taking us as E8 have to go into some cover behind these rocks? But again, they were able to boost up those Evo shields thanks to the Replicator.
Yeah, and people use Tridents like they use mobile respawn beacons basically for cover in a lot of situations here on this map. You don't see that in World's Edge or King's Canyon, obviously. This is kind of the introduction of Tridents to competitive Apex, since we've never played Olympus competitively. So good to see some creative use of the Trident here as we're on board with Ghost Gaming, just gatekeeping as well as they can right now. Great damage with the Rampage.
Oh, beautiful. And it's not like they don't see where that phase breach is going to take E8 in too, as Ghost Gaming. They hear a redeploy though happening right behind them. What timing is this? As Ghost Gaming now have to let E8 breathe a little bit. Maybe reset, but Ghost Gaming could be in a potential chance or in a spot where they're going to get pinched.
6 on Bangalore. You'll love to see it. They've been rocking Bangalore on this map, and they're okay for now. But Rockanishu and 6 and the Ghost Gaming crew need to find a way to win this 3v3, survive this defensive bombardment, and continue to make their rotation with quite a few teams gatekeeping.
Oh no, the dome unfortunately coming out a little bit too late as Rack is going to try to get that res. Just disengage here as they are going to be able to push into the dome here.
And here we go, a full squad in front of them. It's going to be Torrent. We talked about a must-perform game for Torrent, and here we go. That's a good start for them. 3 KP, and they'll pick up quite a bit of loot. But here we go, E8 right after find themselves in an engagement. They want to jump right in the action. Depressing's going to go down. Goes able to turn around in this fight. What a showing from Torrent.
Torrent are shining, even with the third party coming in from E8. They did not time it well enough for Torrent to dance around that, but with Uriz going down, you already see it in the feed. Fury has the Graver in his hand. He knocks down Girl at the same time, so all the action happening on the other side of this rock as Torrent try to reset.
Yeah, we said it was going to be a slow start, but that means an insanely mad finish, and that's what we're seeing right now on screen. Torrent's able to survive. I think they're going to have a Dome Shield back and get some revives in. CLG, who actually drops here, thought they'd have the best position, but no, actually Torrent's going to get thrown out, absolutely flown on as well. It's going to be to Unlucky. So Unlucky comes through and picks up 3 kills on Torrent. Another unfortunate game for them.
Look how many squads have dropped within this instant alone. All the action happening at the same time to claim this spot here on the northern side of the circle. Space Station now, they're moving in. They're a little late to the party, but better late than never, but they have to watch their backs as Charlotte Phoenix is also right behind there, behind that rock mass as Space Station Gaming are going to be able to be on the high ground.
Mamba, like the Black Mamba, see if he can do the same exact things as Kobe. But no, he's going to get taken out right after. Complexity still alive. They did lose Shiny. This is one of our first teams to rotate, and they will find themselves a difficult road ahead. Only 2 members alive. It'll be super, super hard for them. We'll see how they decide to play this.
I'm so curious, between All Glory Gaming and what's happening with W, there is so much happening for these two squads. Space Station are still on the high ground here, looking at the action, and with the charge rifle, beautiful sniper to use here on Storm Point. It's so lethal as those Sentinels are trying to get into some cover, but there's another team inside.
Yeah, this is with the high risk, high reward Valk ult late game situation, right? You're going to try and force a square peg in a round hole, and unfortunately, it did not fit. Senax is going to get taken out for now. Lou and Crust still alive. We're not sure where NRG is. We haven't seen a whole lot of them lately. Lou's going to get down to 1 HP. You could breathe on him and he'll get knocked. He finally does. Crust, last member alive for this squad, and just trying to survive by this knockdown shield if he possibly can. But there's so much carnage right now.
Oh my gosh, just energy on the other side of the bomber. They're going to be able to move in after hearing the res coming out. They're going to be able to burn him down. He's dancing around the knockdown, but there's only so much you can do as energy clean that up. Here comes the third party, though, as energy are going to be able to shift that focus over to that spot underneath them.
Energy is so well positioned right now on high ground. They just popped their dome shield, though, so they won't have another for quite some time. That could be a little dangerous, and for that reason, they're actually going to go right back into cover. Wise decision. Unlucky joins the fight.
Casellos has that one bullet in the Kraber right now. CP manages to land one of those shots. There's another player right over by the other side.
And then
he's been high, but he actually just runs away. Yeah, he gets peeked out once. He said, that's none of my business. I'm going to just walk away.
Here we go. He's going to actually eat this shot. Yeet! Connects for the 145. Are you kidding me? Casellos puts the damage in right after, but it's not enough damage. His teammates need to finish and follow up. NRG holds off for now.
There's no way that EMP was allowing them to actually go in for a reset, but Kodagami moving in with the massive. It's not going to be enough as AGG now push in.
Oh, good shots with the massive, and they're going to connect for at least one, but doesn't get the shield swap. It's SSG who shuts them down, and I'm not sure if NRG is still alive or nearby. And actually, no, this is a different fight. I apologize. These buildings are a little repetitive sometimes. Zanile, Frexes, and Drop win that one. We know NRG is in the building that they are pinging. 5 squads remain. NRG is one of them.
This is actually insane. All these fights happening inside the buildings. It's the battle for the real estate as Energy now trying to go in for a poke, a rather vanilla havoc right there. Space Station, though, are still finding these fights, and now still being on this horizon can allow the rest of Space Station to take that high ground easily.
And this is a big game for Space Station. Space Station was like the ESA of Split 1, right? Because they started so strong but did not finish. We'll see what they can do here against NRG. We got SSG, RCO, and NRG alive in this one. Space Station and NRG dancing and entertaining a fight as RCO watches from afar.
NRG are going to take their time here. RCO in a really good spot, but they only have that rock for that natural cover. Space Station have the high ground. Look at the makeshift cover that RCO have been able to build for themselves with the Trident there on the other side too. Just like you were noting there, as the mobile respawn beacons are used in a very similar fashion.
Yeah, so high ground right now for SSG, but we do have an Ashe ultimate for NRG, so I'd love to actually watch NRG's perspective, if we possibly can, to see how they decide to choose this Ashe ulti from inside the house. RCO nearby, and it looks like he's actually going to be sweet. The IGL looking to make a play, trying to decide how they want to play this, but for now, things will slow down. The calm before the storm, Vicky. 30 seconds until the storm is going to be collapsing.
That Trident grew wings for a second real quick. You saw it quickly. We saw the reposition from RCO as they're going to be able to take cover behind that rock again. But just as you were saying, it's calm for right now, but wait until that circle starts closing in behind both NRG, Space Station. They're going to be funneled out of that building into the line of sight of RCO, but they have to reset real quick because they're taking some damage.
Yeah, it's going to be a overall kind of resources and utility advantage for SSG. They got 3 fully kitted Evo shields. Meanwhile, NRG below them with purples, RCO with purples. So advantage SSG. They also have high ground. This is their game to lose.
Sleepy Panda. Not too sure if Sleepy Panda is low on shields. That is not a good situation to be in, especially right now. You don't have a shield to play off of that. You're wondering here, how long has RCO been situated in this rock, or just have they not been able to loot up? We saw them earlier on the high ground earlier on when they took this position by Cenote Cave. Now Space Station, they know they're continuing on the pressure, and now they also know with that Valkyrie attack that there's a player with no shield behind that rock.
They're poking for flesh, so they know that they have them absolutely pinned right now. This is where you were praying you had a Watson on your team, so you could some way, somehow get that shield back, but nope, Space Station's going to punish them. They're going to continue to poke and prod with some Qs from Valkyrie, and Nathan obviously also going to join in on that action. And RCO, I think, is probably the worst positioned team right now. If they can somehow pull this off, now they also have no dome shield. It is looking bleak for them, but that's a wasted defensive bombardment from either SSG or Energy, whoever popped that.
Space Station was looking at RCO like a pack of wolves licking their lips, and they're going to be able to move all the way in with that black hole to follow up from Zanile.
Yep, and RCO is just absolute cannon fodder right now. It's SSG versus NRG. Drop gonna get tagged up. No shields for him, but connects with the Mastiff. Great shots from Dropped. All up to Zenile. NRG is like a shark in the water right now. Chop, chop, chop. They're gonna take this one. Game 3 goes in the hands of NRG.
NRG, they come out with the win and the timing, leaving that building against Space Station. They saw RCO and they were licking their lips. They knew that they hit them for flesh, so they wanted to clean them up, but maybe not able to clean them up as quickly as they may have wanted, especially after utilizing that dome to close in that space and cover their backs against NRG.
Congrats to them. We didn't see their journey. We didn't see how they rotated or how early they rotated, but we did see them in the late game, and they were doing NRG things, absolutely dominating. That's kind of where they thrive, is that late, mid to late or late to end game where they can take their 3v3 fights. They can kind of operate in the carnage. And I got to say, I think, obviously a lot of Imperial Hall stands out there, but Sweet versus Hal as an IGL, both phenomenal. You got to give the upper hand to Hal overall. But in those kind of chaotic moments, I don't think there's anyone in the game better than Sweet, Vicky.
Yeah, hearing the comms from NRG just in that game 2 that we were actually able to listen in, rather game 1 that we were able to listen in on NRG should highlight that. Just the common collective player that Sweet is and just guiding NRG. Here they are, 10 kills and the dub on top of that. They're going to be sitting pretty, very pretty as in the overall leaderboards. They were number 2 before that game, right behind Sentinels with 23 points.
Yeah, it's a very top-heavy leaderboard, right? The first 4 teams taking and eating all of the points, and then after that, Dexterity down 5, 10, 8, 3, 2, 5 points. You don't see complexity on this, so that's, of course, going to not do fare well for them in the overall standings. Sentinels manages to get a few, All Glory Gaming, and Unlucky sneaking a few as well, so I think that actually might help the stock of Unlucky in the grand scope of things, as they, of course, won game at number 1. Meanwhile, take a look at the second page here. Another kind of disappointing, quiet showing for Atlanta Premier here in this series. They haven't been able to make a lot of noise, and I think the biggest disappointment is CLG. A lot of expectations coming into today. That was a Sonota Cave finish where CLG actually dropped, so they should have been the best position. Only walking away with 2 points is a big mistake there.
Yeah, wondering here if CLG was just caught in the middle of that rotation away from those buildings where we saw the circle pull all the way towards the west, if they were just caught in the middle of that. But looking at teams like Premier too, just falling a little short. Torrent, they had a really good pop-off game, but those placement points are so important there as they fell in that 16th place, just losing out on that single point other than the 5 KP that they were able to obtain.
Yeah, we'll take a look at the stats here. Oh my god, Nathan, are you kidding me, bro? 3.2k damage? Oh my god, obviously the Valk Qs helped, but still, Nathan performing. Sweet right behind with 1.6k, and Rocker with over 1,000 damage. That is a monstrous 6k damage plus game for the NRG boys. Really, really solid performance from them overall. And, it's interesting, right? Teams like NRG, Vicky, teams like Sentinels, teams like TSM, ESA, they have the it factor in multiple categories, right? They have the pop-off capability, but then they also have the ability to play for position and get the best spots on the game. Teams like Torrent, teams like Complexity, it seems like they only have 1 or 2 of those things. I think the old Complexity roster used to play with Bloodhound, a very much more aggressive kind of team comp and style, had that pop-off capability, especially when Lou was on that team. But the new Complexity rosters, D&A, you've seen it here. They've gotten some top 3 finishes, but they don't have the ability to have those 10, 12, 14 kill games like they used to, and I think it's really costing them.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, that KP is going to matter, especially, alongside that placement points, but every little bit counts. But can we just talk about the damage output that Nathan put down? I mean, I feel like that's the most I've seen since, I believe, day 1 with Skittles, how he was able to pop off in those few games where ESA had won, 4 games, basically, back-to-back, but rather 3 games back-to-back. But still, that was absolutely insane to see the results for coming in from Nathan, and a good look for Energy as we move into World's Edge, where most of these these staple teams feel more comfortable on.
That's a great point. Well, a lot to discuss, that's for sure. Let's go ahead and welcome Kate back to the discussion. Obviously, damage done, performances from NRG, and so many storylines here so far, Kate.
So many storylines, so little time, because of course we do have to get to that match number 4 starting over at World's Edge. But I'm going to bring it back a little bit, because one of the things I love to talk about are team comps, because there's so many things that these players cannot control, where the zone pulls, where the rotation takes you. But they can control which legends are going to field. And we've seen some interesting things happen and some very obvious things happen in Stormpoint. Now that we've seen the legends basically be those verticalities, right? The Horizons, the Ashes, those, the Gibbies, the Wraiths, that kind of thing. let's talk about World's Edge here, Fallout. What are you expecting in terms of shifts for some of these team comps now that we're coming off into this old favorite?
Yeah, you can expect Ashe and Horizon having a lot less of a pick rate, a lot less overall stock. You will see a little bit of Ashe still. You'll see, I think, virtually no Horizon play on World's Edge because obviously her kit very much favors the ability to kind of achieve verticality and fight in tight corners. And then you'll see the ability, the usage of Caustic for some teams. ESA kind of proved that Caustic is still very, very viable despite the nerfs. So I think we might see a couple teams pick up Caustic. Vic, anything you can add to that?
Yeah, I feel like the Caustic nerfs scared players more than it should have, especially after looking at what Skittles was able to do on that Caustic pick with that one day that ESA had just popped, absolutely gone crazy. But I definitely agree with what Fallout was saying there. I feel like we're going to see less of the Ashe, less of the Horizon, going to probably see more Loba, because we saw 2 Lobas in that end game there too, but I do expect more Lobas because you can hold Final Circle much better without having to overcommit to actually obtain the loot that you need to sustain yourself.
Yeah, and a little bit more Wraith as well, Gabe.
Yeah, and I absolutely love that as we take a look at, of course, here are match 2 highlights that NRG basically just bloodbath, I think is the right word, that right, Vicky?
Yeah, absolutely. Again, over 3k damage, Nathan, the follow-ups too from the rest of Energy. You have to highlight just the IGL that Sweet is, keeping himself calm and collected to help continue on that move for the rest of his teammates, take that pressure off. But their positioning is just always on point, even fighting for the real estate inside that building, because they knew that if they were going to be the first ones to funnel out of that building, they would have been into the line of sight of Space Station Gaming to just have free reign over their heads.
Hey, Fallout, I want to ask a question as you, as a former pro. As we do this shift from map to map, which of course is something that traditional sports has, doesn't really do a lot of, right? They go from arenas to stadiums to whatever, but we're talking about a completely different strategy. How does that play in to some of these, the mindset of a pro when you know you have to go from one very specific, in this case, Stormpoint strategy, now coming into World's Edge? How does that change your mindset?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're right. We don't see it in traditional sports, but we do see it very much in esports. You see a lot of esports have multiple game types, multiple maps, multiple, Call of Duty, Halo, and others. I'm a big fan of that because what it means is you have to be able to have multiple strats, and you have to be able to have multiple play styles, different team compositions, and prep isn't just getting ready for the same old World's Edge rotations. Prep is being ready to play Stormpoint against multiple team comps and different teams doing different things, and then going to do it again on World's Edge with an entirely different kit. So I think it's just about whichever team is the most practiced are the ones that are going to succeed, and that's why I think you're seeing ESA dominate right now. They are the most practiced and prepared team, and it's showing.
It is absolutely. Now, Vicky, as we go into World's Edge, I think it's important to know, and Fallout, I love what you said there, because a pro is a pro regardless of the map that they are on. And now that we go into World's Edge, I'm curious your thoughts, because we've seen, as you mentioned, some edge play, some absolute edge play in Stormpoint. That was a very clear and obvious thing. But we've also seen some real aggro right in the center of the action, right, from all different kinds of teams. I'm curious now, what is your favorite? As you mentioned, Cenote Caves. They were your favorite over at Stormpoint. What are you hoping for in terms of zone polls as we come in to World's Edge here on match number 4?
Well, okay, I'm always very welcoming when we see those northern pools onto World's Edge. We usually see the circle pool much more to the south. I did hear that it has to do with the POIs that are on World's Edge, but seeing those northern pools are fantastic, especially those pools that you have a lot of teams sharing buildings in Skyhook. I'm excited to see if that's going to work into the composition changes that we're going to see from some of these teams as we do move over to World's Edge, because just like Fallout was saying, I'm expecting much more of the Caustic. I'm expecting much more of those final circle plays where our teams are going to want to prioritize that final circle positioning or where they think the circle is going to be pulling, whether they are playing more edge or whether they're playing more central circle.
Absolutely. Hey, speaking of that, let's take a look at those drops, shall we? Let's take a look at what we have seen in those previous 3 maps here, Fallout. Yes, this is Stormpoint, and this is really where the beginning of the story begins, right? This is how the chapter unfolds on Stormpoint.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you saw the teams that play very center line find success. Sentinels, Complexity, NRG, and Checkpoint, which is fairly central. They're able to rotate early. That's kind of the tried and true traditional TSM style of play from way early in the Kings Canyon days when they dropped Cage. Early rotates when your center map, no matter where the zone pulls, you can get there quick, and that's why you see those 3 teams are able to find so much success. Space Station you'd also throw on that list as a kind of a center line team, right? That's kind of the big thing that stood out. Outside of that, no major 50-50. Sentinels were able to get Mill uncontested, which is why you found them really able to pop off, whereas yesterday they did not have a good time against ESA, that's for sure.
Absolutely. Well, let's take a look at how that all translates into today's leaderboard. Remember, this is groups B versus D. Tomorrow, it is A versus C. And my goodness, Vicky, 45 points for NRG. Certainly something that a lot of us expected, of course. But let's talk about Space Station and Unlucky and Sentinels right there on their tail.
Yeah, you can even say second all the way even down to 6 with Complexity sitting there with 24 points. Complexity, if they have that one pop-off game that we had seen earlier, they could definitely compare themselves right next to Space Station, Unlucky, Sentinels, and Scary here. But look how close it is in terms of points. Unlucky, Sentinels are literally tied with Scary right behind them with only 1 point away to match them. And with that gap already being built up with Energy, you could expect Energy to already carry that momentum into World's Edge because, again, it's kind of like what we were referring to before. A lot of these teams feel very comfortable on World's Edge, so you can expect them to replicate that same type of play.
Yeah, one more point, kid, I want to make is RCO right underneath Complexity. They're going to be dropping Skyhook without the pressures of 100 Thieves, Team Liquid, the teams that typically tend to dominate Skyhook as a drop spot. So I think TDG, girls team, will be dropping Sky East with them, but for the most part, they're going to have some pretty free loot, and this is actually a decent situation, opportunity for RCO to kind of increase in the standings as well.
Absolutely, and I do appreciate how fast it seems like these games are going. They may not be fast. I might just be really into it because, of course, Stormpoint being a newer map to us here, certainly we've seen a lot of group play on it now, but it's definitely still a lot of fun. And I will say also, Vicky, talk to me a little bit about, as we mentioned, those big, we'll call them heavy hitters, and I hate to call them that because we've got so many incredible teams that have made their way to this lobby in a very impressive and impactful fashion. I guess I'm just curious your thoughts on what this lobby feels like without these big pillars in terms of aggression, in terms of where you're going in that rotation. Like, if it feels like these teams have this wide open space and they are making use of it, and some of them are really coming to the surface.
I'm thinking here about heavy hitters like what we've seen already from Sweet and the rest of the Energy queue, but Sweet specifically already solidified himself with 10 kills throughout the day. You have Space Station out here with Zenile actually having 7 kills. Unlucky out here too, matching that with Casellos, and they're actually continuing on their domination from just yesterday because Unlucky also had a pretty good day yesterday where they had finished in overall 6th place. But now as we transition into World's Edge, I'm expecting these composition changes to bring our heavy hitting players right now a more variety of options that they could go in with, whether it be gap closing, whether they want to use the Ashe phase breach, which we don't usually see on World's Edge, the Wraith, like Fallout was talking about, where we see Wraith a lot more on World's Edge to close in that gap, or where are these circles also going to be pulling? That's also a factor into that conversation. So I'm not too sure here. Looking at the way the overall leaderboards is looking right now, though, it's looking incredibly close, looking from 2nd place all the way down to 5th place, and it could be anyone's game that could overthrow Energy if Energy just happened to have that off game that we had seen in the first day.
There it is indeed. A grab bag of fun is just around the corner. But first, make sure you're keeping up with all of the action and the drama that unfolds here today by following us on all of our socials. Gang, if you haven't taken a look at @PlayApexEsports on Twitter or @PlayEsports, Apex Esports on YouTube, or of course @PlayApex on Twitch, you are missing out. There's some incredible content that happens there, and I think it's pretty clear, especially from this lobby, no matter if you're a fan of a heavy hitter or an underdog, you have all of the fun. You're going to be able to enjoy all of the drama and all of the action, whether it's on our social or here on our online play today. Well, guess what? Don't even worry about it. We've got match number 4 coming up right after this, so stay with us. This is the Apex Legends Global Series North American Pro League. Here we go.
Last guy.
Ed, it's a solo somewhere.
It's a solo right here.
Nice. Good job, baby. Let's go. Good job, boys. Perfectly played.
Alternator!
It's the party people back in the house for Game 4. Man, if you've ever seen Dan live at an event, you have a treat coming up for you. This man is nonstop dabbing, dancing. He's probably the most active, energetic. I think I've seen him slap Mark once as well. It's really a crazy thing, Dan. But, you know, you're kind of putting on a nice face here virtually for everyone for these past couple of years. But they'll see soon.
Yeah, it's not anger that comes out of me, but it certainly is something a little bit different when it gets to those live events. And that's what Apex is so desperately needing, right? We will eventually get those LAN events. I cannot wait to see the faces of the players when they eventually get to experience that, because it is like nothing else. We know it, they know it, and eventually it will happen. But we move over now from a different scene. As we talk about online to LAN, we move over from World's Edge, or we go to World's Edge from Storm Point. And this is where it's a familiar territory for all these guys, right? We have all these question marks over Storm Point. Who's going to drop where? How are these final circles going to be played? None of that with World's Edge. It's very familiar. They know how they want to approach this, and I'm very excited for Game 4.
I almost feel like that's the difficulty, though, because you have to look at transitioning your entire mentality to something that, yes, is tried and true. It's part of those, you know, dendritic connections in your brain that have already been made. You don't have to try to create new neural pathways, but it's still somehow hard to transition from new lineups and possibly go back to old lineups when you start getting comfortable, especially when you're doing well. And that's where I kind of always try to see, Dan, is it worth, if you do something different on Storm Point, trying to say, hey, I know we play this way at World's Edge, but I'm feeling so good on Horizon right now. I feel like I don't want to go back to the Wraith. I don't want to pick up the Ashe, which we've practiced, because let's just keep it rolling, especially for a team like SSG, Senile playing incredibly well.
Yeah, it's worth considering, but at the same time, you have to take into account what do you lose by then staying on that legend. Are you going to lose playing a Caustic, for example? Yep. Do you lose the Wraith portals? And all these things are very important on World's Edge, arguably more important than the height gainage you get from Horizon. So it's difficult to weigh up, but I can completely understand. And yes, I do think it's something that these players should be considering, because if the playstyle fits and if you are just popping off and you're hitting shots and you're winning engagements, maybe legend selection should be changed and should be considered going from one map to the other. Certainly something I've noticed just looking at the statistics from all these teams, NRG are outputting so much damage right now. We saw how much Nathan was able to do in that one game. Across 3 games, he's done 5,700 damage already. And that's concerning, considering that was just Storm Point, when you still have those question marks that I say. But we go to World's Edge, where you imagine things are just going to get better for NRG here. How much damage is he going to have by the end of match 6? That's what my big question is.
I mean, he got over a 3-bomb last time, and can he keep it up? 2K almost average each game. Nathan and NRG have definitely gone to what the casters have predicted and played an incredible game so far. But it's only halftime, and that means that when you come up on Game 4, there's a lot of things that are switching. And there are certain team styles that, in terms of their performance across these tournaments, and we've watched them now for years, they tend to fall in the trap of. And I think NRG is a halfway team most of the time. They either start incredibly strong and then kind of pitter out and don't grab that first place, but their points keep them in the top 3 at the end of the day, or they kind of build, and they build into this monster that no one's going to catch them. And I feel like this is the day that they're building. It just seems like everything is hitting. It feels like they're striking while the iron is hot. And of course, when you talk about hot, there's one thing World's Edge brings to the table that Storm Point doesn't, and that's lava all over the place. And you could see the different temperatures, the climates, in 2 ways, the dichotomy of how to play Apex Legends, the slow and yet the strong-willed, and then the hot, the fiery, the aggressive, the rambunctious. Which one will it be, and which team will step up in Game 4 that maybe hasn't already? We've got a chance to find out now as OXG falls in already with some lava in sight, picking up a kill onto Crummy. Start a fight, start yet another fight, and don't win it.
Yeah, that's a 50-50 again, the first drop that we see. It happened on Storm Point, it's happened on World's Edge, and Start a Fight just not having the best of days so far. Oxygen, you could say the same thing. They're only on 3 points right now, and one of those points was gathered from that kill there. So they really need to find something a little bit different to try and pick things up and show what they're made of, because we've seen these guys perform in other tournaments, especially arena tournaments, by the way. Aiden the Destroyer, one of the best arena players that I've seen in Apex, but arena is a very different environment, of course, to actual Battle Royale. There's our first glimpse, should I say, at the circle. We're going to be going northeast over towards Epicenter. Fragment East is going to be slightly in it, as well as Overlook, and we get a kind of lay of the land of where all these teams are landing. You see a few gunshots being fired here, there, and everywhere, but for the most part, people have been able to gentleman's agreement and pick up a POI each.
And that is a great new word, I think, Dan. It kind of gets a glance and glimpse right in between. So you just, you get exactly what you want to say, but you add a little panache to it. I appreciate that, and it's one of the beautiful things that you bring to a broadcast. I think the other thing that we've been talking about here that is being brought to this broadcast is how are you rotating, and what's the plan for the early style rotates. Definitely different here on World's Edge. No tridents, right? That's the biggest thing for those watching at home to know. There is not the ability to have these wide and fast rotations. And it's also size. The map does not give you enough room on the outside to not pass several teams, whereas Stormpoint has that huge width where you can go into the water. You can almost take a swim before you come back and start having to engage.
I thought you were asking how I rotate, and I have to say, with the green screen behind me, I can't rotate very well. This chair does not actually go all the way around. I'm kind of stuck between the green screen and my desk. But with World's Edge, you are right. It's a very different approach. We are going to see a lot of Valkyrie being played, as we know. A circle like this, where it does kind of direct to a far corner of the map, is usually a bit better to predict, and we will see more early rotations than arguably a more difficult circle that is more central or just like on one side of the east or west of the map. So I think that we will see a lot of people move over towards Epicenter, around the areas of Overlook as well, and of course with Fragment still being in, there's plenty of buildings to play. So you'd imagine not too many early game fights. Of course we've got this little scuffle with Start a Fight at the moment, as well as OXG, but I don't think that this one should carry on too much longer. Both teams will start to think about moving instead.
E8 as well, keeping an eye on it. There's nothing really wrong with a couple of shots here, especially Golden Nose. Basically 2-3 shots with that wingman. If they have an upgraded helmets and such, is going to get him another blue, and that's just important, especially if you get a fight happening to you earlier than you expected and you haven't been able to build up those shields the way SSG has. Speaking of SSG, building up a couple of caustic barrels, just closing off a lot of the angles for approach. One of the best things that caustic brings, and one of the best things about this lineup too, the mobility and the defensiveness right when you get to where you need to go. Bubble up, start throwing barrels down. You've already made a home after traveling the long distance from the skyward dive. And it's definitely worked out for them, finding themselves in second place so far today.
Well, if you look at the success of the biggest and best teams in Pro League so far, and it has to be ESA that you look at with the achievements that they had, the record-breaking week where they had 123 points, they went from a very different composition, which was, featuring Horizon, Valkyrie, etc., but then shifting over to Caustic when it came to World's Edge. And if one of your best and most aggressive teams is picking a legend like Caustic, then that says what kind of game you're going to have when it comes to World's Edge every single time. Even if the circle doesn't go your way, even if it's going to be in some of these more open areas, you still can play Caustic in a certain way.
Even after receiving the nerfs, almost made more of an impact, especially with the first place team out by a mile, 8 points in the overall leaderboards. Of all the teams competing, ESA has picked them up and dominated in record fashion 4 games in a row and a couple of more in their other days of competing. We see a lot of teams already making their way up to the north. And you see AP, Torrent, CLG, Casellos, and Kodagami, Oi Senpai of Unlucky, and you see Ghost gaming over there on the backside. 4 teams still crammed up. Not much to do here in round 1, especially since these teams are still fighting for a position, but a lot of poking definitely in order here. Not as many charge rifles from what I've seen as well, Dan.
Yeah, maybe people just haven't been able to find them, or perhaps they don't desire them as much as the likes of Reps does on TSM, as you always seem to find one in his hands. But at the moment, you are right. On the lobby, as the POVs that we've scanned across, there hasn't been as many charge rifles, but there has certainly been a lot of people trying to get to that surrounding area of Overlook and the kind of caravans, I'm going to call them. I still don't really know what they are. If someone could clarify what those things are, like RVs, I don't know. There's something...
It's because we don't really see them in real life. A lot of times you're not running across, several lava-stricken, blown-up containers that have doors in them.
You don't know about my life.
Cozy.
I might have done. You know?
You know, I'm not going to actually try to tell your story, Dan. Okay, we'll leave
England's
that to
very
you.
different to America. Okay, sometimes we have a lot of lava pits that just start to pop up here or there, especially in the northern side of England. But we are going to see teams now start to transition with that Valkyrie. But again, the later you Valkyrie into the zone or towards an area, the more at risk you are as another team occupying it already.
OXG, strong players. You mentioned Aiden the Destroyer playing in arenas, performing so well. Maybe why he favored the Mozambique in the earlier scuffle with SAF start a fight. Kubsky also a high performer. And transitioning onto the Caustic, we're seeing the trend of a lot of aggressive teams, potentially a lot of aggressive players playing that Caustic. Obviously so many advantages, even with the nerf coming in. You've got the 15% damage reduction. You've got the no slow by the bullets. So there's a lot of 1v1 potential as well to clutch up there. CLG, one of the only teams in this lobby playing the Loba, which has always been a fan favorite of mine. But here, OXG, underneath, taking a little bit of damage, a little scuffle here. Above them, they've got a team playing deep into the zone as the round is already closed on them.
This is what I said. If you dive late, even if you think you're going into an area where there's not going to be any teams, you always run the risk of someone else already residing. They've lost Aiden the Destroyer because of it, and now Oxygen down to just 2, and they're going to have to try and get a banner back here before they can even think about moving. Or maybe they'll take the fight, because perhaps they have an idea that Scary, you've only got 2 players as well.
Well, it's a Caustic v Caustic. They're not going to get messed up by each other's gas. That's the interesting interaction there, but Kubsky is going to have to do it with the aim. Still so low. It looks like he's going to fall. Ganjamin, he's going to punch inside. It's just protectable. Can he protect his team's chances? Big 88 by Ganjamin. Oh, he doesn't miss. Auto lock onto the dome, and that's going to be a big kill there by Scary yet again. 2 players in the lobby. They still find a way to get it done.
An unfortunate situation for OXG for sure. They probably thought they were going to be home safe to sit in the zone for a little bit, but you know, when you've got a team that only consists of 2 players, for whatever reason, maybe a disconnect, I don't know, they are always going to be reluctant to get into that zone as well. So they were probably thinking, hey, someone's come to join us, some free KP that we can pick up. And that's everything you need when the game's gone against you and you do find yourself with 2. So hats off to Scary for picking that one up. Unfortunate, though, for OXG, who wants more Fallout in the early stages. Elsewhere, I'm sure we're seeing more teams starting to transition over towards Overlook as well. If the circle does fully pull towards Overlook, those teams who hard committed right at these early stages, which it kind of has, they'll be a little bit happier than others, but it does look like it's going to be slightly northwestern of Overlook and a lot of open space, a lot of rocks to play with.
Sometimes those Overlook circles, they get a bit tricky. Some of those pulls get right on top of those high containers, and some of them pull a little bit north of that, or northeast, should I say, towards the wall, forcing some of those teams to really feel like they've got the God spot, and it just doesn't quite work out for them. You can see here on the map in your left-hand side, we've got a circle that's already going to move a little outside of Overlook. So some of these teams tight in the back, they won't at least have anyone playing to their eastern side, so they'll be able to move in playing in front of them, but there's still some room to go. And Sentinels, a team who's got room to travel and room on the leaderboards to take first very soon with 31 points just behind the 45 and the 33. And I believe the 36 from NRG and Scary and Unlucky.
And with the performance that we saw Sentinels provide us in game number 2, they're certainly capable of having those big games to push themselves right to the top of the leaderboards. They will get the information as well from this beacon that it is going to be over towards Overlook, but just a little bit northeast of it, or northwest of actually Overlook.
Yeah.
But certainly those teams who have found themselves within the circle already, a couple of them do have that caustic, and the reason why it's so important that you have a caustic on your team is a lot of these areas are very small and very easy to be pushed by other teams who are feeling a little bit frisky. However, if you've got some caustic barrels down, they're going to be reluctant to push on you.
Atlanta Premier taking a fight with DXT, typically running the fuse. They've swapped it out to be able to go with the caustic here. And it is Sung, who is off the Valkyrie. It's now Wave, who's playing the Valkyrie, who was on the fuse. This scuffle is going the way of DXT, clearly. Nobody has dropped. They haven't even lost full shields yet. That is AP with a very tough scuffle on the outside, going down in 19th place here in Game 4.
Unfortunate for AP, they had a really good week 2 or match day 3, I think it was. I'm trying to remember my numbers, but they were always consistent. They were getting to the late game. They were being a thorn in the side for so many teams, but not able to get the rub of the green, it would seem, in this lobby. And that's what is crazy about Pro League is that because the lobbies change every single time when you go from group to group, you have to play very differently. Sometimes you have to rotate in a different way. You can't just stick to your method and hope that it works. You have to kind of diagnose who else is doing what and where can you fit in and slot in like a jigsaw. It's not really working for them on this occasion.
And that's why you look at, you know, the way some of these teams have to keep 50-50. I feel like we're seeing Start a Fight being in that similar position where they're in a new lobby and they're running against a 50-50 that isn't going their way. And so it's just a tough situation with these groups rapidly changing so much, and Crummy feeling like, can I get a break? This is a crummy start, all of these games, but going to hit the shield battery, at least make it inside. Start a fight, well, somehow not starting this fight, but still finding one themselves.
And these were the areas I was talking about as well, where like Space Station are perfectly set up now, where teams aren't going to want to push them here, because there's no way you go inside this little container, because you will just be destroyed by the poison gas, and also your visuals will just be completely cluttered and you'll be drilled as you arrive at the same time. Maybe you can get some nades in to get some big damage, and that might encourage you to push in, but they are set up. They are hunkered down, they are just playing circle now, and they will just wait. Sure, they'll open that door every now and then to have a little bit of pop damage, make sure those shields are up as far as they can, but they'll just be hoping that circle moves towards them. However, we can see on our screens it's not going to. It is going to move slightly closer towards Overlook.
And you know what's crazy, really? Another reason why it's just so de-incentivized to push that team. You've got to do another 15% damage for not just the Caustic, but the Gibraltar as well. And it's just so much more of a hassle to go in and get a quick knock, a quick something, without keeping at least one of those members just barely alive to still do damage on your team. You've got to find some type of opening, which is why you're right. The arcs, the grenades, maybe a little bit of pressure elsewhere is what would open the door for a door opening opportunity. You can see here on the other side of things, Start a Fight knows there's a team inside of this building. Matt Pickett on the car. We saw very little of that on Stormpoint. It's just such a close weapon to fight in with combat that it doesn't really work on that long-range map. Here, though, just an excellent choice as well. And the wingman serving as Avi's weapon of choice here alongside the Mozambique. Not always something you see from a shotgun selection.
Off-screen, Ghost Gaming were just eliminated by Sentinels as well. CLG also involved in a little bit of a gunfight. So we're starting to see more teams force closer together now because of this circle, and it's going to get even smaller, of course, in 32 seconds when it starts to close once more. NRG making their way downtown, and I'm sure they'll find somewhere to reside. They're going to be playing very edge, but this is what you appreciate when you are one of those later teams to arrive. You get the benefit of seeing where that circle pulls, and then you can decide how you want to play it, and it looks like they should be able to get that perfect point just right in the deep pocket, so that they can sit on that edge and move into the next circle quickly afterwards.
Round 3 closing in 5 seconds. 17 squads still remaining, and will Start a Fight be one of them? Ooh, that was close. Avies just gets out with a sliver of health. It's LMK holding the high ground there as well, playing a very similar combo, almost the exact same combo with 9 points. The Arthur 1 will be ringing. They've got the PK in hand, but Turns is forced to shield battery. As again, it's going to only get tighter and tighter heading into this next zone pull.
RCO is struggling a little bit, down to just 2. And I think that when you are a 2 and you still see 17 squads remaining and it's a circle like this, you want to get somewhere to hide immediately. You don't want to be in an open area where there's going to be any angles, any visuals on you, because if one team spots out that you are a 2, they're likely going to focus you, bring the attention towards you, and then usually we see teams gang up just to ensure they can at least try and share some KP. Ganjamin has just been taken out by Sweet. He was actually the kill leader across the entire day prior to this game, so really stepping up, but unfortunately we did see them a little bit earlier. They were down to just 2 Sentinels now in a battle.
Lou trying to pop a shield battery as well. 2 to the name. We know how Crust can 1v2. He's got a perfect angle as well. Man, do they find the right spots for bullets. Sentinels, such a great fighting squad. Probably the best in the ALGS. I don't think many people would argue with that one, except maybe the likes of VSA, TSM, and NRG. But Crust still on the high ground with that gold shield. Just so efficient, Dan, at being able to take that little bit of damage and get right back up, ready for a fight. But they don't want to go anywhere. They're very happy with this high ground. They just want to discourage anybody trying to push up.
And Crust running the Bloodhound as well. I mean, it's obvious because it's on our screens, but it's not something we've necessarily touched on when we talk about legend selection. Crust is going to get so much visuals with that scan. Of course, the wall hacks, as it were, as some people call it, helps you so much in those engagements. And in a team that is very good at 3v3 fights, what's even better to help you out? Well, getting as much visual information as possible. NRG have got into this circle, by the way, and they have been able to find a building to reside in. They've just got to be careful. A lot of other teams very close to them here.
Yeah, Sentinels and NRG, we almost saw the opposite perspectives, but it was TDG who actually have got to survive this because NRG naded the second that Girl and them landed in that little container. It's such a difficult spot for them, and I think Girl is the only one alive. There's been such chaos here as 2 squads have already fallen. Round 4 starting to close in 15 seconds. NRG Sentinel still alive. We've got teams on the high ground, and no, TDG, they've been able to survive. So a really good play to stabilize there after the Valkyrie dive in a risky area to have a chance in this final circle.
And look where this next circle is going to go as well. TDG are going to be right within it, on the edge. They should be able to stay within this campervan RV thingy that doesn't exist in real life. And to do so, you know, you've just got to watch those windows. You've got to watch those angles and make sure no one just walks up on you and gets free shots. SSG going to be transitioning late into the circle here. This is not going to be easy. They are going to have a lot of eyes on them.
And they're going to have to try to fight something because they're right in front of NRG. I wonder if SSG can claim victory. Can they even claim a stabilization as they run into one of the most contested areas we've seen all day? Let's listen in.
Yeah, just stay on me here.
We might want a 3-2-1 right here if this guy peeks again. This caustic, maybe?
I don't know. They're just gonna fuck up. He's shooting at him.
Careful, careful, careful.
Play this side, play this side.
I have no more heals.
On me, he's actually chilling.
I'm chilling right here. This team just... What? We just have to watch this guy now.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Careful, careful.
Hit him 110, 110. I have to bat. I use my line bat.
Is this guy still here?
Yes, yes, I'm just staring at it. There's a team underneath us still.
We need to kill underneath.
35.
I think
this is really bad.
I think we just need to kill under. You guys ready?
I mean,
this team close to someone, they might move.
Yeah, they might move. No, they're still there. Shoot the guy, shoot the guy.
I hit all 3 of them for 30.
No, we can't push, bro. We're just gonna get fucking shot by everyone, bro. Everybody just stare at this. Stare at this, and I'll just watch it. All right. Just stare at it. Stare at it. Don't.
No more shields.
Okay, I only have 3. I only have 3. Here, I'll give you 1.
I'm dropping 2. I'm dropping 2.
I'll give you 1. They're gonna try to Ash TP maybe or some shit. Yeah, yeah. We're just gonna walk in. We're just gonna walk in, okay? Just fucking hold this shit in. They're gonna walk in. I think they're gonna
trap right here for in case they try and take this head glitch on us.
He should put a trap on this fucking top part of the rock.
Okay.
I don't think they'll fucking TP there. That'll be.
Hold on, I'm just putting traps on it. I'm just putting traps on each side right now.
Come on, tower.
How much heavy?
60.
Drop me a little then. You have a wingman. I'm trying to rampage now.
These guys are hard fighting left right now. Hard fighting left.
In the open, in the open, in the open.
You guys are in a fucking Gibiel.
No, I'm chilling. I'm chilling. I'm getting shot. Getting shot. We have to wrap left and play right here on the fence, okay? We're gonna wrap left and play on the fence. Let's go now. Go now.
Still team under.
Go now. Go now. I don't care. Just go.
They landed on the trailer.
Play on the fence. Play on the fence on me right here.
We're fighting on the trailer.
Yes, yes.
Give me turn around. Give me dead.
Is there a team behind us? Yes or no?
There is.
Yeah. They're walking up.
Okay, I'm looking. I can give.
I got shot on.
We are back in. Unfortunately, it seems like the observer went down there, but the game was still playing, as you would have heard. It seems like even Rain Day's gone as well, as he's frozen. So it's just going to be me on my merry lonesome, which I'm more than happy to sit with you guys and enjoy. We'll hopefully get back into that game, but it definitely sounded like it was getting a little bit intense. About 14 squads remaining going into that last circle, which is always going to be a terrifying moment for every team, because it was probably going to be cut into about 8, I would imagine, and I guess we'll just have to wait and see. And once we get Rain Day back in, we'll find out what happens with the result. Apologies, sometimes these things do happen with online competition, but hopefully we'll get back in and see what happens. But I guess until then, I can talk about what I thought was going to happen, and that was certainly the SSG in a position that they were. We're going to have to walk in very slowly, and that was what we heard in the communication from them. They said, let's just walk in. Everyone else is going to be doing the same. They're not going to be jetting up into the sky. They're not going to be positioning themselves in a way where they're vulnerable. And you know what? I guess we won't know what happened Rain Day because unfortunately we just backed out of that one. And I lost you as well.
Oh, you know, I got backed out. I mean, everybody backed out. I think it was too much going on in one small space. That's literally how I felt about that lobby, Dan. We were looking at it going, there's 15 teams here. There's going to be about 8 in 30 seconds. And, yeah, it was one of those contested spots. To me, it signaled maybe one of the sharp changes. Yes, that's an overlooked circle, but there was an unusual amount of squads kind of playing edge. It almost felt like they tried to take a little bit of what works on Storm Point, and it was just a little too much. Some late rotations just crowded that, and we just saw teams trying to say, hey, is there a spot? And being like, no, not really, but we'll try to survive as long as we can.
Well, it looks like we are going to jump back into the game. So 7 squads remaining. We missed a lot going down. Apologies, but at least we get to see the final circle here. So W still alive, down to 6 squads now as we see Charlotte Phoenix eliminated.
What a beautiful spot, too, with the Lobo ultimate. Fury just in a great position, and she's going to get that back in 2 minutes. Remember the nerf that added to it? Used to be about a minute and a half once they got that a little better, and it's been such a vital part of having grenades and now having high ground and having bullets that hit heads. Oh, that's the biggest key to Apex Legends. If you want to win your rank games, just follow that one. Easier said than done, though. Fury, W, making it look simple.
Torrent just got eliminated. 4 squads remaining. NRG have lost 1. Unlucky have lost 2. So there's a lot of teams that are pretty weak at this point. If anyone's going to fall 3, then they could be at the best chance of winning this one. Sentinels do. 3 squads remaining. Sentinels still at a full pleasure of health.
And you can see up top, there's still the Fury. And Sentinels and NRG going at it again. Who's going to have to drop first? It seems like they're engaging a defensive bombardment coming down, but the bubbles go up on both sides. Phony, he's going to drop as well. And we're going to look at these 3 teams clashing in what is a colossal battle here in the final side of Overlook. World's Edge, our first game in Game 4, Dan, and this is looking like a good one.
Grenade's going to be really important, but looks like they're out. Now it's down to getting the shots with the Mastiff. NRG push in. They managed to do the damage. Can they get the cleanup? Yes, they can. NRG managed to sweep things up, going back to back. It doesn't matter what map. NRG, they're here to play.
And not only sweep things up, sweet things up. NRG looking fantastic so far. 2 games in a row, showing us how it's done. I love to see it, and it's great that we got to witness how that circle ended up going, and it wasn't high ground that really won. That's one of the misconceptions, I think, of what a lot of teams look at in Apex. It's not just being able to drop from the sky. Sometimes it's being the aggressor. It's having the right plan of who to attack first, which team to isolate your shots onto, and which player specifically. And you can see NRG, they got everything right. 11 kills, 23 total points after coming into first, annihilating the lobby here.
I mean, I am glad we got back into the game. Otherwise, I was going to try and recreate what happened via interpretive dance, and no one would have want to see that because, caustic gas coming into the equation. There's only one way I could have done that. But NRG, 23 points. Sentinels just 4 behind on 19. We're starting to see 2 clear front runners now when it comes to what this overall leaderboard is going to look like in a minute. It has been very top-heavy lobbies. It has to be said. We've seen kind of 3 or 4 teams taking all the points for the most part, and then everything else has just been kind of dribbled out between the rest of the lobby. And we've seen a lot of early drop-offs that have been consistent from matches 1 to 4. A few teams who just really haven't been able to get going from match number 1.
Yeah, and you look at even top 10, right? Space Station, a team we talked about quite often. They switch the lineup. They go 6 points after basically being in the top 5 2 games in a row on Storm Point, rocking the horizon. Obviously, you've got to adjust. But the adjustments seem like they were coming a day late and a dollar short for a lot of these teams.
Yeah, really just got to look at what's been going wrong in Storm Point, and then you go, oh, we figured it out. Oh, wait, we've got World's Edge now, and suddenly it's all going wrong again. Maybe they got to the point where they started to figure it out, but they have to reassess once more. A shame for the likes of Scary, by the way, who weren't able to have a full 3. I think something went wrong there. I'm sure that they'll be back in it. Considering Ganjaman has been able to pick up the most kills prior to that game, I'm expecting Scary to come back and be scary in matches number 5 and 6 when they have a full 3. But it was the NRG show once more, and it was a more shared out damage situation between the team. We don't see Nathan popping off, but that does put him at around 7,000 damage over 4 games now. So really impressed with this roster, and I think they'll be delighted with back-to-back victories.
Yeah, and the way that we've seen Rocker and his support, the decision-making for that, and also just the leadership from Sweet. It was a different Sweet than I saw when I casted on match day 2. There was some silence when we listened to the team comms. It felt a bit dejected, not getting the results that he wanted, and obviously coming off just starting that split that had been delayed. That's to be expected, but now they've got their minds in the game, and it is showing that they are controlling these lobbies. They're directing themselves and their abilities so well that it's just so hard for teams to break through and find a way to defeat them in these end games, and that's proven here 2 times in a row, back-to-back victories.
And who'd have thought it was just as simple as playing the game for NRG as well. In week number 1, they said we're probably not going to be that great. They start playing again, and they are just built different. I think that's worrying, though, isn't it? That's all it takes. Just a little bit of extra practice for them. Just getting on the game, playing matchmaking, playing ranked, enjoying the game together, and they're back on top. And with 2 games remaining and the amount of points they were able to accumulate in that one, they are starting to create a little bit of gap at the top now, and everyone else is going to be chasing them going into match 5 and 6.
Such a great time to do it, too. Game 4. I mean, that's where you want to at least keep the cushion or extend it with teams like Sentinel pushing up now 50 points behind the leaders NRG who have 68. Unlucky rounding it out of the top 3 with 40. But then right after that, you start getting into some interesting conversation, especially with Space Station, a team that looked to be climbing up, drops down 2 places. Scary has an unfortunate only 2-man roster in that Game 4, but they have 33. They're still in it, especially when it comes to 3rd place and possibly 2nd place. But W, the team that we saw fighting with Sentinels and NRG, Dan, have a 3 placement jump, which allows them to really be in the conversation in Game 5 to make a move and try to get into that top 3 for the day.
Yeah, I think when you're down there in the bottom kind of 5 now, or well, 6 to 10, should I say, bottom 5 on that screen, you're not really thinking about winning at the moment. It's more about just trying to get in touching distance of 1st place and top 3. And who knows, maybe with 2 amazing back-to-back games, you could still pull off the unthinkable. As for Torrent, they jump up a little bit as well. They move up into 11th place. They get a little bit of a boost, but this has been the story really for Starter Fight, for Oxygen. They've been 50-50ing several times throughout the day. It doesn't matter what map it's been, and we see the consequences of a 50-50. Similar to what happened to Sentinels yesterday, it really does not benefit you when it does happen. So just finding a POI that is home is usually the kind of plan of action when that is the thing that happens.
Hey, we both know if we can't have enough loot with our teammates in casual or ranked games, and you at home feel like your teammates are taking your stuff, you definitely can't split it with 2 teams. All right, we're going to head back to a little break here. It's been Rain Day and Gaskin. We're going to be back at it for Game 6, but Game 5 could determine it all. Will NRG continue to pick up the pace and extend the lead, or will Sentinels find a way to claw back? Will W get into the action of top 3? All that coming up after this.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global.
4 games down and 2 more to go, including 2 final World's Edge maps here, as NRG's been making an absolute statement yet again, by the way. Sentinels right behind them, though, Vicky.
Yeah, Energy, though, double-digit kills and a dub on top of that. You love to see it from Energy, but it's not surprising at the same time. It is Energy at the same, just back-to-back wins. This is an Energy way. But looking at Sentinels, we talked about them in the pre-show, and they are delivering Fallout.
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. We're, of course, loading into game number 5. If we can, sorry, producers, to throw you up in the a little wrench here. If we could pull up the standings, I'm also going to take a look one more time at the overall standings, if possible, just to kind of set the stage here going into game 5. Obviously, this is the point where things get super intense, right? 2 more games, 2 more opportunities, and actually, no, we have gameplay ready. That's actually way more important. So game number 5 is ready. Let's go ahead and jump right in to World's Edge. NRG on top, and Sentinels right behind them. We know teams like SSG and others are looming, though.
And I know I repeat this all the time whenever we go into a match 5, but again, I have to reiterate, I love game 5s for a reason, and it's supposed to be because a lot of these teams know where they're standing in the overall leaderboards. They know what points they need to obtain, and so you see a lot of teams either get too comfortable in these game 5s or get a little too ahead of themselves. So we're going to see how some of these teams like Energy, Sentinels play this one out.
Yeah, and we're going to kick things off with NRG dropping and staging their home that they've dominated for like a year and a half now, plus, ever since staging kind of became a thing. They, of course, have controlled this POI, and one thing I'm interested to see here in Game 5, we didn't see the best game out of Complexity last game. Didn't see a whole lot out of them, but in general, on World's Edge, Complexity has kind of fallen off a little bit. I haven't seen the same kind of dominant Complexity as you saw back in like Season 3, 4, 5 meta. So I'm interested to see how Complexity does here. And of course, we'll keep a close eye on Sentinels dropping a Lava Siphon as well.
Yeah, actually, Energy landing here, it kind of gives me the same type of vibes that they have with Checkpoint, where they have so many different rotation advantages, just depending on where they want to rotate, where the circle is going to be pulling.
Exactly.
And they just have so many options available to them here as we get started. Rocker with the purple Evo, great little surprise there on drop, and now looking at where the circle is pulling. Oh man, that beacon building north of Fragment is going to get contested real quick. A Cossack team wants to definitely try to take control over that building soon, but we are moving all the way up north, Fallout.
Yeah, this is interesting because this is pretty big for Complexity. For SSG, RCO, who is kind of in the running going into Game 4 at least. And of course, when you look all the way down to the south side of the map, right, you see Unlucky, you see a couple other teams, E8 dropping in the far southeast at the Dome. It's going to be a really, really tough rotation for them to make, AGG and a few others. So I'm interested, AGG up north on Countdown, but interested to see how they decide to play this. Some of those southern teams are going to have to make it more of a max rotation.
Yeah, we can also predict here with that circle, and especially with the beacon information that we're going to see from some of these teams looking at AP or Complexity, who could rotate in that direction. We sometimes also see this circle end on that sniper tower, so we may have another sniper tower finish, very similar to the last circle that we just saw over by Overlook. But this time around, it's going to be exiting the tunnels south of Skyhook, so that's going to be interesting to see which of these teams manage to take that God spot first, depending on where that circle is going to be pulling. But these redeploys, you could expect them to get hot and hot real quick. With Unlucky now making the rotations, they're one of the teams running the 2 big boys out here with the Cossack onto Kodagami here, and Casello's still been putting on a display as they do get shot from the high ground over by Big Mod as they get contested.
Yep, so they do drop Big Mod. They thought they had it for free, but a team's actually just right behind them. Gets the early damage on Kodagami, but not enough for them to kind of go all in. Nice shots. Oh my god, Casellos is absolutely melting. He's going to knock one. It's going to be crummy at start a fight, looking to start a fight and saying, hey, maybe not the best idea here. And it looks like despite getting that first knock, they're going to say, you know what, let's live to fight another day. Let's just back on reset.
Because usually when we see ESA in the lobbies, we usually see Big Mod, Lava City. It's all free real estate for ESA. Here, you usually see Start a Fight, Unlucky, Oxygen that can make their rotation as they usually share Lava City. As Unlucky actually just rotated right out of there through Geyser instead. They want to prioritize maybe a longer rotation here as they do take their time, but they're getting shot at and pressured out by the squad who landed over by Geyser.
Meanwhile, Tanner just took out Shiny. That's Tanner from TDG, by the way, so that is huge. Complexity loses one member already, so there's some fights happening on the north side of the map, some fights happening on the south side of the map, as Unlucky is just trying to skirt their way through and avoid all of this. They want to make it to late game. They're so close, Vicky. They're on the brink of potentially placing top 5 here and giving themselves a chance to break into the top 10 overall Pro League.
Let's see here, game 5 again. This is why it's so important here as Torrent are trying to fight for that beacon building that I was highlighting before. It's going to be so important to have control over that beacon, get that information as a bubble gets taken down, and Torrent already here trying to get into a position. Going to be able to loot Monsoon's box actually right over there as Urace is going to be able to walk away from that. It's going to be pretty big here as Complexity don't have Monsoon there in the space station, already taking control over this tunnel south of Skyhook.
Yeah, so it seems like it was a dual effort. TDG and Torrent both contributing to both Shiny and Monsoon getting taken out, which means Muffins, the new kind of replacement substitute for this team of Reptar, can be the last one alive. Meanwhile, Space Station, you know, they drop over in Lava Fissure. They find themselves within tunnels towards Skyhook in a bit of a fight here. Senok's gonna get a knock on Senpai. That's actually huge. So Senpai gets taken out. Casellos gets taken out the top right of your screen. So Unlucky just had such an unlucky game, really.
Senox is popping off right now. I mean, he was already popping off before this game, but he's still knocking these players, clicking head after head after head. Unlucky gets taken out of this game. Back to the lobby as Sentinels continue on their dominance for today.
Yeah, by the way, take a look at this new overlay here, courtesy of PGL, so you get to see all the equipment in their inventory, the blue backpack and the shield, the frags, etc. If we flip over to a team that has a couple kills, you can see their team collective kills as well. Kind of looks like a panda, but it shows the overall kills of the team. So you saw Sentinels with a clean wipe, all three of them. Sorry, 3 kills all for them on the Unlucky squads. That's a big start for Sentinels. That's 3 KP already.
Absolutely love these overlays. So much information to be able to bounce off them too. You could see 12 shield cells going in favor of the Stomps here. Very important to have those shield cells, but I do prefer those shield bats when you have that opportunity as Dexterity now move in. They know that there's a squad hiding behind those crates. We're highlighting the sniper tower. That's a little bit south of where both these teams are positioned, but Space Station don't really have a choice right now. It would be nice to have a redeploy, but even getting into that God spot too early could spell doom for some of these teams as even Space Station have Frex on that Caustic. We've seen Frex before on the Bloodhound. Now going over to the Caustic as we do enter World's Edge on the second game.
Stomps on this Dexterity roster, former member of one of the 3 or 4 ESA teams that competed in the ALGS Championships last June or July. Played with Farmer Lucas back then. Now playing with as Gibraltar alongside Wave and Song Nugent on the Dexterity roster. 20 points for them. Not necessarily a bad showing, but they could use a pop-off game here to give them a chance to break into the top 5. They want to take this fight. They've been poking, prodding, entertaining it, but they also recognize if they take this fight, there's 2 or 3 teams that will certainly third party.
Yeah, Scary now making their own rotation. Scary have been popping off themselves in the overall leaderboard, sitting in 5th place. So close, right behind Space Station. Just a few points away as they take some of those raw shots. Ganja already has that purple Evo shield, and he is going to be able to take onto the high ground alongside NM Ego. Our teams who have actually been dominating for today. I love what I'm seeing here from Scary, but they're getting contested onto this high ground.
Yeah, you know what? I'm always a big fan of showing some love to our LATAM or Mexican community. Spanish speakers, stand up. Let's go ahead and jump into a listening with Scary, see how they play this.
Okay.
¿Lo ves arriba? Hay una nave aquí, se la puedo tirar.
No, creo que ya no están. ¿No?
Ok.
Ok.
Estamos a 428 metros, güey. Por
¿Qué
si quieren
vamos a
tirar
hacer?
aquí.
O sea, nos tenemos que acercar todavía más. Ok. Pero ¿cuál va a ser la play?
Por izquierda. Ya te expliqué la play. Vamos a caer en mi marca, aquí.
Ok.
Hay gente aquí. 42, 48.
Un tiro.
Cualquier otra, la play 3 de 42.
La H está un tiro.
Y estiré ulti, tiro nades.
Recuerden que tenemos un equipo atrás.
Estoy vámonos, ok.
Vengan acá conmigo. Está el equipo que estaba abajo todavía.
Ok.
No quiero arriesgar, vengan acá.
Voy.
Ven,
ya los tenemos aquí.
Nos tiraron ulti de Gibby, hay que seguir corriendo.
Siguen yendo para atrás,
Hay otro equipo hasta el fondo. Ahí son 3 equipos aquí en cercas. Vi un equipo hasta...
Ya se bajó el equipo.
En Last Light.
Aquí.
Ten cuidado a la izquierda. Hay que ver dónde rotar. Ya el otro equipo ya se fue. Hay 2 equipos cerca nada más.
Me pegó headshot, perro.
Vengan. Un equipo voló. Creo que los otros güeyes volaron. Vengan, de regreso.
Los de la izquierda. No, el equipo de la... No. Los de la izquierda es otro equipo. El de la derecha es los que estaban arriba aquí, que queremos correr de Dorito. Este equipo de aquí.
Puede que
¿Quiénes? Estos ya están abajo. Yo me refiero a los de la izquierda. Puede que ahí sigan.
Ocupo pilita. Bueno,
Nada más era uno, nada más era uno.
Está bien, está bien.
Si quieres más, yo te puedo dar. Tengo 12.
No.
Llevo 3 bats, 5 pilas. Ulti, aquí.
Van a volar.
70 la bal.
Podemos craftear si quieren, si ocupan bats.
No, yo llevo bien.
O rotamos de una, es ronda 2. Rota 2.
¿Rota?
Ronda 2. Ok. Es ronda 2, ¿eh? Hay que irnos full.
Craftea.
Sí, craftea.
Pero si ustedes ocupan craftear, crafteen también.
Sí, ya voy, pero no tengo más.
otras 2 bats.
¿Quieres acelerar para tu ulti, enemigo?
Interesting turn of events there, Vicky, with obviously the potential for a couple fights, but none of it happened. So now they'll take their turn at the replicator, looting up and taking their time on this rotation. But what was really interesting about that was how NRG played it. And speaking of NRG, they find themselves under some duress right now. We'll talk about that and break that down a little later.
Yeah, Energy now with those quick rotations trying to get ahead of that team now in some trouble as Sweet needs to heal up. So does Nathan, but that phase breach to disengage. Great call right here from Sweet as they're going to be able to get that natural cover of the building, but they're in the line of sight of another team.
Oh my gosh, if NRG some way somehow survives this, they're officially, what's the magician's name? Houdini. That's the magician. I was thinking about, what's the other one? One starts with Chris.
Angel.
Chris Angel.
yeah. That's
Chris
actually
Angel
the
times
original
3.
magician that I was thinking about, yeah.
We got Chris Angel, Houdini, and Charlie Chaplin. Is he a magician? On one team, if they survive this. He's not really a magician. He's more of like a actor / mime. But I digress.
He's got that fire mustache, though.
He does.
RCO
That is a fact. That is a fact.
Yeah. You got Dupe taking some notes out here. RCO Esports, though, they are going to be able to take some pressure. They have the high ground. I like the spot that RCO's in, but again, we talked about where that circle could be pulling, and we've seen it happen before. It's a very common circle pulling towards that sniper tower south of Skyhook, right outside the tunnel. So RCO would be forced to funnel out of that high ground eventually, as Energy are just playing from the low ground. Meanwhile, we have these two teams now currently situated over by the other side. It's W who have made their way over to the side, trying to take onto this cart. Sung now inside. They also are running the caustic composition, looking at dexterity, so they could control this tunnel amazingly with those caustic barrels.
That's right. Dexterity in the same exact position they were last time we checked in on them. Meanwhile, NRG found a pick on low ground somehow. I'm not sure how Sleepy Panda managed to get taken out there, but he's actually out and eliminated. So there you go. Chris Angel performs his latest trick, and somehow NRG survives, and not only just survives, but actually gets a kill out of it.
Oh man, now they're forced to redeploy, but nobody could get away though. You're not gonna get away without getting pressure, but Nathan gets to see another day getting burned by that charge rifle. You would think we're still on storm point here. Start a fight, also trying to take some shots at another team that's trying to redeploy right up ahead. Gonna be able to try to continue on some of that pressure, but this time coming in from Fragment.
Heads up, check out this way.
Yeah, start a fight still over towards Fragment. This is the team, keep in mind, that actually decided to pick that fight early game against Unlucky over a Big Mod. Slowly making the rotation, opting to play heavy edge. Obviously coming from the southeast side of the map here. Makes sense. One team in front of them, and they'll have their kind of pick of the litter here, how they want to play this. Actually, they might want to take that 3v3 to their left. That might be a clean 3v3. It's the benefit of playing edge, because no one can come from the south side below them unless they're lunatics running through the storm.
Yeah, also having to watch their backs for that zip line too. Just want to see. They're not going to get contested. They still see that squad up in their sides. They also have the portal too, just in case they do want to try to get aggressive.
Exactly. That's a decent fight, in my opinion. But take a look at these next few zones. Those blue circles to kind of translate for people here. I love this new spectator mode functionality. The blue circles are Loba ultimates. We all know there's 2 Loba teams at least left in this game. The dotted circle is the next circle, and then of course the gray circle is the next circle, as y'all know from playing Apex. But that's love that we have a chance to see kind of where the rings are going to be pulling, at least in a few rings, as we're on board to start a fight here, making the rotation in Fragment.
Yeah, and those black markets, just to know where some of these teams are just trying to position themselves so that way they could get some of those death box loots. And you can see Torrent still on the other side here by that beacon building north of Frag West. You can see E8 also taking control over that building that actually leads them from that zip line into that building that we were just referring to. Start a fight though, they're actually about to approach AP coming up from the low ground.
Yeah, this could be interesting. Sentinels right nearby. This is not the fight you want to take. So they're actually going to approach AP with Sentinels nearby. We'll see if they can get some picks out of the sky. Not able to hit for a whole lot. Oh my gosh, as I say that, he cracks twice, 3 times with the 30-30. I love that we switched POVs to Lou and he's not missing.
Oh, I honestly sat at the edge of my seat right there. Lou, following the tracking, you absolutely love to see it, but look, we already have a team taking up the real estate on the sniper tower. Does he miss? Does he miss? He forces out the dome, and now he has his purple Evo shield all the way to red after that damage.
Yeah, something tells me Lou single-handedly leveled up all these Evo shields. They're like, hey, give me your shield, I will do the work. Lou right now with 1,500 damage and counting, by the way. He's going to get a crack cross map, gets a knock on Oxygen's protectful. Oxygen has not had a good time. Lou is not missing.
Oxygen need to get that res, although they won't get sent on as Sentinels are still holding the edge a little bit right here. They do note there's 2 other squads that could actually potentially pinch them, but they got the Spitfire in the hands of Cruz, as Cruz is rocking that Bloodhound at the Arcstar.
Yep. Of course, Sentinel's one of the only teams that does not rock a Valkyrie here on World's Edge. Girl with the flank, great positioning from her. Can she finish the kills though? Needs to hit the wingman shots, gets one, turns, looks for a second, last alive here, not looking good as Girl's gonna get taken out here. TDG eliminated.
Oh, unfortunate there. Trying to control that building can be so chaotic, but Lou actually gets taken down. We're just highlighting Lou now, only up to Cruz. Senox, he gets the crack, he's trying to get the hipfire shots, he gets the second knock. Oh, the Spitfire and Cruz, they do it, and the quick shield swap, just in case a third party thinks that they're up to no good.
Crust is playing out of his mind right now. I believe he's the kill leader in the lobby overall as well. As Start a Fight finally finishes the kills here on Torrent. They take out TDG, they take out Torrent, and just like that, Start a Fight showing some life. But I gotta go back to Crust and Sentinels. They are playing so incredibly well. That Spitfire was popping.
He's been popping off. Even before this game, I believe he had a total of like 9 kills. We were highlighting Senox for a good reason, of course. Before that game, he had 14, and they're still just racking up one by one. But can we acknowledge this makeshift cover? When you don't got Tridents, when you don't have the ability to put down a mobile respawn beacon, it is what it is. You got to work with what you got, and it's these Caustic Barrels that you see Kupski trying to find a Kraber shot.
Oh my god. So anticlimactic right there. All that suspense. Kupski lining it up, and then gets knocked. This is the saddest clip I've ever seen in the history of my life. Prayers for Kupski's. That's in the chat right now from my man Cub. He's going to get revived. He should be okay. Still has a couple Kraber shots left, though. This is hilarious. They're literally just trying to survive right now in this tower with Kraber in hand. It was the right decision to go there with the Kraber, obviously, though.
Absolutely. It's just that final circle positioning is NRG now trying to fight for their lives by the rock. Did he just throw the knock grenade in there? Not too sure here as he jumped into the dome, but Nathan is doing Nathan thinks he saw him make at least 3,000 damage just in the other game, and he's still racking up so many of this KP for the rest of Energy.
That's right, the quick shield swap's going to come through as well, and then they actually wanted to hit that Valkyrie, wisely decided not to. There it is! Kupski connects! I love that we jump right back to his POV, and he hits the heady on Rocker. It's going to slow them down at least for some time here. Opportunity for Oxygen to rain on the parade of NRG.
They're going to have enough time. The circle's closing in right behind them here. Oxygen is going to still have them in their line of sight, and you see Kupski trying to take another Kraber shot.
Yeah. Kupski got it for the first. Can he get the second here? Meanwhile, a couple more shots and fights going on elsewhere on the map. Aiden the Destroyer, controller player, kind of a rising star from last season. Played on, I believe, the Moaners. On board now with Sung. Sung's going to get last alive. He's so damaged right now. Can he clutch up? No, he'll get shut down by SSG.
Oh, Start a Fight now also cleaning things up on the other side of this tunnel here, trying to find a pinch on that team. But look at Oxygen. They lose Protectful in the process, but they don't want to give up this spot. If Kupski can still rack up some of that damage with these Caustic Barrels, it'd be great. But they can't get that res on the Protectful. And now Aiden needs to find a way to get back up to the Sniper Tower. How do they get separated here?
Yeah, not sure what happened and what kind of forced them down. So Aiden actually gets taken out. Kupski's gonna be last alive. NRG so hurt right now. Rocker got taken out earlier by Kupski with that great headshot he hit earlier. Nathan down to 50 total HP, dipping and dodging and somehow surviving. His teammate's gonna heal back up as well. Kupski connects for one, takes out the R301 and gets almost a knock after that, but Nathan steals it.
Now Kupski just has to be the lone warrior here on this Sniper Tower with a Kraber and a Dream, but he's got that R301 for those close quarter fights, but nobody's going to try to contest him here right now, but the mobile squad is right underneath them. Sentinel's playing on the other side. It's nice to note that NRG are playing this as of right now as a duo, it seems, and Sentinels still have the full man squad up and alive, and let's not forget what the overall leaderboards are looking like right now, with Sentinels right behind NRG with that 18-point difference.
Yeah, 18-point difference, but if I'm Sentinels, I've seen NRG in the kill feed, and you gotta take them out. It is crucial that they do, and actually, as I say that, I think given the changes that were made for last point format, I think they're playing on kind of hidden mode, so I'm not sure if they'll actually get that intel like we will, but nonetheless, in the grand scheme of things here, pop-off game, great game for Sentinels, 7 kills for them, but if they could take out NRG here momentarily, this would be massive.
Wondering if the spot right underneath them could potentially be W. We've seen them rock that Loba before. See Sentinels still finding these cracks with the charge rifle that we were highlighting before. Thrust going crazy as per usual. Makubski actually gives up the high ground. He moves in. He wants in on the KP. He wants to solidify these points for Oxygen, but unfortunately, it is not going to work out for them as CLG clean up Oxygen and take care of Oxygen, sending them right back towards the lobby.
Makubski says YOLO. Tries to go for some blindies with the Kraber. Last minute damage. Nathan and Sweet is smart here. I love this decision to kind of buy as much time here on the out of bounds as they can. Too much time, question mark, imagine. As they're actually going to drop down into the fight here. They're able to get at least one more placement point out of it. And oh my god, the damage comes through from Nathan's Q.
Oh my gosh, and they're pushing onto Sentinels. Crush is literally one right now. They find the trade though. They start a fight off to the side who wants to go in for the third party, which is why Energy now is trying to move in, but Crush has to play around this dome. It's not going to be enough.
Yeah, Senax being last alive, but Crust did so much damage before he got taken out. The Wingman is out. 1v1 fight. He's going to connect. Needs to somehow shield swap if he can. Senax down to 100 HP.
He's going to get the shield swap right now, too. He's going to be able to play around the card. Says W. It is the Loba squad that was underneath the sniper tower. Going to be able to move in for that fight, but a little too,
is that NRG?
too late.
That's NRG. You gotta be kidding me. NRG, in the midst of all of that, was able to survive. And what was an opportunity for Sentinels to run away with this game is now a great opportunity for NRG to keep it so incredibly far.
This is insane. 3 squads left. Energy have 2 members alive. Sentinel only have Senox here. Energy is going to be able to play from the side of the tunnel this entire time, and Senox is just a lone warrior that you're going to see W just chase down.
Yeah, Senox. Oh, no way. No way. Imagine he hits that, though. I would have lost my mind. But they're going to track him the entire time. Now Nathan and Sweet in a 2v3. Can they clutch the 2v3 against W? They, of course, don't have a dome shield to work with here. Nice first shot. Nice second shot for Nathan, but Sweet's going to get tagged up. So is Nathan. He goes down. Sweet goes down as well. And W will be your champion. The Rising Star team from ALGS Championships played as My Little Phony. That was their moniker back then. Switched their team name to W and collecting W's here in game number 5. That's pretty big for them.
Beautiful looks, because remember, we also highlighted how close the overall leaderboard looked from 3rd all the way down to 5th, and W was outside that in 6th place, I believe, overall with 31 points, whereas Scary, right on top of them, had like 33 points. So with those additional points, W is going to skyrocket in the overall leaderboards, and that was exactly what they needed with 9 kills on top of it all.
And not what Sentinels needed, matching NRG with 17. So NRG will keep that deficit to 18 total points, and that should be the nail in the coffin for them winning yet another Pro League, pending a pop-off type of game from Sentinels. So kudos to them. But W, really, really great performance for Game 5. That'll put them in, I think, the top 5. CLG showing some life with 11. Outside of that, really top-heavy points here, Vicky.
Yeah, and you know, it was interesting because we were talking about the Loba teams going out with the black markets that we saw on the HUD, and also noting that W is one of those teams that have been innovators on World's Edge because of the way that they would utilize a Loba. So they didn't even falter just because they didn't have the high ground like Oxygen did. I'm wondering here what had happened to Protectful and that other member that had dropped down there as Kubski held onto the high ground. They had a really good spot, but they just gave it up right there at the...
Yeah, that's right. So take a look at the second page here. Torrent, Scary, a couple teams that were in the running at least. Not the best games for them. Torrent still manages to get 4 kill points though, so pretty solid and a pretty decent game. In Complexity, another story, started pretty strong on Stormpoint, was in the top 3 after game 2, but have been really, really quiet, almost non-existent since then. Unfortunately, not able to get things going here on World's Edge, which continues to kind of be the story of the struggles for Complexity.
Yeah, World's Edge, I love this different look, just coming in from Stormpoint, moving on to World's Edge, and looking at teams like W make those adjustments. Look at this overall, though. They came in at the right time, but also, it was a 3-man squad still up and alive versus NRG was just a duo at Sentinels as that Senox having to try to use a phase breacher to try to get out of trouble, but Phony ending things with over 1,000 damage. Scissors with the cleanup, and Fury not only with that black mark, that 3 KP.
Yeah, and I want to take a moment to just kind of break that down and analyze that, because if you wonder, if you're curious NRG is arguably one of the best teams in the world right now, let alone in North America. That game also defines it. Obviously, go take a look at game number 1, I think it was. Yeah, game number 1 where they popped off and we had to listen and it was disgusting. But in that game, they're down to 2 members. They hit the Valk ult and the IGLing from Sweet. I mean, pristine, perfection. They go on high ground while everyone else is fighting. No one knows where they are. No one knows that they exist. They're able to drop and sneak away into tunnel and then break and get a 2nd place finish, 9 placement points when they had no business doing that. Not only that, Vicky, but also the fact that they actually slow rotated out of staging and you saw them actually almost ape scary and take those 3 kill points. They recognize, hey, this isn't a good fight for us, and rotated. So it's interesting because sometimes they'll early rotate, sometimes they'll late rotate and play edge. You saw a late rotate there. They dropped staging and they were still there. I mean, so many interesting things to kind of talk about here, and I'm excited to bring Kate back to the discussion to talk through it all.
Oh, hey, gang. Thanks so much for having me. And my goodness, matches 4 and 5 had something for everyone, whether it's an early game firefight or late game bloodshed. To be honest, I do have to ask, while we look at some of these highlights coming in from match 4 and 5, I mean, you talked about it in earlier today, Sentinels. They had that incredible late game opportunity there in this last match. They could have pulled it out, and yet here we are, not making it work. I'm curious, Fallout, if you can unpack that for me while we take a look at these highlights as we go into match number 6.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, and honestly,
go ahead, Vicky.
Just seeing the way that Energy played, that kind of like what you were saying before, Fallout, also just seeing the way that they were able to disengage when Start a Fight wanted to move in on Sentinels, and then they took Start a Fight's spot in the tunnels. It's what allowed them to actually put themselves into safety away from trying to get that 3rd place spot that they were avoiding.
Yeah, it's just insane. It's brilliant. And what they're able to get away with and what they're able to pull off is miraculous, honestly. The way they play as a team, the positions they get themselves in and they get themselves out of, that Houdini kind of magician scenario where they were actually 2 or 3 teams looking at them. They were so poorly positioned, but they're still able to make their way out of those situations and get a kill point out of it. I mean, it's just ridiculous to look at. Of course, in game number 4, you saw the pop-off as well, Vicky.
Yeah, we had a little bit of a scare here too, where we saw the Sniper Tower just being that god spot right now, but Energy cleaning things up as Energy usually does. Winning those 2 games back-to-back is such a good look for them, because not only did they win those games to secure those 12 extra points in first place, but they also won with double-digit kills on top of it all.
Yeah, and then here in game 6, Sentinels was looking so good. 3 kill points off the rip. They all are loving it. This is actually a really close fight here. Crust goes huge with the Spitfire. Just pop, 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 connects for a couple 1,000+ damage, I think, by the end of the game. Really, really strong strength. So they're looking like everything's going their way. They have fully leveled up Evo shields. They're in a position, and back to your question, Kate, to kind of answer your question. Unpack what went wrong. Well, honestly, I don't know. Sentinels was so well positioned, had the resources, had the loot, had the death boxes nearby, but still, just I think was under too much duress and too much pressure and got the whole lobby focusing on them. I think that's what Energy's so good at, is being slippery and finding ways to get the lobby to unfocus them, and Sentinels in that scenario just couldn't do it.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm assuming here in a second we're going to take a look at that incredible Kubski moment here, using the barrel to enjoy that Kraber shot, being taken down temporarily, and then coming back to really set up another takedown. Talk to me a little bit about that play. More importantly, talk to me a little bit about the creativity that can sometimes be like the silver bullet here, Fallout, when we talk about especially the late game when you got that god spot.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen all types of creativity, obviously, with on Storm Point, with the Trident being used for cover. We've seen mobile respawn beacons being used for cover. Now, of course, canisters from Caustic being used for cover. Players have really learned how to use the entire sandbox, kind of everything that's available to them in Apex Legends, and it's really fun to see.
I'm excited for the players to do more of that on Storm Point. I'm sure we'll see that here shortly. Speaking of things we'll see, let's take a look at the leaderboards and how the math has worked out here as, again, we go into our final match of the day. Okay, Vicky, I'm going to say it right now. NRG, our talent predictions, feeling pretty good at this moment. But I will also say that if there's one thing you have learned the entire time that Apex has been a thing, and BR in general, you can't just let anyone off the hook.
Absolutely not. Although I definitely feel like we hit the jackpot out here, Kate, but 85 points are ready for NRG. Look at that gap, though, between themselves and Sentinels. We were talking about how important that late game for Sentinels in that last game was for them, because we knew about that gap, but now that gap just keeps increasing as NRG still stays consistent game after game.
Listen, you hit the jackpot. Listen, y'all predicting NRG is like saying the Chicago Bulls were going to win an NBA championship in 1997. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm out here pulling for the Utah Jazz, my man Karl Malone, and y'all are picking the Chicago Bulls with this lobby. That is not hitting the jackpot.
I love it. What is it, Fallout? We're all playing checkers and you're playing chess. I get it. It's fine. It's fantastic. I'm usually the person that throws in that curveball, so I am all for the crazy picks. Because quite frankly, Fallout, it wasn't that crazy at the beginning of the day, and to be honest, throughout most of this tournament, most of this split, it's not crazy to consider Complexity an incredible team that could pull it out.
Yeah, it's interesting because Complexity the last 6 months, more beyond that actually. It's almost been a year. Really starting in ALGS Champs is when, I think Complexity's kind of been on a little bit of a downwards trajectory overall compared to the level and the bar that they set for themselves. I mean, they were multi-championship winners. They won ALGS after ALGS competition. They kind of defined that meta with Bloodhound and Gibraltar early on, and Wraith, and since then have not necessarily been able to kind of find their footing. So I don't know what's kind of needed for this team. I don't know if it's a shakeup or what it is necessarily, but you did start to see some life from them, but they're kind of just middle of the pack right now, and I'm interested to see how they can go back to the drawing boards and really turn things around here in the second half of Pro League.
Absolutely. And to be honest with you, I'm a fan of any team that brings out one of those alternate legends to the comp that we've seen again and again and again, because that can sometimes be another silver bullet. Speaking of things that are fun to watch, make sure you keep up all of our socials because we got a lot of incredible content. We got my man Fallout doing some incredible episodes of the fantastic teams talking to teams as they unpack everything that they've done to get to where they are. Fallout, you've done an incredible job interviewing some of these key players. Highly recommend, gang, at Play Apex Esports on Twitter, and of course at Play Apex Esports on the YouTubes, and of course twitch.tv/playapex, which you might be watching the multi-view on right this very moment. But hey, as we've said before and we'll say again, match number 6, the coup de grace, the end of our day here in North America, coming up right after this. This is the Apex Legends Global Series Pro League. Stick around. We'll be right back.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the Apex Legends Global Series.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a historic day so far in many different ways. NRG doing things that remind us of why they own that org's title to represent Apex Legends, a team that has been so consistently good, but now taking it to that next level. But we've seen Sentinels almost do exactly what NRG have done, except for maybe a few games in the early part of this tournament. Dan, I mean, last game, it couldn't have gotten any tighter, 17 points apiece. It all comes down to this. It's a tough road for Sentinels being down 18 points, but it is still possible, if NRG don't keep up this performance, for them to somehow flip the tables to get number one.
I think that's the important part of it, right? If NRG slip up, if NRG go out early, then maybe Sentinels can take advantage of it. But with the consistency we've seen from NRG across these last couple of match days, it is definitely going to be difficult for Sentinels to do so. They need a big pop-off game, perhaps a first place with an incredible amount of kills, even with NRG getting into the top 5. It's still doable, but most likely we're looking at NRG topping this group if they are able to find the consistency that they've been able to do so. As for Sentinels, it's about playing the same way. I don't think they can think too much about NRG, especially now with the new way the games are played, and you don't know who's been eliminated, you don't know who you're fighting against until necessarily you look at skins and stuff like that. You've just got to focus on yourselves, focus on your own game, and make sure you still pick up those points.
Teams in the mix have always found a way to make things interesting, especially in Game 6. We come down to World's Edge from the dropship the very last time today, and we will be kicking it off in epic fashion as usual. Rain Day, Gaskin on the mic. Let's get this thing started. Match number 6 here, Dan. Who are you thinking has a moment that might be different than where they've done before? Is there some team that you expect? Is it W continuing to maybe fight and get to that upper echelon? Is it their big pop-off game today coming up now, or do you see somebody else kind of starting to shine?
I think Unlucky, I want to keep an eye on. SSG certainly have been able to make some waves in some of the lobbies. I do think that they could upset a couple of these teams who are right at the top of the leaderboard. And, of course, W now on 52 points, and with the game they've just had, they're going to be full of confidence. They're probably going to be excited to get into an engagement because they know that they're hitting their shots right now. But with the beacon and the information they've just been able to gather, they know that they are within the vicinity of this circle, and they may start moving towards Lava Fissure. Because with a circle like that, we do often see it pull heavily into Lava Fissure, and certainly there is plenty of buildings to pick from if you are one of the first teams.
And it's one of the benefits of why we see them in these late game circles all the time. Their lineup of the Loba allows that black market boutique to just get free loot off of engagements happening around you, being able to not only see it, but also grab it. And it's just got such a low cooldown, 2 minutes only to get that right back up, another 6 items for your entire team, whether it's grenades, shield batteries, more ammo, or shields. It's just so good for these early rotations. So talk about a team that's been playing well. Now they're in an even better position to succeed. And there's SSG also in one of those far buildings, which you'll see usually is where the pull goes, as Dan had mentioned earlier. It's quite a great Game 6 kind of circle. We've really seen a lot of exact, I don't know, not exact play, but a lot of exciting play in our playoffs, especially on here where teams have a chance to extend games and clutch things up.
Yeah, it's another one of those circles, isn't it, where a lot of teams can move early, set up camp, and wait for all of the late arrivers to get into place and try and contest some of these buildings and positions. There's also lots of mountains, lots of variation when it comes to height in a final circle like this as well, so plenty of different areas to try and play. You may have noticed when we saw the map overhead with all of the teams as well, NRG weren't too far from this area. They'll be looking to quickly transition and find a spot. And actually the hillside you see close to SSG, just north of where SSG currently reside, that is usually where a circle like this can finish. It's not guaranteed, but it is one of the more higher percentage circles that we see in this area. So certainly the building, which we see them in at the moment, it really might help them win this game when we come to the later stages.
NRG, 18 points on top. The Ranger on top for Nathan of that Rampage, which we know how hard that thing hits. What a resurgence in the meta. Really no changes, but just more of a consciousness shift as to how good this weapon was. Many people talk to C9 Albrelelli and give him credit for taking the entire pro scene, into the direction of how good the Rampage really was just a season back. and starting to make that such a valuable weapon, not just from range, but the potential to fry at close range with the thermite, getting it revved up, and just the hip fire, too. It's just pressure. That's the best way to describe this one, with such a massive mag size, getting all the way up to 40 when you have that purple on it.
All you need is one player, one top player to lead that change, because players don't like change. They don't like trying to use weapons that they're not maybe as familiar with, and when they do come into the meta and when people do start to realize how important they are, then certainly all it takes is one player to initiate everyone else to do the same. CLG are going to be jetting up into the sky thanks to Valkyrie, looking to make their move over towards Lava Fissure. As we mentioned, a lot of early rotations because this is more of a predictable circle, but still, we've already seen so many teams transition, there's not going to be that much room to play when you arrive here.
There's another Lobo ult on the ground. You could see it again. Some more loot being picked up on the side of W. We'll keep an eye on that one. CLG, though, trying to find a building on this backside. So this is a decent spot for them, Dan.
Yeah, that works. I think that they were looking around, hovering, and probably panicking a little bit when their last building they could have got to was their only choice. But thankfully, no one was in residence. And I'm surprised it hadn't already been taken, but that's probably because a lot of the teams who were closer to that building had a little bit more looting to do and thought that they could be a little bit slower about their looting because they were so close to that circle. Torrent might be held out in this situation, but they can play this valley as well, especially because they've got the caustic. They can make this very awkward for other teams that are trying to push up on them.
Yeah, it's a great corridor to fight. You can imagine, just like the movie 300, you got to get in here, you got to go and limit your numbers, limit your options of how you move and trespass through the area, and thus that makes it a lot easier for a small amount of numbers to hold an onslaught off because of the limited range of movement. So they're going to hold that one as long as possible. There's defensive bombardment coming up, E8. Not too worried about it, though. Still 20 squads left remaining as round one is closing in 2 minutes, 10 seconds. Golden gets hit just a bit. We'll take some static and a little shake up to the noggin, but it's not going to discourage him from moving anywhere else for now.
Yeah, both these teams know that the other is nearby, and they probably don't want to be taking this fight, but at the same time, they want to move and don't want to be peppered in the backside. So you really need to consider how quickly you want to take this fight if you are going to take it, because any elongated fight, and you're going to struggle as Golden gets caught off guard ever so slightly. E8 now on the back foot.
He just missed, and that was a golden opportunity to take out, obviously, one of the members of E8 who goes by the same name. DePresley, though, holding with a PK, choking up. Not choking the shots yet. In fact, it hasn't decided to fire. There's the defensive bombardment from E8 now, which may put them at a big advantage here. Now forcing the aggressors to go underneath the building, take a load off, essentially, a second off. And no, it's the Valkyrie trying to make a sneak play. Mercy only makes her pay, though, and the Valve running out of places to go. Still going to survive for now, but there's a lot of skirmishing here. One team certainly going to have a member fall soon.
And this fight's already gone on too long for my liking, especially with that ring closing. You probably want to be thinking about getting out. Elsewhere, Unlucky are trying to get into this circle. I said they're one of my teams I would want to keep an eye on, but two of them have already fallen. Castelos is going to be the only last remaining player, and this is what happens when you are late to the Lava Fissure party. Everything was taken. Unlucky will fall, and actually, our first squad to go down here in match number 6.
Just on a normal stroll, immediately falling into a pit of lava. Sounds like you going to the gym, Dan, where back in London you reside. It's just so difficult to make that move. And you know how they do. They're expecting the pressure, but you never know when it's coming. And so you've got to have your eyes in the back of your head. This time Unlucky, well, they just go by their namesake there. Atlanta Premier fighting on top. Asura holding it down as the Caustic can. Definitely a hard character to push. It's not over, especially with the defensive capabilities to discourage players from even aggressing, but they're just in this zone, which is constantly ticking away damage here and there. Best hope would maybe to be getting some KP here, and I think that's what they're trying to do. Asura going aggressive. Can he get something off of it? He's got the car to switch, and now he kind of hesitates, tries to do a different plan, but that maybe hesitation cost him and Atlanta Premier a chance at going farther in game number 6. That will be the end of them, and 18 squads still left in the lobby.
Not a very memorable day for Atlanta Premier. Only 8 points across of the 6 matches. It's not been a lobby they've enjoyed whatsoever. They need to move on and rethink strategy going into the next match day, and hopefully they'll be able to find some more success, because if they want to make playoffs, they can't be affording just 8 points across 6 games. Not good enough, and they know that, and we know that watching on. There's a little bit of an update there on the circle as well. Again, it is just going to be very heavily around Lava Fissure, so not any more knowledge than we would have already guessed. What I'm really thinking is, how well situated are NRG for this end game. When I looked at the spot and the building they currently had, they certainly were in one of the priority buildings. I'd say one of 3 that could potentially win you the game depending on how things play. So that's not good news for Sentinels, but at the same time, Sentinels were also in the vicinity to maybe do some damage, get some KP, and have a big old game.
And that's the question. How good do you find NRG performing this game? So far, no points, no kills. No points here for being in the top 15 to 20. They're going to have to wait till they get into top 15 to start gaining points. But again, if Sentinels just stays alive as well, they're still matching. The key is, does somehow NRG get an unlucky break, or do Sentinels find their way into a little bit of an aggression? And this is how I like to see teams take these moments, Dan. I do not like to wait for NRG to die. I like to put it in, you know, control for our game. Let's get 3, 6, 9 kills heading into a final circle. That's what really, if you can survive that, not only gives you the chance point-wise, but it gives you the confidence to go into that final circle, that final zone, and say, guys, we put together an incredible game already. We don't feel worried that we can't win this one all the way.
And if you look at the gap between second and third, Sentinels have a 15-point lead there as well. So it's not like they have to play conservative and they have to just try and play slow and match NRG. They can get more aggressive. It's NRG, the team who has to be the consistent one, who has to place all right, and maybe is going to worry a little bit more about not having aggression. Whereas Sentinels, they can afford to be a little bit more aggressive. They can afford to throw it away and take a risk because they are a squad who like to take those fights. They like to play edge. They like to get into those 3v3 skirmishes, and when they're feeling it, when they're hitting those shots and they're getting through team after team after team, usually a win follows. So I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see Sentinels really try and punish some of these teams who are late rotating into this zone.
Possibly more pressure on NRG as well, knowing, you know, what the world thinks of when they look at them, the expectations on Sweet and the rest of the squad, Nathan and Rocker, to compete and to win. Unlike Sentinels, where we know they're going to be good, don't necessarily expect them to win every day, as they can be slightly inconsistent here and there in terms of their overall performance. But there it is. You see Aiden the Destroyer finding a couple of nice kills onto Ganjaman TV, and that is just unfortunate for them. They had a couple of DCs starting out in one of our games, Game 4, I believe, and it's just not been their day, although showing a lot of individual prowess has been Ganjamin.
Yeah, a lot of kills for Ganjamin, but is that just that the rest of the squad weren't necessarily picking them up, and he was just, you know, clearing everything? As the squad, in terms of actual team kills, they weren't necessarily the highest when you look across the lobby. But yeah, a lot of question marks, but also a lot of things of promise, I would say, from Scary. I think when they look at what they achieved today, they'll be very happy. As Sentinels, we speak about that aggression. They're in a skirmish here. 2 players only alive. Senox is down.
Yeah, but Senox, how much damage did he do? Clearly enough. Oh, and that's a big one. What will Sentinels do? They are trying to climb from second place onto the first. It's a pre-fire from Lou. Oh, but it doesn't do enough. Crust trying to break it inside. He's got the Bloodhound, and he's sniffing out shots. Will he sniff out the kills? This is, oh my God, he's taking out the heirloom. Can he somehow find the last Mastiff shot? He gets punched right back. Oh no, and that will be the end of Sentinels. And who does it? Was it start a fight? It was. Who this time start a fight that they win.
Wow, and Sentinel's chances of winning this lobby have been just disintegrated in front of our very eyes, and actually that puts a chance for W to maybe take second place here, and of course W could still fight for first if they had an amazing game here. But considering the position that NRG are in, with where this circle is heading, I think we're already looking at our likely victors, but you know, spoilers, I don't want to throw them out already. There's the points totals, 86 currently for NRG, W are 31 behind, so a lot to do. They'd have to start annihilating this lobby very quickly. But I respect Sentinel's position. They tried to go a little bit more aggressive. They tried to get involved in some fights, but it just didn't quite go their way.
Yeah, and you know what? That's okay. I think you shoot for the stars, you land in the clouds, in my opinion. I appreciate Sentinel's aggressiveness, commitment. They have already probably shown us the second best performance on the day. It's up to W now to say, no, Rain Day, we've got a little something left in the tank to show you that Sentinels wasn't able to do. 55 points. We've seen a 30-point recently with ESA. I'm sure we've seen that over the last 3 and 4 as well on some odd games. It's not usual, and definitely above 31 points would be rather bizarre for a lobby that's moving this slowly. But in the same way, Dan, it's not really moving slowly. It's just that these teams have all decided not to play so much on the outskirts. Today, they know exactly where they're going. Lava Fisher, such an easily predictable zone compared to some of the others that World's Edge gives us. And so they're really, really just tucked in tight. Not a lot of engagements needing to happen yet.
W are also in a very good position when you look at this circle and where they currently reside. They're 14 points behind Sentinel, so that's definitely achievable. A victory plus a couple of kills that usually come alongside it. Second place is most certainly within the grasp of W here, especially if you consider the fact that they just came off the back of a victory as well. So I wouldn't put that out of the realm of possibility. I'm sure they're going to be watching on, and even though they might not have the knowledge that there was the elimination of Sentinels, they will be trying their best to get to that end game and get as many points as possible. Whilst at the moment, they need to focus on getting those shields up. They're only blues. That's not really what you want to be looking at, but I suppose with a circle like this, where everyone's already transitioned, there hasn't been an opportunity to do that much damage, but it will come.
And I think the fact they even have 2 kills is a good sign. I mean, this is, that thing that pushes you with a win, to 14, and that's enough to tie for second. And you look at the way that they're obviously going to get a few more if they win. It's almost assuredly a victory here will do it. So Phony looking to make sure they're ready for a victory. They're certainly in the position for it, but you're right, 43 damage left. That's why he's looking with the triple take so aggressively. You think, just stay there, guys. Don't do anything to ruin it, but no, he needs that purple, and he is so close to it. Taking a look at a player comparison here. A little average damage between Phony and, of course, Christopher Sweet Sexton, NRG Sweet, more commonly known as. The Wraith main seems to be a little dated at this point, only because the Ashe Horizon have been so favored in this season. But you can tell, average kills, match wins, damage dealt. Sweet with a slight nudge ahead, but Phony, incredible numbers too.
Yeah, and that was split 1. Now we're into split 2. You're starting to see a very different approach from Sweet, who he's been such an important player, of course, for this squad because of his IGL capabilities, and every single call he seems to make when we're in listenings is spot on perfect. But the amount of damage that he also is outputting now, I would argue that that average damage statistic will look even better when we come to the end of this split.
Yeah, it seems like E8, they have some average damage on that Peacekeeper. That's looking pretty nice as well. 48 to the dome, 76. Quick armor swap as well. What can you do? Devo firing up. It's rampant. Oh, but he's not going to get the kill. Start a fight. Yet again coming through. This is a huge game for them. Already up 6 points from the start with 2 team wipes. Start a fight wreaking havoc in this lobby.
The more kills that are eliminated, the easier it gets for NRG. But as I say that, Sweet and Nathan have gone down. Rocker, the last remaining player, and NRG, our leaders at the moment, are very much having their backs against the wall, but they're in a container. They're still alive, but are they going to be able to get each other back up?
Rocker just staying alive here, even if they don't get back up. It seems like with these engagements happening constantly, there's just going to be more and more teams dropping. 2 more, and they make top 10, and that's another point increase, just securing NRG's lead even more. And Rocker with the blue. Not a lot of places to go. It's probably going to be the end of it here. We got some nice jukes. A little 2-step from Rocker. And who would have thought Gibraltar had that kind of flexibility?
Challenge me, he says, and he gets a challenger, and it's going to be Mamba who walks on in with the PK, fires it to the dome, and NRG fall in 12th place. So 11 squads left, W still in it, a victory plus a lot of kills. It's doable, but very unlikely at this point. It's also worth mentioning last week, or 2 days ago, NRG got first place with 0 points in Game 6 as well, because they had a DC, and they still were able to get first. They seem to position themselves in such an amazing way going into match number 6 that it's almost unobtainable for anyone else to try and take that away from them. But a very exciting possibility for the likes of W to still try and steal second place away from Sentinels.
Should be at least 1 point here for NRG, and a great showing from them, and definitely well-deserved. If we look at that at the end, it may just be what we're faced. But there's a lot of teams fighting not just for the point total, but for the experience of saying we've figured this out, we've gotten it, and we've gotten better each game. And W is one of those teams fighting for what could be a huge point difference as well in the standings. Second place, they would overtake Sentinels with a win, or just 14 points. Either way it comes. TDG, 5 kills to their name. Girl, Tanner slays. Tony slaying out this game. Space Station, the team, holding them back. But Zenial even going inside, not willing to take that fight too aggressively, as TDG still on their back.
And even though we're focusing a lot on the top end of the leaderboard, of course, there are points to be gained for all of these teams in the lower side. Just that one extra point might get you into playoffs, for example. So you really have to try and get every single point that you can in every single match to push yourselves a little bit further up in those leaderboards. So it really matters, even more so, you could argue, for some of these teams that are teetering on the edge of that playoff scenario. Everything calms down a little bit as round 5 of the circle is going to be closing in 40 seconds. 8 squads remaining. They're all all kind of watching each other from a distance, but eventually they're going to be pushed into this next circle, and it's not going to be a pretty one right there.
Teams that could make a different shift here and surprise us. Yes, of course it's W. We know that they're 14 points away from second, but a team who started strong and have not been around. We haven't really mentioned their name much. Complexity, still alive here. They've got a few kills to their name, all sitting pretty in this final circle. They were at 26 points. So a big 14-point win as well pushes them into the conversation, not only of top 10, but possibly getting into that top 5 if they can somehow have a 20, 26-point game, which we know they are very, very capable of. With 8 squads still remaining, it is a circle that is going to predictably move in a way that these players are comfortable with, but it's going to be who dictates that predictable move and starts these fights and finishes them even more so.
SSG also breathing down the necks of W. If W do fail here and drop out in like 8th, for example, and then SSG were to win, then they could maybe steal top 3 away from them. So it's a very difficult dance to try and navigate here for W. As they look on, the circle closes, and they will just be holding out a team here, and they should be able to pick up some KP if they play this correctly.
A huge result for them would be second place to overtake Sentinels, and W are just close enough to do it. The precipice of a victory here. Let's go ahead and listen in to how they handle this circle.
Going left, come here. I'll give you.
Nothing.
Fuck. Side team's watching.
Here, I'm ulting. We can look for
I have bubble to 30. I have bubble to 30. Then I have bubble to 30.
Top floor, done.
We should play underneath. We should look.
You guys want to clear all of lower? Careful, careful left, careful left.
I mean, what the fuck? I don't know.
Yes, yes, that's what I'm saying. Underneath, yes.
Yeah. Just heal up and then we go together.
I'm playing on pure real quick. I'm okay.
You're good. I'm just trying to look for bats.
I have no medkit. No medkit. No medkit.
I dropped the medkit.
I don't have medkit.
We have to go soon.
I can arc the top floor as well if we need it. All right, what's the plan?
We can drop.
We're gonna go under and just clear under, and then play from there.
All right,
let's go. I'm good on me. I'm literally good on me.
Let's just play for under. Go under.
Let's go.
And then clear whoever's on here.
We should cross. We should cross though.
Yeah.
Do you want not to stay up here for a bit?
No,
yeah, you stay up there. You can stay. No, I'm fine. I'm fine.
Okay, I just want to clear all of this. I want to. This is
it's fine. No, I'm pretty sure they wiped them.
Right,
we'll clear it later if we have to.
I mean, it's 7 teams.
What's up then?
We should look for it then. Yes, whenever Fury gets here.
Let's just play them together because people are gonna drop on us.
Let's go, Fury. He's right here.
It's I'm they're gonna bubble.
You're good.
I can't
play back. I'm not gonna bubble.
I have one up. Okay, I'll come back. I'm throwing scan
nades. I have nades.
You're good. I do too. Very slow. We have to Valko after this.
Okay.
I'm nading.
I fucking stuck you with a nade, bro.
I'm swinging lava.
Swing.
I knocked one.
Nothing. Alright.
Knock. They're all dead.
Nice. Can we knock them out?
Right? We have to Valko. Oh, we could climb it, yeah?
Climb over here for you. Yeah.
But I don't know what we do after. What do we do?
Just wait.
Alright,
I have no cells.
Here, I got you the bat. Take the bat.
We just play slow.
Here, wait, take cells actually.
It's too late.
We have to push RV. Push cars north.
Yes.
I have two arcs.
Ready?
Okay. I'm ready.
Wait out. Climb one by one.
Go. Go. They bubble. You can bubble here, Phony.
Nade it then.
One sec. I needed it. They're backing up.
I killed them.
Come left. Come to me.
Phony, play back. We're good here.
I'm coming back. Give me. Knocked. I don't have bomb. Look at the armor swap. Crack. Dead.
Let's fucking go.
Oh my goodness, W do it. They get the dub. And just like that, we heard it all. The comms were so good, we couldn't even talk. We had to bring it back and give a shout out to Scissors and Fury and Phony, who take matters into their own hands, Dan. And they push into second place, pushing Sentinels down. What a clutch performance from W.
Sorry, I was busy on my calculator just checking everything. Second place confirmed. Sentinels, the way they dropped out, 67 points, they will be surpassed by W. So an amazing performance from them. Sentinels went for the Hail Mary. They tried to catch up NRG, but it's not going to happen with W dropping a 20-point game and start a fight. Hats off to them.
Man.
21 points. That is really going to propel them up the leaderboards. They were pretty down low. I think they were down in 18th coming into this game with only 8 points. So they are going to send themselves up towards that kind of top 10 area potentially. So congrats to them, an amazing performance. Space Station also with 12.
Yeah, I mean, and this is just a great thing, I think, for North America in general. W taking a second place today gives not only credibility to them, as they've already gotten it, they've had some huge plays that we've got, you know, in the ALGS top clutches of history that we see Phony dropping down in playoffs to get that clutch moment. But we see the Loba getting more traction in a region that has been stereotypically against adding this character. And I don't know if it's just everyone's decided more characters are available now. This meta hasn't been so concrete, but something we see work in EMEA all the time, finally taking root here in North America. Seeing the value it brings in having full shields, having grenades, having ammo, having no resource issues heading into these final zones.
Yeah, I think there are some legends that are just better in certain circles, and you have to make the calculations. You have to look at the percentages. What is more likely of a circle to come through? If you've played enough kind of scrims, if you played enough ranked games and you get an idea of where these circles are going to be landing, which legend do you feel is more key in the percentage game? And Loba, certainly with circles like that, are so valuable with being able to pick up the resources, as you said. But W go back to back. They also managed to push themselves into second place. They'll be delighted. They got helped out a little bit by Starter Fight, because Starter Fight took out Sentinels earlier on when we saw that engagement happening. Amazing, really, that W were able to push themselves up that much within the space of 2 games. But that's what's going to happen in ALGS Pro League, right? You can see just an amazing performance difference in matches 4, 5, and 6 when you move over from Storm Point to World's Edge.
Well, you know, W is all the talk, but I have another letter that I think is more interesting. K for Kate Yeager. Kate, what's going on? I mean, we saw a second place finish for the ages here for W and their Loba squad.
They had to do what they had to do, and they did it with gusto. Let's talk a little bit about an overall view of that leaderboard, by the way, as we take a look at some of these highlights from our last game, because I think it's really important. We keep talking about those top-heavy lobbies today. NRG, 2 times first place. Sentinels, 2 times second place. SSG, 2 times third place. Talk to me about, Gaskin, talk to me about this balance at the top of the leaderboard that we came into and saw throughout today's gameplay.
I think that in some of these lobbies with some of the kind of challenger teams, as it were, coming into things and still learning how these competitive lobbies work, we are seeing some of the bigger teams take advantage of that and pushing scared teams. The biggest example of that was when NRG pretty much just dived on 2 teams who weren't expecting it, and they were cowering in a corner. And you've just got to learn how to play these lobbies, how to present yourself a bit better when you are in those final circles. You've got to posture better so that you output damage, you scare other teams and make sure they're not pushing you. The bigger teams know how to play these circles better, and that's why we're seeing the bigger teams perform better, and why there's more points going towards these bigger teams, because they have more experience and they have more knowledge.
Absolutely right. Evan, let's talk a little bit about, as we talk about these incredible teams, let's talk about some of the disappointing teams. And I say that with absolute respect for teams like Atlanta Premier, who we had a lot of expectations for, but who couldn't capitalize today. Talk to me a little bit about, as again, we look at these highlights of Sentinels doing well, they were going to do work, and now they're taking a vacay. Talk to me a little bit about some of these teams that are a little bit disappointing, but we have some faith in, because, hey, they made it here in the first place.
Right. I think Atlanta Premier, you know, you look at a game being a game of inches, you remember that moment that Sentinels is on 2. Atlanta Premier are sitting pretty in the building. It's game 1. Or game 2, and this could determine whether they get a 20-point finish or not. They push Sentinels and they lose that 2v2. I mean, these teams are in positions where it goes one different way, and maybe we're looking at them chasing second instead of W. So definitely still a lot of faith, but it's those micromanaging of those little moments that have a big impact that could be the difference. Another team, you know, Complexity, we saw them perform, but they slowed down again. Inconsistency, I think that was one thing I was looking to see them have a little bit more. Another really, and I think the most interesting team, especially with Game 6, is Starter Fight. That team had to fight for every single landing spot. And the one moment, it feels like they just go berserk. They just say, you know what, who cares? We're just going to fight everyone. Not just at our spot. We're just going to keep fighting. They had a 21-point game. So that's the type of performance that I think heading into the next time they play Kate builds a lot of confidence for those teams.
Well, let's talk about the numbers now, because Gaskin, you were doing some fast math, and I love you for it. You're a lot better at math than I am. So let's find out who did what, where, NRG, but W, in fact, Gaskin, you were right. 72 points coming up, just that one place to go second over Sentinels third.
Yeah, I think that's a little bit frustrating for Sentinels because they did have quite a big gap going into that final game, and it was really only a victory or maybe a high kill game plus second for W that would have toppled Sentinels if they had that early exit. But you've got to respect the Sentinels went for the Hail Mary. They went to try and catch NRG, and to do so, they had to look for fights, they had to be aggressive, and they also didn't have the circle that went their way. NRG were able to move into that circle a little bit earlier. Sentinels would have known that. They would have known NRG would be playing slow, looking for just a placement point or two to keep them at a tally. And unfortunately, it just didn't go their way. Space Station, they hold on to fourth. We see Dexterity move up 3 places. Unfortunately, we didn't see the massive jump up by Start a Fight. They didn't manage to bump themselves into top 10, but they certainly wouldn't have been that far off. I imagine they're around 12th or 13th would be my guess.
Absolutely. And this has been an interesting day of competition, because as we see here now, this second page of our
11.
leaderboard. Yes, there it is. Exactly. Start a fight. But hey, listen, Gaskin up 7. That's something to say at the end of our 6 matches.
Yeah, I think up 7 is... I mean, they were literally in... Like, they were on 8 points coming into that game. They were down with Atlanta Premier. They were looking like they weren't going to pick up any kind of points going into this. 11th is great, but they would have loved that top 10 for those extra points in the overall to try and get closer towards playoffs. But I do think that with this scenario, Start a Fight will have learned a lot. They would have been able to build a lot of confidence, and as we go into future matches and future weeks and whatnot here, as we get further into Pro League, I think they'll be confident in a lot more fights. They just need to find kind of a drop spot. They need to find POIs where they're not having to fight someone right from the get-go, because we've learned when they get to the end game and when they're starting to go up against some of the bigger or better teams in the later or mid-game, they're actually finding success.
Yes, they are. They are converting, and it's fun to watch for all of us. Let's take a look at now the overall standings here in North America. And a quick caveat, of course, we have done groups B and D today, but groups A and C are tomorrow, so this is going to be a little bit unbalanced here, Evan, but still something of an indicator. Those green slots versus the yellow versus the red.
Yeah, at this point, you know, Esports Arena chasing an even score here with NRG, with the first place being a prerequisite to stay at the top. So NRG doing what they need to do assuredly here. But TSM, Space Station getting involved here in a good point total. I think if you're in the 40s, you got to be feeling good about yourself overall with how these leaderboards have done. And you see a lot of the teams on the bubble, W climbing up, but Cloud9s, the Torrents, the Complexities, G2s right outside of that 40. Teams that we know could pop off, that we could be looking at the end of group play before heading into playoffs. Yeah, they're number 1, number 2, or number 3. But so far, I got to say, this looks pretty clear as to how we've seen teams perform across these days so far.
Absolutely, and I think it's important to talk about. You know, we've mentioned at the top, we've mentioned it sporadically, but of course those juggernauts, the TSMs and ESAs that I think strike fear in the hearts of so many for such good reasons. Gaskin, they weren't here today, of course. They are going to be there tomorrow, and I wonder if that might balance out a little bit of even the top of this leaderboard, because instead of having one or the other to take the lobby, they now are going against each other, and we just get to see bloodshed from game to game to game.
I think tomorrow's lobby is one that I've been waiting for. I think this is the one I've been looking forward to the most with the teams that are going to be in it. ESA are on a tear, but then now you're going to see whether there is anyone to match up with them. There is going to be someone that maybe can take them down. We had the ESA versus Sentinels drop spot situation in Storm Point. ESA were able to topple them. Can they then topple TSM as they get into fights going into the match day tomorrow? There's definitely a lot of storylines, but certainly today it's all about just all the teams that are able to provide entertainment, but NRG, most importantly, they come out on top and they'll be delighted.
They will indeed. Well, one thing is clear. We have seen some incredible plays from some incredible pros all day long, but who do our analysts think is top of mind here today? Well, never fear, because the time to talk top pro players is here. Rain Day, I know you and Gaskin have been casting all day long. Love to know who has your heart today. Who have you been keeping in your sights throughout our 6 matches?
You know, the person who I've been keeping in my sights has been keeping 2 people in his sights at the same time, which I didn't think was possible in Apex Legends, but he's somehow done it again and again, and that's Sentinel's Crust. He has performed in a way that allowed Sentinels, albeit a slow Game 6 that just forced them out of second place. The reason they were in that position in the first place, not only clutches like this that continue these games, but big moments like this. I know the crowd, the chat who's been watching, thinks this might be maybe the moment of the day, reviving Synox and being able to get a second place that was only spoiled, I believe, by maybe E8 in this final circle here. He was just phenomenal, whether it was being the leader, whether it was being the anchor, whether it was being somebody to just do consistent damage. And I think without him, Sentinels doesn't have the success that they had today. And that's what, if we see more from Crust, I think we'll see more from Sentinels continue to perform at such a high level.
Absolutely. Gaskin, who had your heart today?
2 days ago, I went for Sweet after NRG had an amazing performance, and I very easily could have done that again today, but instead I'm going to highlight Nathan. It was something I spoke about when I was talking about Sweet, is that you've got to have damage dealers behind your IGL, and today Nathan was absolutely shredding over 9,000 damage across the 6 matches, and if you consider match number 6 wasn't even a high damage game for them, it could have been 10k if they had an amazing match number 6. He really is the difference maker when it comes to some of these 3v3 engagements and even 2 versus 3s, 1 versus 3s. You can always trust him to be hitting those shots, and also the positioning he finds himself in as the Valkyrie. Very important you have a player who knows how to maneuver their way around all of these obstacles and knows how to skydive at the right time. Even though it doesn't seem like a difficult thing to do, the Valkyrie player has a lot of responsibility about knowing how far you can go, where you're going to be taking people, and Nathan just seemed to hit the nail on the head today. He was absolutely sublime.
Absolutely sublime indeed. Nathan and Crust, let's take a look at how those 2 gents fared on our kills leaderboard here today. Always an interesting data point here, Gaskin, to find out what we've got. And interestingly enough, this is the leaderboard for our group B versus D. This is our who came out on kills here. Gaskin, let's take a look.
Yeah, Xenox topping it with 18, even though he wasn't the highlight from Rain Day. I can completely understand why Crust was focused there, because Crust was hitting those very important 1v2s that we speak of. There were so many clutch moments, but also Xenox, so much work that he was doing as well on the Ash. I mean, there was a couple of fights and end games that wouldn't have happened without him. Nathan and Sweet obviously following up in 2nd and 3rd because NRG were putting on a real show, but shout out to Ganjamin. 15 kills as well, despite the fact that they didn't have the best of days. Ganjamin individually was really able to show up on the kill leaderboard today.
You're absolutely right. I mean, this is a who's who, Rain Day, of our incredible lobbies, and certainly a who's who of our final circles.
Yeah, I mean, especially to Ganjamin to stick into that top 5. You look at Synox, Nathan, Sweet, Rocker. It's basically any team that is in the top 3. Scary not even coming close to that, really. And just an incredible individual performance. But you look at Phony, and I think the way that him and you see some guys on SSG, Frexed and Drops, they're close. These guys are coming. They are part of our young stars here in this scene that are getting better and better. Teams that don't have that NRG TSM cachet yet, but have the ability to change things and change the dynamic of a lobby at the drop of a hat. And that's why everyone on that leaderboard today deserves a little bit of a shout-out.
Absolutely. Young and hungry. Gotta love that. Well, certainly one thing is for sure, these clutch players have bringing us clutch plays all split long. But will they continue to through this next part of our split? Only time will tell. So it's something to keep an eye out here for the second half of split number 2. Now, gents, one thing I would love to talk about real quick here is something that is one of the best parts of not just the multi-viewer, but also our coverage, of course, which is those listen-ins. Gaskin, let's talk a little bit about them. We've heard SSG during a firefight on World's Edge in Match 4. We talked E8 on rotation on Stormpoint in Match 3. NRG taking down everyone in Match number 1. What can you say? What have we sort of learned from these teams in these comms that people could potentially take to their own matches, or certainly that we could understand a little bit more about these teams as we watch them evolve through the second half of this second split?
I think it was something I spoke about earlier on in the show about small talk being more important than just screaming abominations into your teammates' ears, because, you know, you've heard it in ranked, you've heard it from probably your teammates as well, whatever game you may play, just like one shot, crack, 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 and you don't want it. Like, some people enjoy that, don't get me wrong, some people love the adrenaline that you get from those callouts, but small talk about where you're going, where other teams are, what legends you're going to be fighting against, where you need to go, where the circle's pulling, like, that's the important stuff for Apex Legends. NRG's listening was the perfect one for that today, so definitely go back, watch that. I think it was game number 3, if I'm correct. The way that Sweet kind of directed the team about who they needed to push, what positions they needed to take, and where they needed to go afterwards was really a key focus on why he's such a good IGL and why communications are so important and why we love listenings. I mean, in that last listening with W, me and Rain Day were speechless because we were just too much enjoying what was going on and listening to how excited W were at the end of that game.
They absolutely were. And Evan, to do all of the things that Sweet that has done under the chaos of not just the bright lights, but also the chaos of a final circle, of a bombardment, you name it, he can do it.
Yeah, and I think if you're not used to that type of language, it's easy to remember it as Vin Diesel in Fast and the Furious movies. Say a lot with basically not saying many words. The more you can communicate what you need to do by saying less, don't have to say, things are going to be different around here soon. Just say, things change. Like Vin Diesel would.
Family.
And you'll be able to communicate like these guys. Now, of course, the chaos, you may not be able to stay as cool as that, but that's where I think high-level communication starts to go, and you just find yourself practicing the more and more direct routes you can. And that's kind of something that makes these pros so good. It's like it's not a skill that's easily learned.
Word economy. From Vin Diesel. I love it, Rain Day. Well, let's take a look at our predictions here. That was a little bit more straightforward and direct in our own way here. Boy, I'm going to give Fallout all of the credit in the world because normally I'm the one that throws something to the wind and says, let's see if it sticks.
Let's see.
But Evan Gaskin, we did it.
Yes. Finally, we are on the top. Now, we might be tied on the top. This might not be an ESA win like John had the other day where he had 126 points and we had like 3. But we're moving up, and that's all we can say.
Yeah. Look at Dan's face right now. I'm so sorry, Dan. We've joined you in your fiefdom, your crowndom.
I don't have to worry about it because if I had the highest average placing last season, I've done amazing so far leading up to this. You guys just are still the same amount behind me that you were at the start of the day, so it's fine. John, even further so, may I add. You've got to try and go against the wind. You've got to go try and find out my predictions from Seb. Talk to the producers. What's Dan predicting? So you can go against me. Try and catch me up. That's how it works.
That's why he has those sidebars with Seb before the matches start. Okay, I get it now. Now I get it.
That's why.
Yeah, it's not feedback. It's what is Dan voting.
Seb actually our producer has the best predictions. It's, in fact, just him predicting, and he just lets me know who to go with. I just hide behind him. It's easy that way.
Yeah.
Well, you heard it here first, gang. That's how you predict. Ask Seb, our producer. Well, excellent. Something I won't have to ask Seb about, and that is all the incredible content, all the incredible fun that you can have on all of our socials. @PlayApex on Twitter, @PlayApex Esports on YouTube, and of course @PlayApex on Twitch. Listen, if you want to watch your favorite pros do their favorite thing and showcase why they are pros, I highly recommend our YouTube channel. It is absolutely where you're going to want to be, and it's so much fun. And they are doing a lot of updates here recently. Lots of more content, lots coming up. So it can quench your thirst in between our rounds. And speaking of in between our rounds, well, guess what? Tomorrow's broadcast is not that far away. So breathe in and out, take a nap, get a nice day of sleep. Day of sleep? Evening of sleep?
It's a day of sleep for me, Kate. It has to be said. This is actually the earliest finish we've had, so I'm looking forward to getting to bed.
You're nocturnal at this point.
Yeah, pretty much.
Everyone's keeping gamer hours this time. Anyway, we are here back tomorrow, of course, starting at 2 p.m. Pacific. And a huge thank you to our casting crew for keeping us through all of our North American matches. And GG, of course, to NRG for pulling out on top here today. And that's all we got. And so until tomorrow, we'll see you later. This is the Apex Legends Global Series Pro League for North America.